Tantor Audio presents A Beautiful Mess by T.K. Leigh, narrated by Annadelle Waters. Chapter 1. Something About Today. 1 week. That's all Olivia Adler could think about as she stared out the window of her 20th floor office, overlooking the financial district of Boston. In exactly 1 week, her parents will have been dead for 21 years. 21 years seems like a long time, and it is. 21 years is a dreadfully long time to have no family. As she was contemplating her life on that Friday in mid-August, she heard her cell phone buzzing on her desk, bringing her attention back from the heartache she still felt from losing everyone she had ever cared about. Kira. Where are you? It's 1:15. Olivia. Let me just put on some makeup and I'll be right down. Sorry. She groaned, wondering why she had agreed to meet a few of her coworkers and Kira that evening for drinks. Going out was the last thing she wanted to do. Most nights she preferred to stay at home, snuggle on the couch with her cat, and drown herself in a bottle of wine. It made her forget everything, even if just for a minute. Walking into the ensuite bathroom of her office at the posh wellness center she ran, she checked her reflection. For once, her dark curly hair was cooperating. Placing a bit of gel on her locks, she framed her pear-shaped face with loose ringlets, the rest of her hair cascading down the middle of the open back of her red silk halter top. She applied a hint of makeup, needing only a little eyeliner around her big brown eyes and some lip gloss. She rubbed lotion on her lengthy olive-toned legs and finished the look with a pair of black wedge sandals that made her even taller than her 5'9" frame. She glanced in the mirror one last time before grabbing her purse and running out of her office and into a waiting elevator. "Have a good night, Libby," she heard as she walked briskly past the security office in the lobby. Olivia stopped quickly, smiling at the gentle face of one of the building's security guards. "Good night, Jerry. I'll be back later on before heading home for the evening." "Where you heading now?" he asked, his eyebrows raised. "Out for a few drinks with the girls." A grin spread across his face, happy to see that Olivia was actually going out for once. "Well, if it's after 10, the main doors will be locked, so use your keycard to get into the night entrance." "Thanks, Jerry. See you later on." She left through the big glass doors and walked outside. "Hey, gorgeous," Kira said as Olivia exited the tall, shimmering skyscraper. "Hey, gorgeous yourself," Olivia responded, smiling at her beautiful friend. Her light green tank top brought out the deep green of her eyes, which contrasted nicely with her vibrant red hair. Although she was shorter than Olivia by about 6 inches, only hitting 5'3" on a good day, her confidence made her seem so much taller. Olivia had met Kira during her freshman year at Boston College. She moved into the apartment across the hall in the building where Kira had been living. Kira was only a few years older than Olivia, and had been her rock for the past decade. She was the only family Olivia had left. The two friends linked arms and walked the few short blocks to McFadden's. It was a beautiful evening in mid-August, and the humidity that had been present earlier that afternoon had faded. The sun illuminated the tall buildings of the city that Olivia had grown to love over the past decade, casting the sky a beautiful pink color. A slight breeze blew through the air, and all was right in the world. She actually looked forward to spending a Friday night with friends. "I can't get too drunk tonight," Olivia said to Kira as they approached the bar and handed the doorman their IDs. "I want to try to get in a long run early tomorrow before the heat hits." "Yeah, sure, whatever you say," Kira retorted. She didn't try to downplay Olivia's training schedule, but she was worried that her friend pushed herself too hard, not leaving any time to enjoy life. "I mean it. I've been slacking on my running lately. I have a marathon in 2 months, and I'm trying to qualify for Boston." The girls walked into the brightly lit bar, the sound of people laughing and having a good time filtering through. Olivia quickly scanned the huge room in order to locate her coworkers. "You work out, all day long at work. You should take the weekend off." "That's what Sundays are for. Anyway, I don't work out all day. I teach a few group classes during the week, but that's really it. Olivia spotted a few of the girls she worked with sitting on one of the many oversized couches that made up the trendy bar's decor, and quickly made her way through the packed room in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the street. "Hey, you made it!" Bridget shouted at her, obviously a few drinks in. Bounding off the couch and nearly tripping over the coffee table, she pulled Olivia into a hug. "It's a bit creepy how similar you guys look," Kira interjected, eyeing Olivia's coworker and her nearly identical hair and eyes, although Bridget's complexion was more on the fair side. "You realize that, right?" "Yeah," Olivia replied dryly, pulling away from her friend. "Thanks for dragging her out," Bridget shouted at Kira, giving her a hug. "I saw Simon here. I think he was looking for you," Melanie, her other coworker, said, as Kira and Olivia sat down on the small velvet couch opposite Melanie and Bridget. "Why would he be looking for me?" Olivia asked, her irritation showing at the thought of running into him. I might have mentioned you were meeting us here. He came over to say hi, so I let him know that you were probably going to be here." Melanie pulled her blonde hair back before looking at Olivia, who was rubbing her temples. "What? Did I do something wrong?" she asked innocently. "No, Mel, it's okay," Olivia assured her. "I just didn't want to have to deal with this tonight," she explained. "Why not?" Bridget asked, sounding surprised. "He did hound you practically every day to go out with him when the construction company he was working for came to build that new studio room. I thought he was cute. I didn't think you'd ever say yes. What's the deal now? Are you guys not dating anymore?" "Miss Olivia doesn't date, remember?" Kira explained, laughing as she eyed her friend. "She has sex with guys while remaining hopelessly unattached." Her voice had a dreamlike yet condescending tone to it. "Kira!" Olivia playfully smacked her. "You make it sound like I'm a whore." "Oh, you're not a whore. Far from it. You just refuse to be in a relationship. With anyone." Olivia glared at Kira, who knew her reasons for never getting involved with the opposite sex. "I don't refuse anything. I just find relationships to be full of disappointment. Life is disappointing enough without the stress of a relationship." "So what's the deal with Simon, then?" Melanie asked, her blue eyes inquisitive as she tried to lighten the mood at the table. "The sex has gotten to be way too boring. It was good the first few times, probably because I was drunk. But now, well, let's just say that it does nothing for me. And the other night, he wanted to stay over." Her face cringed at the thought of waking up next to Simon. Or anyone, for that matter. "What's the problem with that?" Melanie asked. Olivia smiled at her much younger friend, debating whether she should tell her what her relationship rules were, hating for her cynicism to rub off on Melanie when she was just 21. Oh, you don't know Libby's rules?" Kira interrupted. "You have rules?" Bridget asked, trying to hide her shock. "This is the first I'm hearing about it, and I've been working with you for the past several months." "Well, I don't do the relationship thing," Olivia explained. "Well, not the way most people do. I don't mind going out for drinks or dinner on occasion, but I really tend to value my space and independence. I'm very open and honest before I start seeing someone. I lay down the law so there are no surprises later on, and I don't run the risk of anyone becoming attached to me." "You need to enlighten me," Melanie said. "What are these rules? Should I be taking notes?" She giggled. Olivia shrugged. "The rules are quite simple, actually. No sleeping over. I get my own space. I hang out with my friends. I have no desire to meet their friends. If they happen to meet mine, so be it. If it gets to the point that we sleep together, we only sleep with each other and we're honest when we want to move on. Like I said, I don't do relationships." "God, I wish I could be like that," Melanie said, a dreamy look on her face. "No, you don't, Mel," Olivia replied quickly. "I am perfectly aware that this is a rather unhealthy form of a relationship, if you could even call it that. I just don't like getting too close to anyone. Once you do, they will disappoint you one way or another. Or they'll leave you and you're stuck picking up the pieces of your shattered heart. I choose to not get close in order to avoid the inevitable heartache that accompanies every relationship. Fuck, Kira exhaled, rolling her eyes. I need a drink. You're too depressing. She scanned the large bar for a server, scowling when there were none in sight. I'll go grab a few drinks. What do you want? Olivia asked, getting up from the table. The usual. Okay, I'll be right back. Anyone else need another drink? Melanie and Bridget shook their heads and she made her way toward the bar. There were quite a few people standing there, so she got in line to wait for her turn to order. Pulling her phone out of her purse to make the wait less boring, she checked her email. Suddenly, she felt two hands on her waist. Hey, beautiful. A voice with a thick Boston accent whispered into her ear. She turned around and met a pair of glossed-over hazel eyes. Good evening, Simon, she said coolly, exhibiting no enthusiasm. It was obvious he was drunk. Since he was in full Red Sox fandom gear and his breath reeked of cheap beer and hot dogs, she assumed that he had gone to the game earlier. Returning her attention back to the bar, she tried to ignore him. I like this top, he said as he dragged a finger down the middle of her open back. It's hot. She visibly cringed from the combination of the contact and that accent, but Simon failed to notice. She didn't think the accent would bother her when they first got together, but it had become difficult to ignore it in the bedroom when he kept saying, hotta, hotta, in that Boston accent. Maybe that's why she never came. So is the skirt, he continued, taking in her short black miniskirt. You've got killer legs. Thank you, Simon, she replied over her shoulder, gazing at him in an analytical way, trying to remember what it was about him that she was attracted to when they first started to see each other over a month ago. He was an attractive guy, his blonde hair kept messy in a sexy kind of way, but she felt nothing when she looked at him. She wondered if she would ever feel anything for anyone. Facing the bar once more, Olivia remained silent for several minutes while her irritation grew from Simon caressing her back. She hated public displays of affection, but she let him touch her. It's the least I could do because he knows I won't let him kiss me in public, Olivia thought. She had learned that relationships, even her fucked-up version, were all about give and take. He slipped his hands in through the side of her shirt and slowly made his way up to her breasts. Simon, no! She shouted, turning her head around and elbowing him in the stomach. Oh, come on, baby, he breathed onto Olivia's neck as he pulled her toward him, his back to her front. She could feel the erection in his jeans. I haven't seen you since Monday. It's killing me. Let's get out of here. I just got here. She pushed him away, ridding herself of his grasp. I came here to spend some time with my friends, not with you. She nodded toward a bartender who was finally ready to take her order. I'm going to get my drinks now if you're done groping me in public, she sneered. Okay, Livy. She rolled her eyes. You know what I told you about calling me that. Simon walked away laughing. You got it, Livy. Her face flashed in anger, but she calmed herself. As she watched him head toward several pool tables, bumping fists with some of his friends that she had never met, she couldn't help but think that there was something off about Simon, but she could not put her finger on what. Time to end it, she said to herself as she met the eyes of a cute bartender, winking at him. After finally placing her drink order, she made her way back to her table with 4 tequila shots in one hand and 2 beer bottles in the other, her years of working as a bartender helping her with the delicate balancing act. Hey, our server came by while you were at the bar, so we ordered from her, too, Kira said. Good. There's no such thing as too much liquor. I think tonight's looking like a good night for some tequila. Who's in and who's out? Olivia asked, sitting down and pointing to the shots she had placed on the table. There's something about today that makes me want to be hungover tomorrow. Let's do it, Melanie replied enthusiastically. Why not? Bridget grabbed one of the tequila shots. I know I'm going to regret this in the morning. But who cares? Wait, where's the lime and salt? Kira asked. That shit's for pussies. Olivia held up her shot glass. The girls followed suit. Here's to you. Here's to me. Friends for life will always be. If we should ever disagree, fuck you. Here's to me. The friends clinked glasses and gulped the shot back. The silver liquid burned as it went down Olivia's throat. She felt the warmth in her stomach and immediately started to relax. Well, at least you ordered good tequila or I'd be heaving already, Bridget said. Nothing but the best for me. Life is too short to waste it on shitty alcohol. You should make a t-shirt with that saying on it. Kira choked out with tears in her eyes, clearly having some trouble stomaching the tequila. It's going to be a good night. I can tell. I need to use the little girl's room, Olivia announced several hours later, standing from the couch, nearly tripping over the coffee table. Heading past the bar and toward the bathroom, she was met with a line snaking around the long corridor. Scowling, she decided to go see whether the line was any better on the second floor, where a band was scheduled to perform later that evening. She climbed the stairs, which proved to be slightly more challenging than usual because of her chunky heels and the drinks she had consumed. She made her way down the dark back hallway, thankful to see no line at the bathroom. When she finished up and exited, someone grabbed her arm, pushing her against the wall. You've been ignoring me all night, Simon breathed, crushing Olivia's body to the wall with his, using both of his strong and calloused hands to pin her arms on either side of her head. I haven't been ignoring you, she replied forcefully. I told you that I came to spend some time with my friends. I'd really appreciate it if you would get off me so I could go back to them. She glared at him, trying to hide the fact that, in all actuality, she was rather frightened. Simon had never been this aggressive with her before. She had always held the upper hand in their relationship, and, given her current predicament, she was unsure whether she should tell him that she was done with him. He looked down at her and licked his lips like an animal stalking his prey. Don't you want this? He asked, thrusting against her. Haven't you missed this? I know I have. Simon, please. Olivia begged, terror flashing in her big brown eyes as she squirmed in his grasp. Olivia, you really are beautiful when you beg. He planted rough kisses against her jawline, grinding his hips against her, keeping her crushed against the cement wall. Simon, I'm not going to ask you again, she said forcefully. Let me go. She closed her eyes, not wanting to look at him anymore. She tried one last time to free herself from his hold, to no avail. His strength was no match for her. What's going on here? A familiar, deep voice broke through. She opened her eyes and searched for the source. A wave of relief and surprise washed over her. Simon, Olivia whispered. Stop touching me. She glared at him, her vindication returning. Fine, stupid whore. He released her and stumbled down the hallway and onto the enormous dance floor. We're done, Simon, she shouted, her voice echoing through the room. He didn't even turn around, but it was obvious he heard her when he raised his right hand and flipped her off. She let out a huge breath and turned, staring into the dark eyes of one of her old college friends. Mo? You picked a real winner this time, Livy. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and gave her a concerned look. Yeah, I know. Olivia walked over to him and into his arms, happy to see him again. While she hated when people called her Livy, Mo was the exception to the rule. The only other person who ever called her Livy was her father, and Mo reminded her so much of him, right down to the name, Giacomo. Everyone called him Jack, but Olivia called him Mo. It's good to see you, Mo. Really good. It's been too long. She pulled out of his embrace and looked into his eyes, overwhelmed with 1,000 emotions from seeing her dear friend once again, the memory of the night they met making her smile. Olivia worked at an area bar where his band played. One evening, before the bar opened, she had finished her prep work early when she noticed that the band had already set up their gear. The bar was empty, so she stepped up to the piano and sang one of her favorite songs. It was a song that reminded Olivia of her parents. Something about that moment made it seem like the right thing to do. Maybe her parents were looking down from above because, unbeknownst to her, Mo had been watching the performance. He was very impressed with her voice and asked her to sing a few songs with his band. She agreed, and throughout her years at Boston College, she always jumped on stage for a few numbers with the guys. It has been too long. 5 years, if I remember correctly. He eyed Olivia, his eyebrows raised. She lowered her head, feeling guilty for never getting in touch with him once she came back to the city, and for pushing him and everyone else away after graduation in the first place. I'm glad you're back in Boston, but please stop dating assholes like that. He placed his hand on her arm in an affectionate manner, his eyes beseeching her. You know, I think of you like a little sister, and the next guy that treats you like less than a princess, I'm going to have to kill him. I really don't want to go to prison right now. At least, not until the band performs tonight. He winked. You know I don't date, Mo. I know you don't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be treated well, no matter what your relationship is with someone. Just because it's not serious or long-term doesn't mean that you shouldn't be respected as the beautiful woman you are. Still teaching? Olivia asked in an effort to change the subject from her inability to have healthy relationships with people, something of which Mo was all too aware. Yep, I'm still teaching at the same elementary school, and instilling musical ability into the minds of our children on a daily basis. It pays the bills while I slim around on the weekends with the band, playing bars, he joked. You guys are playing tonight? She raised her eyebrows, surprised at the coincidence, although she was starting to think that it was more than just a coincidence. We sure are. He ran his hand through his dark hair. When did you get back into town? He asked, changing the subject back to Olivia. He knew her too well and was more than aware of all her tricks. I've been living here for a year now, she admitted. You've been back a year and never got in touch with me? I'm hurt. He placed his hands over his chest, faking a broken heart. I know. I'm a horrible friend. Well, I've known you were back, he confessed. Kira can't keep her mouth shut. She shook her head. She planned this, didn't she? He remained mute while Olivia glared at him. You have a terrible poker face. You know that, right? Mo shrugged. Come on, baby girl. Get back on stage with us. It'll make you feel better. He flashed his brilliant teeth, made even brighter against his olive-toned skin. Sighing, she thought about the last time she sat in with the guys. Her mind flashed back to that awful time in her life. Graduation. A day that was supposed to be marked with celebrations and smiles was, instead, a painful reminder of what it felt like to have everything ripped out from underneath her feet. Come on, Livy, he implored, grabbing her hands in his. It'll be good for you. You need to start playing again, and in front of bigger crowds than at open mic night. He raised his eyebrows at her. Of course. Kira must have told him about open mic. She totally planned this, she thought. Fine, she huffed. Don't do this, Olivia. You're shutting down again. You have to stop pushing everyone away. Hiding her eyes from Mo, she retreated from the hallway to find her friends. As she approached the stairs, she turned and met his gaze once more, sending him an apologetic look. But what if shutting down and keeping people at a distance is the only way I know? Chapter 2. A Good Night Turned Bad. Thank you! Mo shouted to a captive audience that had swelled in size over the last hour. Now, time for a little surprise. In the audience tonight is our good friend, Miss Olivia Adler. The crowd cheered at the mention of her name. Butterflies started to form in Olivia's stomach, nervous energy coursing through her body. Kira grabbed her hand, knowing that she still got nervous before she performed. Those of you who have been following us for the past several years know that she used to sing with us. What do you all think about her getting up here to sing again? The decibel level in the club skyrocketed, most likely due to the intoxication of everyone in attendance. Olivia walked through the crowd and climbed on stage, looking over the sea of people standing in the large, dark room that was illuminated only by the bright stage lights. The room was packed with hundreds of people, all standing shoulder to shoulder, enthusiastically cheering for her as she made her way to the center of the stage. Standing there, she wondered what had possessed her to agree to get on stage with Mo and the guys again. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and shut everything out, finding her calm. A tranquil feeling finally enveloping her, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled as she walked up to the microphone. "How's everyone doing tonight?" she shouted to overwhelming cheers. "I think we're going to take it back a little bit. For those of you who came to watch us when we gigged at a great little bar called Scotch, this will bring back some memories." Looking back and meeting the eyes of their drummer, Dale, she said, "Hit it." The familiar sound of the Rolling Stones' honky-tonk woman filled the bar. Olivia looked over the crowd as she sang and saw Kira, Melanie, and Bridget enjoying the performance. The entire bar rocked out to their rendition of the classic tune. Losing herself in the song, Olivia felt oddly at peace for the first time in years. Even if for just a small sliver of time, she could forget about her past and live in the moment of the music, memories of her childhood flooding back. Growing up, her happiest memories revolved around music. She could barely remember her parents, but she did recall sitting with her mother at the piano in the great room, playing and singing together. Olivia's mother tried to teach her to play piano before she could barely walk. Even at a young age, there was something about certain melodies that spoke to her. To this day, she still felt music's calming effect. It almost felt as if she could be someone else for a short period of time. The band finished, and Olivia took a quick bow, thanking the audience for their enthusiasm. She was about to climb down from the stage when the crowd immediately started chanting her name. "Libby! Libby! Libby!" Stopping dead in her tracks, she looked toward Kira, who was jumping up and down, clapping and chanting along with the crowd. Olivia was in complete shock at the people shouting her name. "I think they want an encore, Miss Olivia," Mo said into the microphone. An infectious grin creeping across her face, she walked back to her microphone and shouted into it, "Do you want to hear something else?" The crowd roared in approval. "Okay, who am I to disappoint my adoring fans?" The liquor she had consumed throughout the evening made her brave, and maybe a little cocky. She conferred briefly with Mo about what to perform next. When he told her what he wanted to do, she laughed, glancing over at the enthusiastic crowd, knowing that they would thoroughly enjoy what he had planned. "Here's another one that we usually save until later in the night," Mo said into the microphone. "But since we have Olivia up here, I figured it would be nice to actually have a female singing the high part instead of Marcus having to suffer through it." The crowd laughed at Marcus, the band's piano and guitar player. "Let's rock it." Dale counted off, and the band went into Meatloaf's Paradise by the Dashboard Light. The crowd danced and sang along, the men singing with Mo and the women singing with Olivia. She ended up finishing the set with the band. Afterwards, the bartender sent a round of tequila shots to the stage, and they took their shots. "Here's to Groove Delay finally being back together," Willie, the bass player, shouted, raising his empty shot glass. "It's definitely good to be back singing with y'all." Olivia looked around at the guys that she practically lived with during her college years. Besides Kira, they were the only family she thought she had left. "Will you sing with us once in a while?" Mo asked, a hopeful look on his face. "You know I can't tell you no," she replied coyly, wrapping her arms around him. "Thank you," she whispered into his ear so no one could overhear.
"You know that I love you, baby girl."
He squeezed her tight and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. She pulled away, happy to have reconnected with him. "Well, I should probably get back to Kira and the girls before they leave without saying goodbye," she said, breaking the intensity of the affection that she saw in Mo's gaze. "Let me know about rehearsals." She gave him her cell number and said her goodbyes to the rest of the guys. As she walked through the large dance floor area and searched for her friends, people kept stopping her, saying how much they loved the performance. A few even gave her a beer or shot, and, while she was cognizant that taking drinks from anyone she didn't know wasn't the smartest idea, she felt invincible and on top of the world. "You're amazing!" Melanie screamed as she wrapped her arms around Olivia when she finally found her friends milling about the downstairs bar. "I had no idea you could sing like that." "Me neither," Bridget said, handing Olivia another shot. "Thanks, girls." The four friends raised their shot glasses and downed more tequila. At that point, they all had more than enough liquor in their systems. "So, are you going to gig with them on a regular basis again?" Kira looked at Olivia, raising her eyebrows. "I think so. It felt good." "Good." Long after last call, the girls left the bar. "You're not coming with us?" Kira asked as they all climbed into the back seat of a cab. "No, I need to go to the office really quick to grab my laptop." Kira gave her a worried look. "I'll text you the second I get home, I promise," Olivia assured her, and turned down the street, waving to the cab as it pulled away. Walking the few blocks from the bar to her office, she was in her own little world. She kept replaying the night in her mind, thinking how she was finally starting to feel happy for the first time in years. Maybe it was okay to start letting people back in again. Olivia reached the building and recalled Jerry telling her that the front doors were locked at 10 o'clock and to use the night entrance on the side of the building. Walking past the front doors and turning the corner, she looked down into her purse to find the keycard that would grant her access. Out of nowhere, someone grabbed her around the waist and pinned her body, face first, against the brick building opposite her own office building, slamming her head against the wall.
"We meet again, beautiful,"
a familiar voice growled. Fear rushed through Olivia's body as her head began to ache, and her vision became blurry. "Simon, please, leave me alone," she pleaded, her heart racing.
"Come on, Livy. You weren't very nice to me before, sweetheart,"
he slurred. She tried to fight against him but couldn't move. Even drunk, he was stronger than she was. "You're drunk. You'll regret this tomorrow. Just let me go." She felt blood begin to trickle down her face.
"You're making it difficult for me to do my job,"
he bellowed, pressing her even harder against the wall. "What job is that, Simon?" Realizing that the only way she could possibly overpower him was by distracting him, she tried to keep him talking.
"I can't tell you, bitch. Don't you see?"
he demanded forcefully, his breath hot against her neck.
"But they know, Olivia. They know who you are, and they want their stuff. All the proof."
She paused, unable to formulate a response. Replaying his words, confusion washed over her. He was completely irrational, and nothing coming out of his mouth made any sense. "What are you talking about, Simon? I don't know anything about that."
"Don't mock me, bitch."
Keeping Olivia pressed against the building with his body, he reached into his pocket and grabbed a knife, pressing it against her throat. Dread overwhelmed her when she felt the cold metal against her skin, tears streaming down her face. "Simon, please," she quivered. "I think you're mistaken. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear." He contemplated her words. The people he worked for warned him that she may not remember because it was so long ago. Then an idea came to him. It was a brilliant plan he was proud to have come up with, considering he was drunk. He knew it deviated from the plan he was told to adhere to, but he didn't care. If he couldn't get the information from her, at least he could get something for his troubles.
Well, maybe one last fuck will help you remember. And for once, it will be on my terms and not yours, he growled.
Simon, please. Tears started to flow more steadily from her eyes as he pushed Olivia's skirt up. Someone might see you, she begged quietly, closing her eyes and hoping she would wake up and the entire evening would turn out to be a bad dream. Simon grabbed onto her panties and ripped them painfully from her body. She screamed from the shock of it.
You know I like a screamer, but now's not the time for that.
He pressed one hand over her mouth, holding the knife against her throat with the other. Her entire body trembled under Simon's weight as she tried to squirm from his hold, her head throbbing and her stomach queasy. He easily outweighed her by 100 pounds, but he was drunk. All she needed was a few seconds to get away from him and run. She couldn't move her back or her arms, and her legs were useless. She opened her eyes, her vision slightly blurry, but all she could see was the brick of the wall he had pressed her against. Her face flashed red with anger, and she refused to let Simon get away with this. She had every intention of fighting, not wanting to give up so easily. Parting her lips, she sunk her teeth into his skin, biting down hard on the hand that was covering her mouth. When she tasted metal, she knew she had drawn blood.
"Ouch! Fucking bitch!"
Simon howled, releasing her. She kneed him in the groin, and he fell to the ground. She started to run away, but Simon was fast. He reached his hand out and grasped onto her ankle, pulling her to the ground, her cries becoming desperate and loud from their struggle. With her free leg, she kicked him repeatedly. Finally landing a hard blow to his head, he released his hold on her other leg. He moaned in pain, clutching his head as blood streamed down his face. Olivia quickly raised herself off the ground, desperate to get away from him, and fled onto State Street. She frantically ran down the cobblestone sidewalk, crying out for someone to help her. The silence around her was deafening as fear consumed her body, her hands shaking. The normally busy street was barren, the last of the bar patrons long gone for the evening. The clouds in the sky created an ominous feel. All of the buildings were eerily dark. Streetlights dimly illuminated each corner, casting shadows on the vacant street. As she tried to find someone to help her, she heard a noise coming from the direction of the night entrance, and she started running again, adrenaline coursing through her entire body. She wasn't sure where to go, but she knew that she didn't want Simon ever touching her again. Chapter 3. Penance. In the early morning hours of a Saturday in mid-August, Alexander Burnham found himself walking from his penthouse apartment on the waterfront to his office building in the financial district. He had trouble sleeping, which happened from time to time, so he decided to head into the office to check in on a few of his security operations. He had been awoken earlier by a dream that he hadn't had in years. He saw those brown eyes that he hadn't seen in ages. Those brown eyes he never thought he would see again. Those brown eyes he had let down. Why, after all these years, was she haunting his dreams again? Needing to clear his head, he left the leggy redhead in his bed and walked the empty streets of Boston to his office. As he neared his destination, the sound of a woman screaming in the general direction of his building startled him. His instincts kicking in, he immediately started to run toward the cries for help. Closing in on the building, he observed a tall woman with long, dark, wavy hair bolt out of the alley, where the night entrance was located, frantically running as if her life depended on it. He slowed, hoping that he wouldn't scare her even more than it appeared she already was. Then he saw someone chasing her. He doubled his efforts, his SEAL training kicking in. Spying the knife her attacker had clutched firmly in his hand, he shuddered at what the man had done to the woman already. Within seconds,
He caught up to him a block away from his office building and quickly incapacitated him, knocking him to the ground. Hearing a commotion behind her, Olivia glanced over her shoulder and saw a man in a gray suit attacking Simon, punching him repeatedly. She stopped abruptly, her heart racing and her breathing labored. She sank to the ground, shaking and relieved to have gotten away. Adrenaline still coursed through her veins, but she was exhausted and couldn't take another step. Curiously, she watched as the man in the suit restrained Simon with a pair of zip ties. She wondered why he would need to carry such an item with him. Turning his attention away from the man, Alexander walked over to the frightened woman as she sat on the ground, trembling against a storefront. "Are you okay?" He stared into her big brown eyes, stilling momentarily. This must be a trick, he thought. He had just seen those eyes in his dreams, and here he was, staring into what appeared to be the same eyes. He could recall only one girl ever having wide brown eyes like those, and she was long gone. He had given up hope years ago. "I think you might be in shock. I'm just going to place my jacket around your shoulders. You're shaking." Olivia remained speechless as he removed his suit jacket and took a few steps toward her, gingerly placing it around her back. She felt his hands linger on her shoulders for a brief second, and a tingling sensation permeated her body. Completely dumbstruck, she met his beautiful green eyes, a calm feeling overtaking her. He stepped back again, and Olivia was unable to take her eyes off his 6'5" frame. She knew her reaction was completely inappropriate, considering Simon had just attacked her, but she couldn't control it. She couldn't remember ever being so attracted to someone. He smiled in a comforting manner, bringing attention to the boy-like quality of his face. She licked her lips, staring at his muscular torso, soft little tendrils of dark hair escaping from the top of his crisp white button-down shirt. Her eyes made their way lower, her breathing increasing as she ogled the dark gray pants that fell nicely from his hips. Olivia all but forgot about Simon's attack as her eyes returned to meet his. There was a smirk on his face, which fell into a different sort of look. Maybe compassion and something else, like he was searching his brain for a piece of information that was missing at a crucial moment. "I'm sorry. I'm usually so careful. I don't know what happened." Hey, he said, kneeling in front of her. "You don't need to apologize." His voice was soft but firm. "I know, but I was stupid to not have my keycard out and ready to go." She touched her head and felt blood. "Do you want to file a report? I can have a detective come and meet us up in my office." Olivia gazed at him, a look of hesitation apparent on her face. She had just been attacked outside of her office building by someone she thought she knew, and now a total stranger asked her to go with him, alone, to his office. "I'm one of the good guys, I promise," he assured her, noticing her reluctance. "You can trust me," he whispered. Her brain flashed back, recalling those words from a childhood memory. She didn't know why, but she believed him. "What do we do about him?" she asked, gesturing toward where Simon lay on the sidewalk, unconscious and restrained. "I'll take care of him." He fished his cell phone out of his pocket and punched a button on it. "Martin, it's Burnham. I need you to send someone down around the corner of the night entrance on State and detain the individual you see restrained. Please call Detective Wilder and escort her to my office the moment she arrives. There's been an incident outside the building this evening." He immediately hung up and turned to face Olivia. "My office is in that building," he said, indicating the same building where her office was located. "I can take a better look at your head, too." She nodded. "Okay. Let's get you inside." He looked at her with a questioning look. She quickly realized that he was asking her name. "Olivia Adler. Libby." She reached her hand toward him. Shocked, He was unable to believe that he had just heard that name. It couldn't be her, he said to himself. The last name was completely different. Plus, she was taken from him over 20 years ago. If she was alive, he would have found her already. And why would his father lie to him and say that she didn't make it? He took her outreached hand, the feel of her soft skin against his sending electricity through his veins. Alexander Burnham. Can I help you up, Miss Adler? Olivia was surprised at how formal he was. Yes, please, Mr. Burnham. Still holding on to her hand, not wanting to let go, he placed an arm around her and helped her stand. I've never seen you here before, she said to him, cutting through the awkward silence as they walked down the block toward the office building. I've been working at Downtown Wellness for the past few months. The pair turned down the side street, heading toward the night entrance to the building. After swiping his keycard, he held the door for her. I tend to work all sorts of strange hours. He led her toward the bank of elevators and swiped his card again before punching the button for the 29th floor. The penthouse. She immediately turned to him, an inquisitive look on her face. Who are you? She asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. She had always heard stories about the man who occupied the 29th floor, mostly from Melanie, who told Olivia time and time again how absolutely breathtaking the guy was. She had also said that he was some sort of billionaire super spy. Olivia quickly brushed it off. Melanie clearly read too many romance novels. He simply smirked at her with a sparkle in his eyes as the elevator continued to ascend to his office. Wait a minute. You're Alexander Burnham? The Alexander Burnham? Olivia exclaimed. You run Burnham and Associates, don't you? No, I own it, he replied, trying to hide his smile. That, and this entire building, if we're being honest. I feel partly responsible for what happened to you this evening, he admitted, his playful expression being replaced with a look of empathy. I'll be changing some things around here next week. The elevator dinged, and Alexander stepped back, allowing Olivia to exit before him. He led her through the foyer and into a small reception area. Immediately in front of her stood a large mirrored glass wall with Burnham and Associates in giant block letters. Several modern black chairs surrounded a coffee table in the waiting area, with large black and white art prints adorning the gray walls. It was understated and elegant at the same time. Alexander made his way to a large black door just past the reception desk and punched several numbers into it before placing his thumbprint on a scanner. The door buzzed, and he opened it for Olivia. What is it that your company does exactly? She asked, intrigued by all the security protocols in place. Ironically, this is a private security company, among other ventures, he responded, leading her down a long corridor and punching yet another code into another door. So he is a super spy, she thought. The door buzzed and he held it open, allowing Olivia to enter. Lights sprang to life, illuminating the enormous and palatial room. Floor-to-ceiling windows covered 3 of the walls. She walked to a sitting area to her right, running her fingers against the leather of a black couch. Glancing at a wet bar, she wondered how much entertaining he did in his office. Does your office take up the entire floor? She turned her head to the opposite side of the room, looking at Alexander as he stood by a modest desk. Kind of. The main offices of the company are on the 5 lower floors. This office is not the entire floor. I have a few other private rooms up here, too. They're operation-specific, so I can't really discuss it. I'm sorry. As she took in her surroundings, Alexander turned to her. Can I take a look at that injury of yours? He grabbed her hand and led her into his ensuite bathroom, before she even had a chance to respond. Entering the bathroom, she gawked at the opulence, thinking that it was larger than her entire bedroom. The gorgeous white tile contrasted with the deep black of the dual vanity. Her eyes settling on the large tub with multiple shower heads, she thought how she would give anything to use his shower to clean Simon off her. I tend to spend a lot of time at the office, so I like to have somewhere comfortable to clean up when I need to," he explained, answering the question that was clearly etched on her face. "Here, have a seat." He led her to a cushioned vanity chair, grabbing a first aid kit and a few towels out of a nearby linen closet. Running one of the towels underneath the faucet, he gently removed the now caked-on blood from her face. "We were kind of seeing each other, I guess," Olivia blurted out after a few awkward silent moments. "It wasn't serious, but tonight I told him that I was done with him. He said he was on a job and needed me to give him the proof, whatever that means." Alexander stilled before gathering his thoughts, staring at her for several long moments. Was her attacker simply drunk? Or was she in more danger than he had originally believed? "You don't have to tell me what happened." He looked deep into her eyes, and a strange feeling of ease washed over her. With just one look, she was convinced that he could peek into her tortured soul. Words escaped her as her eyes remained glued to his, thinking how he seemed so familiar. She would have remembered beautiful eyes like that. They were full of something she had never seen in another person before, but she just could not put her finger on what. "I know I don't have to," she said, finally finding her voice. "But maybe talking about it helps. That's what my therapist tells me, at least." He laughed, and the sparkle in his eyes returned. "Mine used to say the same thing." Alexander gazed at her inquisitively, wondering if the Olivia sitting in front of him could be his Olivia. It was impossible. He could hear his sister's voice in his head. "You need to stop seeing her face in everyone you see. She's gone." And he had stopped over a year ago. Until tonight. "It wasn't a serious relationship," Olivia continued rambling, her nerves causing her to tell Alexander all about herself when normally she wouldn't. Something about his kind green eyes and messy but sexy dark hair made her want to open up to him. She refused to make it appear like she was a helpless victim or a weak person. She was much stronger than that. "I'm not into the whole getting my heart broken thing that needlessly accompanies any relationship. But a girl has needs, and I've always done the no-strings-attached thing." He cocked his head and looked at her. "Safely, though," she interjected immediately. "I'm a stickler for protection." She blushed. Why am I telling this total stranger about my sex life? Wiping a washcloth over her face, he grew somewhat intrigued. While there was something familiar about her, she was also a beautiful woman who admitted that she was not interested in a serious relationship. She would most certainly suit his needs as well. "I have no idea why I'm telling you all this," she blurted out. "I'm sure the last thing you wanted to have to do on a Friday night was rescue some idiotic girl from her drunken ex outside of your building, then have to hear about her sex life." She looked down, tying her hands in knots on her lap. "It's okay," he assured her, turning back to the first aid kit, grabbing a bandage and some Neosporin. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to gaze into his green eyes again. Leaning down, his lips were only inches from hers. "This might sting a little," he said quietly, sending shivers through Olivia's body. Not only was the proximity overwhelming, but his husky voice forced a reaction from her that she had never experienced before. He watched as Olivia opened her mouth slightly, her breathing increasing. He could smell her sweet breath. Rubbing a little cream over the cut on her forehead, he attempted to conceal that his eyes were roaming over her body. She clearly worked out. Often. "This cut could have been a lot worse. You won't need stitches." His fingers gently brushed one of her curls behind her ear and placed a small bandage on the wound. His hand lingered on her face, gently caressing her cheek and chin. God, her skin is so soft. Olivia stared back into his eyes, biting her lower lip, and she felt that strange tingling again. There was something about him that made her want to drop all her normal defenses and get close to him. Who was this guy, and why did he have this kind of power over her? It worried her. Alexander's cell phone buzzed, breaking the growing tension in the room, and he quickly removed his hand from her face, leaving to answer his phone in private. Snapping back to reality, Olivia remembered her reason for keeping everyone away, the fear of getting close to someone and losing them resurfacing in her subconscious. She turned to look at her reflection in the mirror and examined her injury. Even with the bandage, it was clear that there was a slight bump where Simon slammed her head into the wall. Other than that, there didn't appear to be any permanent damage. "You'll probably have a bruise there," Alexander said, startling her as he walked back into the bathroom. She turned to face him. "Detective Wilder is here. I'll give you some privacy to speak with her in my office." He knew that privacy sometimes helped people be more forthcoming when making a statement. I'd prefer if you stay with me, if that's okay with you." She stood up, their eyes meeting. A smile spread across his face. "I'd like that." He grabbed her hand and led her into his sitting area, where a petite woman sat with her laptop open. She looked up and smiled, her face warm, and her eyes the same blazing green color as Alexander's. She appeared to be in her mid-40s and in good shape. Olivia immediately felt comfortable with her. "Miss Adler, I'm Detective Wilder," she said, standing and extending a hand to her. "I just want to talk to you about what happened tonight. We'll have you sign your statement, then we'll take Simon away for processing." Olivia told the detective about what happened. Alexander filled in the blanks as best he could. She told her about her relationship, as it were, with Simon, how they met when he was working construction, how he pestered her for nearly a month to go out with him, and his strange words that evening. Detective Wilder acted in a very professional manner throughout, and did not make Olivia feel uncomfortable with anything. When they were done, Olivia signed her statement and gave it back to Detective Wilder. "S. Adler?" the detective asked, her eyebrows raised. "Yeah, technically my first name is Sarah, but I've always gone by my middle name, Olivia," she explained, shrugging her shoulders. "Well, Simon will most likely be arraigned on Monday for assault and attempted murder. Now, you're certain that nothing of a sexual nature occurred?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. Olivia nodded, deciding it was best to leave out a few details about Simon's attack. She didn't need her sex life brought up in court. "Yes." "Okay. A no-contact protective order will be issued since this could be considered a domestic case. I'll call you on Tuesday and let you know the result of the arraignment. It was nice to meet you, Miss Adler." Detective Wilder stood up, gathering her belongings, and headed toward the doorway. "Mr. Burnham, can you walk me out, please?" she said gravely. Sighing, he reluctantly followed her down the hallway. When they were out of Olivia's earshot, Detective Wilder turned to him. "Alex, it's not her, so stop trying to save every girl you find whose name is Olivia. She died. Dad said she died in the hospital from a head injury. That was over 20 years ago. This girl's real name isn't even Olivia, for crying out loud." Alexander looked at his older sister. "I know, Carol. I understand all of that. Call it penance. We failed her that day. I have to do this. For me and for the little girl we couldn't help all those years ago. That's all." "And did you see those eyes?" he wanted to ask her. She didn't have to look into those eyes as they closed for the last time in her dreams like he did. "I know." She hugged him. "We were all torn that day. Dad never got over it, but you have to start forgiving him. And yourself. Think about it." She walked into the reception area, leaving Alexander alone with his thoughts for a moment. Snapping back to reality, he quickly returned to his office, his heart skipping a beat when he saw Olivia sitting on his love seat, deep in thought. "Do you need a ride home?" She looked up and hesitated. "No, I'll be fine. I need to get my stuff from my office. Then I'll just call for a cab." He sat next to her. "You were just attacked outside of my building. I run a security company, and I can't even keep people who work in my building secure. The least I can do is make sure that you get home safe." Olivia turned to look at his face and could see how badly he felt. Fine, she conceded, but only because it's after 3 in the morning and I don't feel like waiting for a cab.
Alexander smiled, happy to spend a little more time with her. I'll accompany you down to your office, then have Martin meet us out front with the car. He held out his hand for her, and she grabbed it, allowing him to lead her from the office and through the security door to wait for an elevator. A tall, well-built man in his mid-50s wearing a black suit sat in the reception area and immediately stood when he noticed his boss emerge.
Mr. Burnham, is there anything else I can do for you?
Martin, this is Miss Olivia Adler.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Adler,
Martin said, extending his hand to Olivia. I will accompany Miss Adler to her office on the 20th floor. Please bring the car around and meet us out front.
Yes, sir,
Martin answered as the elevator car arrived. They all stepped into the car. Martin pressed the button for 20 and the basement garage. As they turned to exit the elevator on Olivia's floor, Alexander placed his hand on her lower back, leading her in the direction of the front door to the wellness center. The placement of his hand sent a series of unexpected shivers up and down her spine. Olivia took a quick breath, wondering how a simple touch could affect her like it did. That simple gesture felt much more satisfying than any act of intimacy she could remember. Turning her head in his direction, she noticed him exhale very slowly before their eyes met. She thought that maybe she had the same effect on him. Then she remembered that they had just met. No one fell for someone after just an hour. That only happened in romance novels or in movies, not in real life. "This is where I work," she said as Alexander followed her through the center and down a corridor to her office. "Well, technically this is where I deal with paperwork. When I'm instructing, I'm in one of the studio rooms. I'll just grab my stuff and we can get out of here." She kept rambling while Alexander silently stared at her, loving the way her mouth caressed certain words. He couldn't believe how breathtaking she was. There was something stirring within his depths, other than the obvious arousal. It was something more. Walking around her office, he glanced at various motivational prints containing words of encouragement that were hung on her walls. That wasn't what he was interested in. He wanted to get a sense of her personality. He stopped when he reached a medal rack containing close to 50 medals, clearly from a variety of marathons and half-marathons. "Wow," he said in astonishment. "Run much?" Olivia laughed nervously. "You could say that." "I'm impressed. So you must be important to have a police detective at your beck and call at 3 o'clock on a Saturday morning," Olivia joked as she gathered her laptop and other items she needed for the weekend. "Well, actually, she's my older sister. She helps me out from time to time." "Ah, I see. Ready to go?" He nodded and followed her back down the hall to the bay of elevators. Once a car arrived, it whisked them to the bottom floor, where they exited through the night entrance. Noticing her reluctance to return to the scene of her attack, Alexander grabbed her hand, trying to comfort her. Looking deep into her brown eyes, he whispered, "You're safe with me. I promise. You can trust me." There was that phrase again. You can trust me. Olivia searched her brain. Why was it so familiar? The pair walked onto the main road where a black Escalade waited. Alexander helped her into the back seat of the car before running around to the other side and climbing in beside her. After Olivia gave Martin her address, he turned the car onto the empty Boston streets and drove toward the back bay. Reaching his hand across the seat, Alexander grabbed Olivia's and squeezed it, surprising her. She turned to look at him and he gave her a small smile. She didn't pull her hand away as she normally would have, savoring in the warmth of his flesh on hers during the short ride to her brownstone on Commonwealth Avenue. When Martin pulled up outside her house, Alexander quickly exited the car and ran around to open her door for her. He grabbed her bags and led her up the front stairs, placing his hand on her lower back again. Reaching her door, she turned and met his eyes once more. "If you hadn't shown up..." She trailed off.
the memory of Simon holding a knife to her throat returning after being blissfully absent for the past hour.
I don't want to think about what could have happened if I didn't show up when I did. I guess my insomnia paid off tonight.
He reached for her face and caressed her head where her injury was. He flashed back to a summer at the beach house and a young girl falling down on the rocks, cutting her head. She had to get stitches that day. His eyes wandered briefly to the other side of her forehead and noticed there was a very slight red scar underneath her hairline.
Coincidence, Alex. It's just a coincidence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Burnham, Olivia said, grabbing her bags from him. She hated awkward situations like this. She wondered what the proper protocol was for saying goodbye to someone who just, literally, saved your ass. After a brief pause, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead where the old scar was.
People only have to call me Mr. Burnham in the bedroom, he whispered in her ear.
She gasped, her eyes growing wide. He smiled, rubbing his thumb over her bottom lip.
Call me Alexander. For now.
He winked as he pulled his hand away from her face. She immediately felt sad at the loss of contact.
And if you need anything, please call me. If you're scared or worried or just need someone to talk to, don't hesitate to call. I don't sleep much as it is, so I would welcome the distraction.
He reached into his pocket and handed her his business card. I'll keep that in mind. She turned to enter her house.
Miss Adler,
Alexander said, causing her to spin around and stare back into his eyes again. He didn't want her to walk out of his life just yet. Yes? He hesitated briefly. He contemplated asking her out, but, like Olivia, he didn't date. He fucked. That was it.
It was a pleasure meeting you. I do hope our paths cross again, but under better circumstances.
Olivia had no idea what to say to that. She simply nodded her head and turned to enter her house. Alexander watched her close the door, amazed at how different his evening had turned out from where it began. Earlier, he had gone out for a drink and ran into Chelsea, an old friend that he had hooked up with from time to time over the past decade. The tall redhead helped him forget everything for a few hours. He had been in total control of everything. That was what he needed. It was what he desired. Control made him happy. After that day all those years ago, he had decided to always be in control from then on. But now, after meeting Olivia, he was slowly starting to lose control over his own emotions. He wanted to get to know her, even if she didn't turn out to be his Olivia. Hearing the click of the lock on the front door, he retreated to the SUV, directing Martin to take him back to the office. Inside her house, Olivia walked to the kitchen, the hardwood floors of the old house creaking. She grabbed a bottle of water, filled the cat's food bowl, and walked up the stairs to the master bedroom on the second floor. She remembered how badly she wanted to wash the evening off her body. After taking a quick shower and getting ready for bed, she popped a few aspirin and collapsed on her soft bed. Her cat, Nepenthe, soon joined her. After the evening she had, she planned on staying in her bed the following day. Screw the long run she wanted to take. She sent Kira a quick text, letting her know she was home, before setting her cell phone on the charger. Olivia drifted off to sleep fairly easily for once, and dreamed of beautiful green eyes. On the other side of town, Alexander entered his office and unlocked the wall safe. For the first time since his father was killed over 5 years ago, he took out an envelope addressed to him, instantly recognizing his father's handwriting. He debated opening it. He sat, staring at the letter all night, scared of what his father's last words to him would reveal. Chapter 4. An Unexpected Surprise.
Sweetheart, hurry up! We need to get a move on!
A young Olivia's mother shouted at her as she grabbed a few last things from her summer home. Olivia didn't know why they had to leave so quickly. They usually didn't leave their beach house until after Labor Day. Her mother said it was an emergency and that she had to be a brave girl. But she was only 6 years old. Olivia sat in the back seat of the car, playing with Mr. Bear, her favorite stuffed animal, as her father sped away. Her mama must have been tired from all the packing because she was asleep in the front seat. The car merged onto the interstate, and her father became more relaxed, although he checked the rearview mirror more than he usually did. Out of nowhere, a dark SUV pulled up behind their car. He tried to accelerate, but his sedan was no match for the SUV, which was steadily catching up. His face remained calm, a staple of his CIA training. He was no longer trying to save his family. He was protecting his assets. "I love you," he said to his wife. He turned around, his face neutral, trying not to scare Olivia in the back seat. "We love you very much, Livy." Olivia didn't look up from her bear. "I know." Suddenly, a car slammed into them from behind. Olivia's head snapped hard against the seat in front of her, and she slipped into unconsciousness. "Hey, Olivia, we need to get out of here, okay?" A boy woke her up as she tried to unbuckle her seatbelt. Gazing into his green eyes, she realized that she knew this boy somehow. He always called her Olivia. "My mama and papa," she cried, remembering that there was a crash and her head hurt. She hoped her parents' heads didn't hurt too. "I know, but this is an emergency and you have to be brave," the boy pleaded with her. "Okay, I'll be a brave little girl." She reached out her hand and he pulled her through the shattered car window. Although he was not very strong, he picked her up, running as he carried her to safety. As he did, Olivia noticed her uncle looking into the passenger side of the crashed car, a scared look across his face. "I don't feel so well," she said to the boy. The world spun around her. She didn't know what was going on. "I know. We're going to get you help. We're going to protect you, always, Olivia. Nothing bad will ever happen again. You can trust me." And then nothing. Black. Emptiness. Olivia woke up with a start, shaking and gasping for air. It had been so long since she'd had that dream. It was always the same. Her parents always died. She usually never saw who pulled her to safety, but she did that time. A boy with the green eyes. She knew him, but she couldn't remember how. And those words. "You can trust me." What did it all mean? She tried to get her bearings, needing to feel grounded in some sort of reality. Glancing around, she knew that she was in her bedroom. She was lying in her large, king-sized bed, Nepenthe curled up at her feet. The shades were drawn, and it was pitch black. She heard a buzzing sound and realized that her cell phone was vibrating on the nightstand. She looked at the phone and saw Kira's name and photo flashing. Groggily, she answered. "Livy! Oh my God, you're alive! Are you okay?" Kira screamed into the phone. "I'm fine," she mumbled. "It's almost 5 and you haven't responded to any of your texts. I've been worried sick," she chastised her friend. "I'm sorry. I didn't get to bed until after 4 in the morning last night. I'm exhausted." "Oh, yeah? Did you break down and invite Simon over for one last fling?" "God, no!" she shouted into the phone. But something happened last night that did involve Simon. Her voice turned grave. "What happened, Libs? I know he was drunk when he left the bar last night, but he left at like 10. I saw him get into a cab." "Well, apparently he circled the block. When I went to get into my office building after I left the bar, he was waiting by the night entrance and—" She trailed off, at a loss about why he would leave the bar just to return later on. Something didn't add up. "What happened? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a little shaken up. He attacked me. It was so weird. I'm such an idiot. I'm just lucky I got away, and that a guy who works in my building saw me being chased and caught him." "So he kicked Simon's ass for you?" Olivia laughed, thankful that her friend had lightened the mood a little. He definitely did. I didn't get too close of a look at Simon, but he was unconscious, so...
Who was this mystery man? Kira interrupted.
Just someone who works in my building, she said quickly, not wanting to get into any details about the gorgeous man she met the previous evening, a charged feeling enveloping her just thinking about him. Listen, I'm starving. Want to come over for a girls' night? I'll order some Chinese. We'll pig out. Fine, but I swear to God, if you order anything with tofu, I'm no longer your friend.
Olivia laughed.
Okay, pick up some wine on your way over, please. I think I'm out. Give me a half hour to take a bath. She hung up and walked downstairs into the kitchen, grabbing her binder full of various takeout menus and finding their favorite Chinese bistro. Thankfully, they delivered. 20 minutes later, after a nice, relaxing bath, Olivia was lounging on her couch on the first floor of her house, dressed in a pair of black yoga pants and a green tank top, when her doorbell rang. It couldn't have been Kira. She had a key and usually just let herself in. Glancing at the clock, she knew that the food wouldn't be arriving for at least another half hour. Curious, she got off the couch, walking across the large, airy living room and into the hallway. Looking out the peephole, she wrinkled her eyebrows in bewilderment when she saw a man holding a bouquet of flowers. She opened the door and thanked him, searching for a clue as to who they could be from.
Who sent you flowers, girlie?
Olivia heard Kira shout from down the street as she turned to head back inside. I don't know, she replied, walking into her house, leaving the door open for Kira. She placed the vase on the kitchen island and found the card that was with the beautiful floral arrangement of calla lilies and yellow tulips. She opened the envelope and tried to hide her excitement.
Just wanted to send you something to brighten your day and help you forget about last night. Yours, ATB.
A smile crept across Olivia's face as she read the card, her heart racing as piercing green eyes flashed through her memory.
Who is ATB?
Kira asked, peering over Olivia's shoulder. He's the guy who kicked Simon's ass last night, she replied dismissively, grabbing the Willamette Valley Pinot Noir from her friend.
I can tell there's definitely more to this story than what you've been telling me. I mean, look at the type of flowers he sent you.
She toyed with the breathtaking and lavish arrangement. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why does it matter what type of flowers he sent? Olivia found a corkscrew and quickly opened the bottle of wine.
Libs, he sent you yellow tulips and calla lilies. Calla lilies mean beauty, and yellow tulips symbolize hopeless love.
She fluttered her eyelids, a dreamy look on her face. Olivia rolled her eyes and handed her a glass of wine. Please don't read too much into the flowers. He probably just had his secretary send them or something. They made their way into the living room, which was separated from her kitchen by a simple archway. Olivia loved the open floor plan of her home. It was an old brownstone house, but she had updated it with her modern and simplistic style. He helped me last night and just wanted to bring a smile to my face today. That's all. They sat down on the couch, and Olivia turned on the television, hoping to distract her friend.
So, what was he like? Based on that stupid grin on your face, there's definitely something you're not telling me.
Olivia glanced at her friend, and couldn't help it. He's the most beautiful man I have ever laid eyes on, she blurted out.
"Oh, Livy!"
she exclaimed, hugging her and nearly spilling both of their glasses of wine.
You're actually attracted to someone. I didn't think this day would ever happen.
Hey, I've been attracted to guys before. I don't just sleep with anyone. They've got to be good looking. She took a hearty sip of her wine, needing some liquid courage to get through this conversation. Yeah, but it's easy to have sex without feeling any connection to someone. Hell, that's all you've ever done. And there's a difference between finding someone good-looking and finding them attractive. You can be good-looking and not be attractive. Being attracted to someone isn't just digging them on a physical level. It's something more. It's opening your soul to someone, letting them in, telling them your hopes and dreams and fears, letting them know the real you. I know you have trouble with that, Libby. but don't you want to have that connection with someone so you know you're not all alone in this fucked up world?
Olivia considered her older and wiser friend's words, knowing that she was right, but all she had ever known was her solitary life.
He sent shivers throughout my body every time he touched me, she gushed. I had no idea what was going on. Maybe it was because I was just attacked by Simon and he came to my rescue. Maybe I've got, Stockholm Syndrome or something, she joked. Libs, Stockholm Syndrome is when you get kidnapped and want to bone your kidnapper. You definitely don't have that. What you've got is a bona fide crush on a man.
She oozed excitement over the thought.
So tell me.
She crossed her legs, turning to face her.
What happened after he kicked Simon's ass?
Olivia proceeded to tell Kira all about Alexander taking her to his office, patching up her head, calling a detective to take her statement, and then driving her home. She left out all the details about him owning the building and having a posh penthouse office, as well as a personal driver, or badass bodyguard. She wasn't sure which he was yet. As she spoke, she grew even more interested with the mystery man that she met on State Street the night before. She made a mental note to do some research on him later when she had some privacy. She was intrigued to know more about him and how he could have such a successful company when he appeared so young. He seemed relatively quiet last night, simply listening to her ramble on about whatever popped into her head. He was so gentle when he took care of her. But then she remembered his husky voice saying, "People only have to call me Mr. Burnham in the bedroom." It almost seemed like there were two very different sides to Alexander. Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned her attention back to Kira. He left his card with his cell phone number and told me to call if I ever wanted to talk. You should call him! She bounced up and down on the couch, an infectious smile on her face. Come on, do it right now so I can hear his voice too. She giggled. I think after my last failed relationship, Olivia said, using air quotes around the word relationship, I'm off men for a bit. Maybe the whole no strings attached thing isn't such a smart idea anyway. When I don't get to know the person, I am blind to whatever propensities they have, you know? She paused for a moment, gauging her friend's reaction. Kira didn't have to say anything. Olivia knew precisely what she was thinking just by looking at her eyes. Kira was happy that her friend had finally realized her approach to relationships had been anything but healthy. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this anymore, Olivia said, breaking the growing tension in the room. Let's rent a cheesy movie and drink wine, okay? Okay. Kira relaxed into the couch. Their food arrived a few minutes later. They watched a few chick flicks, drank a bottle of wine, and ate almost half of the Chinese feast Olivia ordered. At midnight, Kira left to go home. Olivia, however, was wide awake, having slept most of the day away. So she did what she had wanted to do all night. She grabbed her MacBook out of her bag, powered it up, and typed Alexander Burnham into the search engine. She was surprised at the magnitude of hits, her heart thumping in her chest as she started to get an overall picture of the beautiful man with green eyes. Alexander Burnham dropped out of Harvard after a semester and joined the Navy. He eventually passed SEAL training and had been deployed on a variety of special ops around the world. After his father died 5 years ago, he left the Navy to take over his security company at the age of 24. He was able to use his SEAL training in building his company into one of the foremost private security firms in the world. His firm provided security and military services across the globe. Its contractors had trained local militaries in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as Africa and South America. In addition, its contractors often provided protection services for key staff members traveling abroad and domestically, as well as protection of important natural resources, such as the oil fields in the Middle East. Apparently, it also assisted various government and private entities in conducting certain classified operations, which Olivia deduced was a nice way of saying covert and clandestine services. Further, his company had recently expanded its services to include military aviation support, offering medical evacuations and armed air escort to any location.
In addition to its vast overseas presence, his company provided security for a wide variety of clients on domestic soil, from dignitaries to celebrities. What caught Olivia's eye was the amount of pro bono work his firm did, offering their services, including new identities, to victims of a variety of crimes. He had offices all over the country and abroad, although he made the Boston office his home. All that, and he hadn't even hit his 30th birthday. Her research showed that he was successful and compassionate at the same time. It was a unique combination of qualities that most men she came across didn't even come close to possessing. Sighing, she got up from the couch and looked at the flowers he sent, reading the card again. She was about to put it back into the envelope when writing on the back of it caught her eye. "Please call me. Anytime." Smiling at the thought that perhaps he did send the flowers himself, she glanced at the clock in the kitchen, observing that it was after 1 in the morning. She debated calling him, but what would her reason have been for doing so? Maybe to thank him for sending the flowers? That would sound ridiculous. Shrugging it off, she closed her laptop and went upstairs to settle into bed. Her mind raced, thinking about Alexander Burnham. She closed her eyes and imagined what it would be like to have a relationship with someone who genuinely cared about her. She recalled all of Alexander's accomplishments, and her subconscious instantly told her that he was so far out of her league. He was beautiful and successful. While Olivia was attractive enough, she was still trying to figure everything out. Her past haunted her. She had trouble just making it through the day sometimes. She didn't have anything to offer a relationship. She wouldn't even know how to act in a relationship. With that thought, sleep enveloped her. In the south end of Boston, a man answered his cell phone, his deep voice reverberating through the room.
"Donovan." Donovan. It's me, Simon," he said nervously. "I thought I made it rather clear that you were never to call this number. Not unless you had good news. Do you have good news?"
"Well, no, not really. I tried to get the information you wanted and the bitch fought back, and, well, I'm in jail. I need a lawyer, man, and you've got to get me out of here."
Fuck.
Chapter 5. A Beautiful Sound. The sun seeped into Alexander's bedroom, waking him up on Sunday morning. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to have gotten a full night of sleep. He looked at his nightstand and glared at the envelope.
"Not yet," he said. "Soon."
Alexander picked his cell phone off the charger and saw that it was 8 in the morning. Reluctantly getting out of bed, he prepared a cup of coffee and made his way into the study to get a few emails out of the way before heading out for his morning run. As he sat at his desk, his thoughts were consumed by one woman, Olivia. His feelings for her confused him. It was evident that he was attracted to her, but there was also something more to it than the obvious appeal. He wasn't sure whether it was because he desperately wanted her to be her, the girl he failed to save all those years ago, or because they connected on a deeper level. Normally he would ask her out, sleep with her, and possibly never see her again. But something about Olivia made him want more than that. After throwing on some running clothes, he left his 3-story penthouse apartment and ran toward Boston Common Park. Olivia lived right around the corner from the famous Boston landmark, and he secretly hoped that she was heading out for her morning run at the same location. After braving the city streets teeming with tourists, he finally reached Boston Common, inwardly detesting the hot and humid weather that early in the morning, but he had run in tougher conditions in the past. Opening up his stride a bit through the large park, he couldn't stop thinking about Olivia, her large brown eyes flashing through his memory. He smirked a little as he recalled the expression on her face during his attempts to hit on her. He rounded a bend, and the crystal-clear lake came into view. The swan boats were out, and tourists clamored for their turn to ride them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman sprinting in his direction. He stilled, flashing back to Friday night. It all seemed so familiar, but there was something different this time.
The woman was running for fun and not because her life depended on it. It looked like her, but what were the chances? Alexander continued to run toward the woman, a grin crossing his face when that familiar silhouette came into focus. It was Olivia Adler. He couldn't believe his luck as he beamed at her, hoping she would stop for a quick chat. She appeared to be so focused that she wasn't paying attention to anything around her, including anyone running nearby.
"Whoa, slow down, killer,"
he shouted, getting her attention and causing her to stop abruptly. Taking her earbuds out, she turned around and searched for the source of those words, surprised when her vision unexpectedly fell on those beautiful green eyes that she had been dreaming about the past few nights. "Mr. Burnham, Alexander," she said breathlessly, blushing when she recalled his words from the other night.
"People only call me Mr. Burnham in the bedroom."
She bent down and put her hands on her knees, trying to slow down her breathing. "Sorry, I didn't see you. I was in the zone."
"What zone is that? The heart attack zone? You shouldn't run with such intensity in this heat and humidity," he said in a stern voice. "Something could happen to you." The words coming out of his mouth surprised him, and he was unsure of what to make of the strange feelings he had for her.
Olivia looked up and stared at the attractive man in front of her, taking in the beautifully sculpted biceps. Licking her lips, she could faintly make out his defined abs through his shirt, her temperature rising as she imagined how he would look bare-chested. Alexander's face softened with a hint of amusement, noticing her eyes traveling over his body.
"You're not from Kenya, so stop trying to run like you are."
She laughed fully in response to his banter, probably the result of the nerves she felt from being so close to him again. She couldn't remember the last time someone made her laugh like that.
"That's a beautiful sound,"
Alexander said as Olivia straightened up, finally having caught her breath. "What is? A girl out of breath from trying to break the 4-minute mile?" She smiled as she took a sip from her water bottle.
"No, the sound of your laughter," he said softly. "I think it's quickly climbing on my list of favorite sounds."
She blushed at his words, dropping her gaze from his. He took a step forward, leaning down to her ear.
"But I'm sure I'd enjoy the sound of you out of breath as well, just as long as it was my doing."
She gasped, blushing again. Something about Alexander and his words completely unhinged her. Normally, she was so confident and self-assured, but around him her stomach seemed to be all knotted up, never knowing what words were about to fall out of his sensual mouth. She found herself considering all the ways that she wanted him to make her completely breathless. She felt the possibilities were endless as her eyes roamed his body.
"See something you like, Miss Adler?"
he asked with a mischievous grin on his face, proud of himself for catching her off guard. For someone who appeared so strong and assertive, he had an inclination that it was all a front to keep people away. Avoiding his eyes and his last statement, Olivia turned, her vision settling on the lake. "This is one of my favorite spots in the city," she said, surveying the swan boats as they floated through the park. She was desperately trying to ignore the desire that had begun to flow through her body, particularly after his previous comments. "I couldn't decide whether to run the Charles River today or come to the Commons."
"Well, I'm glad you went with the latter."
She glanced at him and was met with his dazzling smile. There it was again, that electricity between them. After an awkward moment of silence, she felt that she needed to say something. "Thank you for the flowers." She crossed her arms in front of her body. "I thought about calling you last night, but it was 1 a.m. and I didn't want to disturb you," she explained nervously as she stood not even a foot away from him, staring into his keen eyes. His proximity was overwhelming.
"I told you to call me any time, and I meant it."
His voice was soft and endearing as he closed the distance between them, their bodies almost touching. Olivia could smell his aroma of sweat, body wash, and a unique scent that she assumed was just him. A slight breeze ruffled through the trees, causing a few wayward curls to fall in front of her face. Alexander gently tucked a curl behind her ear, and she immediately became self-conscious, not wanting him to be turned off by her flushed complexion or her sweaty body. She had no idea why he affected her like he did. She never found herself completely speechless in front of the opposite sex before, but something about him made all thoughts quickly disappear, prohibiting her from forming a coherent sentence. She couldn't put her finger on it, but there was something about him that made her want to get to know him better, and there was part of her that felt as if she already did. "Well, I should finish my run," she said, breaking her gaze from his and taking a step back, hopelessly wanting to keep her distance. "I'm planning to head to Beer Works for the game later," she explained. "Oh? You're going to the game today?" He peeked up. This was turning into a golden opportunity for him. "I hadn't planned to. I just love the atmosphere by Fenway on game day. And I love the watermelon ale at Beer Works, so it's a win-win." Olivia took another drink of water. "I have Red Sox season tickets. If you want to watch the game, I can take you with me. I was going to take my brother, but he can go next time." "I don't know. I wouldn't want to interfere." Alexander reached for Olivia's hand, and that spark was back. That feeling of electricity between them that she had only read about in romance novels. That feeling she was convinced did not exist in real life. "If I didn't want you to join me, I would not have asked you," he said in a husky voice that just oozed sex. Part of her wanted to refuse Alexander's invitation. Yes, he was sexy as sin, but going out together, alone, scared her. She secretly wanted to invite him over so she could fuck him and get him out of her system. Then she could go on with her perfectly ordered, albeit lonely, existence. But she realized there was something about him that would make it impossible for her to ever forget about him. "I promise I don't bite," he whispered. "Unless you want me to." Fuck! How could she say no to that? "Okay, I'll go with you. But I need to go to Beer Works for a watermelon ale first." "Absolutely," he replied with a twinkle in his eye. "The game starts at 4:15. Why don't I pick you up at 2? That way we can relax and have a few beers beforehand." "Okay," she agreed, glancing down at her GPS watch. She had more than enough time to get in some serious running before he would pick her up. "Please take it easy on the rest of your run." Alexander looked down at her, the stern look back on his face. Olivia didn't know whether to find it frightening or endearing that he seemed to care about her so much that he chastised her behavior. And there was something about that look and voice that made her want to obey him. "I will." She turned to finish her run, briefly glancing back and waving at him. She had never dated before and immediately became anxious as she thought about what she had gotten herself into. Throughout the remainder of her run, she couldn't stop thinking about his hooded eyes and the way his mouth caressed certain words, her stomach tightening in excitement. No one had ever made her feel like that before, and it scared her to death. What was he doing to her? She had known him for less than 48 hours, and he already had her rethinking her relationships. Before meeting him, she was too worried about losing someone close to her to allow anyone in, refusing to fall in love. But now, something had changed almost overnight. All because of a pair of pleasing, yet familiar, green eyes. Olivia returned home around noon and got ready for her afternoon with Alexander. After showering and going through the tedious process of straightening her thick, curly hair, she headed downstairs to the kitchen and prepared a quick spinach and quinoa salad. As she ate, she sat at the breakfast bar, staring at the flowers Alexander sent the day before. The yellow tulips and white calla lilies were beginning to slowly bloom, and Olivia thought that the flowers could be a metaphor for her feelings for him. They were gradually growing stronger and stronger. But just like everything else in her life, the flowers would inevitably die, and she would just be left alone. Again. She played around with her salad, regretting that she had agreed to go to the game with Alexander. It seemed like a good idea at the time as his delicious body stood in front of her, his voice provocative when he told her that he didn't bite unless she wanted him to. But in the clarity of her home, She knew it would just end horribly for all involved. Nothing ever worked out for her. She was all sorts of crazy, and it was only a matter of time before her emotional instability and insecurities scared off Alexander, too. Losing her appetite, she knew that she needed to clear her head. She trekked up to the 3rd floor of her house and entered the music room that took up the entire floor. It was her pride and joy. After she had bought the house, she hired contractors to demolish all the walls between the rooms, making the 3rd floor one large open space. It was just her, so she didn't have a need for 2 additional guest bedrooms. 1 guest bedroom and 1 master bedroom was all she really needed. Entering the spacious room, a feeling of calm enveloped her from being enclosed in the 4 walls of her musical sanctuary. That room was her refuge when things got bad. Some weeks, it seemed she practically lived in there. Olivia shuffled through her bookcase, searching for the sheet music to the song she had on her mind. She didn't even really need it, but it never hurt to have a guide. After several minutes of searching, she found it, making a mental note to organize her music. The room was a little stuffy, given the late August heat, so she opened one of the large windows to let in some fresh air, looking down at the street below to make sure Alexander wasn't there yet. Making her way past a sitting area, she walked over to the piano and sat down, placing the music in front of her. The sound of the piano and her voice filled the large room, the acoustics perfect. She had one passion in life: music. It was how she dealt with things. As she sang, she thought about everyone she had lost. She grieved for her parents, desperately hoping that she had made them proud. She grieved for the life she had before the accident, the life she could barely remember. She wasn't sure if it was the loss of her parents that caused her so much pain, or whether it was the loss of her life before that day. She tried so hard to remember her friends and family. She must have had friends, but who were they? And where were they now? Would they remember her? Why couldn't she remember them? The only clue she had about her life before the accident came to her in the form of her dream. The green-eyed boy. Olivia finished the song, keeping her eyes closed for a few seconds, trying to deal with her emotions after singing the song that reminded her so much of her parents and all the loss she had suffered throughout her life. She took a deep, steadying breath, becoming startled when she heard a clapping sound in the doorway behind her. She screamed, jumping out of her chair and turning around. Alexander stood there, leaning against the doorway, a bright smile across his chiseled face. "God, he looks good," she said to herself, salivating over the man standing in front of her. No matter what, he definitely has good style. She eyed his crisp white polo shirt, plaid shorts, and flip-flops. "That was beautiful," Alexander said, breaking Olivia's stream of thought about how much she loved a man who could wear flip-flops. "How did you get in here?" She looked at him, crossing her arms defensively. "I rang the doorbell and you didn't answer. I was worried something had happened to you. Your door was unlocked, so I let myself in. Then I heard you playing the piano and singing. I just had to listen." Something about being in Olivia's music room made him think back to his younger years. Spending time with family friends, playing piano and singing along during the holidays, then having those friends taken from him. They weren't the only victims that day. Part of Alexander died that day, too. Shaking off his tragic memories, he took a step forward, brushing a wayward strand of hair behind Olivia's ear. His hand lingered for a moment as he tried to keep his eyes trained on her face. Her legs looked amazing in the short navy and white striped sundress she wore, accented with coral jewelry. He thought about how it would feel to have those long legs wrapped around him. Snapping out of his racy thoughts, he smiled. "You're very talented, you know." She felt a glow spread through her and stared at her feet, trying to avoid his eyes. "Thank you." "Look at me, Olivia," he demanded. She snapped her head up, unsure of why she felt the need to obey him. "You are very talented." He held her chin in place and stared deep into her big brown eyes, getting lost in the pain and loss he could sense within. "Sorry, I didn't hear the doorbell," she said, interrupting the building tension that she started to feel all over her body, including between her legs. "It's hard to hear it up here." She turned around and folded the cover over the piano keys, needing to distance herself from Alexander before she invited him straight into her bedroom. "Are you ready to go?" He held his hand out to her. "Yes," she replied, grabbing it. Alexander marveled at how small her hand felt when enveloped in his. They walked out the front door, and she turned to lock up. She felt Alexander approach her from behind, his body mere inches away. He whispered in her ear, "Please always remember to lock your front door, even when you're home. You can't trust anyone." "I thought you said I could trust you." Olivia turned to face him, remembering his words from a few nights ago. She smirked while she placed her keys in her purse. "You probably shouldn't, but I'd like you to." He sent her a sort of mischievous smile, caressing her forehead where her bruise was. She closed her eyes at the contact, enjoying the sensation of Alexander's hands delicately brushing her face in a rather sensual manner. Why did a simple touch feel so invigorating? She didn't want to think about what it would feel like if he was to touch other parts of her body. She thought that she would probably explode. Alexander continued to gaze at Olivia, both of their breathing becoming heavy. He couldn't understand the pull she had on him, the magnetism unlike anything he had ever felt before. "Do you feel it too?" he asked, bringing his hand to cup her chin, tilting her head up. "Yes," she breathed, her voice husky as her legs grew weak. "Good," he said, turning and walking down her front steps, opening the back door of the waiting Escalade. Taking a deep breath, she took a minute to steady herself so that she didn't trip over her feet. Once she was confident that she could walk down the stairs without causing serious bodily harm, she joined Alexander on the sidewalk and climbed into the car. Martin sat at the driver's seat and greeted her as she entered the SUV.
"Good afternoon, Miss Adler."
"Hello, Martin."
"Looking forward to the ball game this afternoon?"
"Yes, I am. Thank you." The door opposite her opened, and Alexander sat down, preparing for the short drive. He reached out and grabbed her hand, his fingers brushing her soft skin. "You look beautiful today, Miss Adler," he said as he stared into her eyes, an endearing expression on his face. "Thank you, Mr. Burnham." His eyes grew wide, and he gave her a look of desire, causing her to think how much she wanted to scream his name. Bringing her hand to his mouth, he kissed it very gently. Tremors ran through her body from the contact. She stared into his eyes and realized she was falling for him, as much as she didn't want that to happen. This was bad. Very, very bad.
Chapter 6. Puzzle Pieces.
After a longer than normal drive from Olivia's house, they finally arrived at Beer Works. There was already a line outside, but the doorman saw Alexander and permitted the pair to enter, nodding a greeting to him. As they made their way through the industrial-looking microbrewery, he was greeted by more people, shaking hands with some, stopping to take pictures with others. All the while he was flashing his debonair smile, but keeping his protective eyes trained on Olivia. She didn't know what to think of his apparent notoriety. Girls around her were giggling and whistling, asking how she got to be so lucky to be out with one of the country's most eligible bachelors, according to Esquire magazine. She simply shrugged in response. She had distanced herself so much from the social scene that she didn't realize she was in the company of a local celebrity. Grabbing her hand after excusing himself from a rather drunk group of co-eds, Alexander led her to an empty high-top table toward the rear of the large bar and sat down. A server came to take their order, an awkward silence filling the atmosphere at the table, despite the loud music and boisterous yells from the many Red Sox fans there. As Olivia waited for her drink and tried to fight off the uneasy effect that Alexander's piercing green eyes had on her, Her mind drifted back to the song that she was singing before he had arrived at her house. She wondered if he was able to figure out the meaning behind it. How she lost the few parental figures she had in her life, first when she was 6 and again on the day of her college graduation.
"Penny for your thoughts,"
Alexander said, observing Olivia's thoughtful appearance as a server dropped off 2 watermelon ales, complete with watermelon slice. "Sorry," she said, snapping out of her unsettled memories and returning her eyes to him. "I was just thinking about my college graduation."
"Oh, yeah? What about it?"
He took a sip from his beer, and Olivia did the same. "Nothing really," she replied evasively. "Just how it seemed so long ago. Thanks for inviting me."
"You're welcome."
He smiled, staring at her perfect, luscious lips as she dragged her tongue across them. He desperately wanted to find out how they would taste, but, for once, he wasn't going to rush this. Something about her demeanor and how closed off she was made him think that she had a past which forced her to put up walls. If he scared her off by moving too fast, he would regret it. Olivia was the first woman he had met that made him want more than just a one-night stand, and he wondered whether she felt the same way. "So, Alexander, are you a big Red Sox fan?" she asked in an attempt to break the growing tension, noticing his heated gaze. "Boys love their sports, right?"
"I am."
His smile widened.
"Growing up, I spent my summers on the Cape, and I remember going to games with my dad."
"I've never actually been to a game inside Fenway," she said quietly.
"What?"
he exclaimed, dumbfounded.
"How long have you been living here?"
Olivia shifted nervously in her seat, taking a sip of beer with her trembling hand, fearful that he would ask too many questions she didn't want to answer. Meeting his eyes, a feeling of familiarity washed over her, and before she knew what she was doing, she began telling him about herself. "I went to Boston College for undergrad. I started there about 10 years ago. After graduation, I left. I ended up coming back about a year ago." Noticing her rigid stature, he could tell there was more to the story, and remained quiet, waiting for her to embellish. "I missed it here. This was the only place that really felt like home." She tapped her fingernails nervously against the metal table.
"Where did you grow up? I know you're not from around here, not with that accent."
He had been trying to place her accent all weekend. It had a soft twang to it, particularly when she pronounced certain words. "Charleston, South Carolina," she admitted, observing a perplexed look cross his face at her response. "I'm a Southern beach bum at heart," she said, trying to bring the smile back to his face that was there seconds before. Alexander simply stared at her, shocked to find out that she grew up in Charleston.
"How about your parents?" he asked. "Are they still in Charleston?"
He needed to know the backstory. Too many pieces were falling into place. There had been too many coincidences. The age, the name, where she grew up, the music. Most of all, the music. She froze after his question as he waited for a response, the intensity in his face making her panic. She started breathing quick and fast. It felt like the room was closing in on her. She needed to get out of there. "I'll be right back." She stumbled out of her chair and tried to act as calm as possible, despite the nerves overtaking her. "Nature calls." Safe in the ladies' room, Olivia took a minute to calm her breathing and her heart rate, splashing some water on her face. She had never figured out why she panicked when people asked about her parents. Her therapist seemed to think that she was repressing some memories about them, painful memories, causing her to react that way. As she looked at her face in the mirror, trying to overcome her momentary panic, she was unaware how much time had passed since she abruptly left Alexander at the table. Slowly opening the door to the bathroom, she was met with worried green eyes staring back at her. Alexander grabbed her arm in a firm yet compassionate manner and led her down the hallway. He surveyed her body, his face awash with concern.
"Are you okay?"
"Oh, no. Olivia spat out, crossing her arms defensively in front of her chest. You don't get to go all Navy SEAL interrogation specialist on me. He gave her a questioning look. That's right. I Googled you. Alexander softened his fierce expression. I bet you did. He raised an eyebrow in a playful manner. She couldn't help but laugh a gut-splitting, all-consuming laugh in response to the jovial look on his face. It was a completely different look for him, yet at the same time it felt so familiar to her. This feels good, she thought to herself. Pulling her into his embrace, Alexander stroked her hair and whispered, "Top 10 favorite sounds." She nuzzled her face against his broad chest, listening to his heart race as she basked in the warmth that surrounded her. She couldn't remember ever feeling so calm and at ease in the company of a man. She turned her chin up and stared into his eyes, feeling so small in his embrace. Alexander gazed down at the beautiful woman in his arms and licked his lips. He wanted to kiss her so badly. She was asking for it, pleading for it with her eyes, with her mouth. Should he kiss her, even given his suspicions? What if he was right and it's her? After a few protracted seconds, he exhaled loudly, shaking his head, and released her, grabbing her hand to go back to the table. Her heart dropped in disappointment and confusion. Maybe he wasn't as attracted to her as she was to him. One second he was so sweet and caring, and the next, she couldn't read his behavior. He was almost cold and removed. They sat back down at the table, and Olivia tried to shake off her nerves, her subconscious screaming at her to just grab her purse and leave that instant. I ordered another round. I hope you don't mind. He glanced at Olivia, but didn't hold her gaze. I'm sorry about that. I mean, before. When you had a near panic attack? He raised his eyebrow, taking a sip from his beer. I can't hide anything from you, can I? Alexander remained silent, not prodding her, but Olivia could tell he was waiting for an explanation. I don't have as many panic attacks as I used to. Talking about my parents usually triggers them. I'm sorry, he responded, his voice tender. I didn't know. I would never have asked you about them if I knew it would upset you in any way. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Olivia. The soft look was back in his eyes. Mr. Warm, caring, and compassionate was back. Olivia wanted him to stay, and she wanted to be the reason he had that delicious twinkle in his eyes. They were killed when I was 6. Car accident, she continued, surprised at the words coming out of her mouth. It had taken her years to share her story with Kira and Mo, and yet, here she was, telling a man she had only known for a few days her darkest secrets. Something about Alexander made her feel as if he already knew what she had been through to cause her to be so cynical when it came to relationships. I don't remember anything. I think what hurts the most is that I can barely remember anything about my life before the accident. I've tried. God damn it, I've tried so hard. She trembled as she took a deep breath. One of the few things that I do remember is they never called me Sarah. I have no memory of that ever being my name. But I do remember my dad calling me Livy. I remember my mother more than anything. She taught me how to play piano. I remember spending time with her on the beach. Tears threatened to spill down her face. I was in the car when it happened, but I survived somehow. She thought about telling him about the boy with green eyes that she had been seeing in her dreams the past few nights, but she couldn't be sure that he actually existed. None of it made any sense. Alexander was torn about how to respond. She just admitted her parents were killed in a car accident and that her father called her Livy. He remembered that all too well. More pieces were falling into place. He could brush off maybe 1 or 2 similarities between the woman sitting in front of him and the girl he knew all those years ago, but there were too many coincidences now. Is it really her? He thought, smiling on the inside. But at the same time, if it wasn't her, this was still a girl who lost her parents so young, which had shaped the woman she had become, and was probably the reason she seemed to keep everyone away.
That must be very hard for you, even after all these years, especially having survived the accident that took both of their lives. I couldn't imagine.
It is difficult, even to this day. Olivia felt a burden lift off her shoulders now that her story was out in the open. Some people would probably say that I should just put my big girl panties on and get over it already, considering it's been over 20 years. But I still feel their loss, and remember how empty and abandoned I felt afterwards. I just wish I could remember them. But they died when I was so young. I have a few good memories of my mom, but I wish I could remember my dad. I don't even have that many photos of them. They say that photos can help trigger memories.
She finished her beer, and Alexander signaled a server to bring another round.
I remember spending summers with my uncle, begging him for photos of my parents. He'd get so angry with me. I never understood why. As the years went on, I started to forget what they even looked like. I'll never forget my 16th birthday. My uncle sent me a card. In it was a photo of me and my parents when I was little. He said it was taken just a few months before.
She trailed off, her chin quivering. Reaching across the table, Alexander grasped Olivia's hand, clutching it. I won't pressure you to talk about anything you don't want to. I understand that even though it happened years ago, the pain is still with you. It will probably never leave you, and it shouldn't. That way your parents will always be alive. In here. He dropped her hand and placed his now free hand over his chest where his heart was. Olivia imitated him, knowing that he was right. She could almost sense that he had been through a terrible loss too. There was something in his eyes as he spoke to her about her own loss that made it all too clear that he was still dealing with his own issues.
I saw a shrink for years, and you've made more sense in a few minutes than she made in nearly 10 years.
She laughed, the tense atmosphere at the table disquieting.
I was sent to a boarding school after my parents died. She continued her story as a server dropped off another round of beer. My uncle kind of took care of me. He wasn't really my uncle. He was just a close family friend, but the title just stuck. He was originally from Boston, I think, but had some property in Charleston and would come down from time to time, mostly when I was on school break. For whatever reason, he thought it was more important for me to stay in Charleston than to travel up north to him. The older I got, the more time I spent at my school during the breaks for various extracurricular activities, although he did keep a rather watchful eye on what activities I was allowed to be in. That infuriated me as time went on.
Olivia took a deep breath.
When I was applying to colleges, he suggested giving Boston a try. That way, he would be nearby. I got into Boston College, and he helped me find my own place. We weren't that close. I think it was painful for him to be around me because I reminded him of my parents, especially my mom.
She paused, remembering him always keeping watch on her, even in college while she was bartending. She recalled leaving the bar many nights to see him sitting in his car. It really put a damper on her ability to take someone home with her for a quick fling. Alexander grabbed her hand again and looked at her, letting her know with his eyes that she could stop talking whenever she wanted to, but he hoped she wouldn't. There were more pieces falling into place. Or maybe he just wanted them to fall into place.
The day of my college graduation, I got a phone call telling me that my uncle had passed away. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time and was shot by a stray bullet, according to the person on the other end of the phone.
Olivia closed her eyes, remembering how she felt when she received that phone call. Alexander did the math in his head, rubbing his temples with his free hand.
The only family I had left was gone.
She opened her eyes and met Alexander's peaceful gaze. Squeezing her hand, a wave of hope washed over him for the first time in 20 years. If it was her, where had she been all these years?
His father had obviously tried to protect her identity, telling him that she died in that accident. Now that his father was dead, who was protecting her? He immediately feared for her safety. He hoped that he was wrong and it was just a matter of coincidence. A lot of coincidences. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have told you that whole sob story. We barely know each other and I'm like a freaking Lifetime movie over here. Olivia tried to lighten the mood. He smiled slightly. Lifetime movie? Yeah, she replied, laughing. You know, poor, pathetic, broken girl with a troubled past that she just can't get over, so she refuses to form relationships with anyone to avoid getting hurt. It's such a tragic cliché, but I can't control what just so happens to be my life. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Olivia. Your past made you the woman you are today. If one thing was different about your life, you may be on an entirely different trajectory. He looked into her eyes, bringing her hand to his mouth. Kissing it ever so gently, he murmured, "And then we never would have met, and that is a motherfucking tragedy." The twinkle in his green eyes sent Olivia's heart soaring. Alexander didn't care if she was the girl from all those years ago. The one who stole his heart when he was a little boy and he never really got it all back. Because the girl sitting in front of him now was mending the pieces of his torn heart, and she was worth getting to know. Across town, a middle-aged man sat in a stark room with all-metal furniture. "Simon Mackenzie, my name is Paul Flanagan. I've been hired by Donovan to represent you." The tall, lanky man motioned to the intimidating person that was sitting next to him at the table in a private room at the local jail. "All right, listen up, fucker," Donovan said, leaning toward Simon. "I'm doing this to help you out, but here are the rules. This does not go to trial. You do not mention my name at all. My real name is dead to you. You will take a plea deal. Flanagan will do what he can, but I don't give a shit that you may be facing possible prison time." The towering, muscular man sitting across from Simon was rather frightening. He had only spoken to Donovan on the phone. Simon made a mental note to never cross him again. He got drunk and stupid. He should have been more patient, but he was so eager to get his hands on the rest of the payout money that he was promised. Donovan," Flanagan said, winking. "Don't worry. I can most likely get a plea with little prison time. Simon has no priors, so his chances are extremely good. He's never even received so much as a parking ticket. I've talked to the DA and it's looking like it will be just an assault and attempted murder charge. It doesn't even look like this girl said anything about the attempted sexual assault that Simon mentioned to me earlier, so that's a good thing. I've gotten guys to walk on worse than this." Flanagan continued poring over the case file as Simon sat silently across the table. "There may be a slight hiccup of which you should probably be aware." Simon looked up, noticing that Flanagan was speaking to Donovan and not to him. "The arresting officer. It was Wilder." "What the fuck, Simon?" Donovan shouted, standing up and pacing the short length of the room in frustration and exasperation. "Unbelievable." He ran his hands through where his hair once was before he shaved it off. "What's the big deal?" Simon asked, confused. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just his luck lately. "Yes, and the swearing witness? None other than Alexander Burnham. Apparently he was walking down the street and saw your boy chasing one Sarah Olivia Adler as he was waving a knife after last call on fucking State Street." Flanagan emphasized Olivia's name, giving Donovan a questioning look. "He was able to subdue and restrain Mr. Mackenzie here before calling in his sister to make the proper arrest." Okay, we'll deal with it." Donovan continued pacing back and forth. Then he stopped abruptly, clearly remembering something. "Actually, this could work. Are we done here?" "Yes," Flanagan responded as he gathered his belongings. "Simon, I will see you tomorrow." Flanagan and Donovan turned to walk out of the jail together, leaving Simon behind. When they were out of earshot, Flanagan finally spoke in hushed tones. Mark, are you still on that Olivia DeLuca thing? I thought that was dead and buried. No pun intended.
It was, until I got a phone call a few years ago. The guy that hired my dad to fix this whole mess over 20 years ago found out that she was still alive and being protected by Burnham Sr. We tried to get her location, but nothing worked. We ended up killing the old man, hoping it would bring her out, but apparently, she fled the city.
So it's really her? Does she know where the infamous box is?
It's hard to say, but if anyone would, she would.
What's the plan?
We bail out Simon tomorrow. Let him stew for another day. He owes us big, so we let him do our dirty work. Then we bide our time. We don't rush into this. If what Simon said is true and she has no memory of her past, we need someone to help her remember. From what I know of this girl, she is desperate for memories of her parents and her past. Once she has that memory, she will lead us where we want. I'm sure of it.
He winked, leaving Flanagan completely speechless. He thought back to his law school days, wishing he had chosen a different path and hadn't been mesmerized by money. "Wait, Mark!" he shouted, running to catch up with Donovan in the parking lot.
"How do you know all this about the girl?" "I never reveal my sources, but let's just say that Dad's client, the one who hired him to deal with the DeLucas all those years ago, has remained in touch since then. He's the one who actually found her a few months ago. Lucky for us, she was in Boston."
Donovan climbed into his car and picked up his cell phone.
"Cheryl, it's Mark. Yes, it has been a while. I'm hoping you can help me out here. Target is Sarah Olivia Adler. I'll also be looking into her, but see what you can do to get close to her."
Chapter 7. Senseless. After another round of beer, Olivia and Alexander made their way to Fenway Park to watch the game. During their walk down Yawkey Way and underneath the grandstand, Alexander kept Olivia's hand firmly grasped in his, gently caressing her knuckles in a delicate yet sensual manner, an intense longing coursing through her veins. As she followed Alexander from below the grandstand and the ballpark came into view, her excitement level increased. "This is us," he said, gesturing to 2 seats on the aisle just 3 rows behind home plate.
"Holy crap!"
she exclaimed, unable to hide her enthusiasm at the incredible view. As they sat watching batting practice before the game began, she couldn't believe that she had such amazing seats for her first game. It was getting late in the baseball season, and Sox fans were starting to get nervous, hoping to either place first in their division or win a wild card spot. It didn't look like either was going to happen, but you wouldn't know that looking at the excitement of all the fans inside Fenway. The first 3 innings passed quickly, and Olivia's nerves began to settle as she tried to take in each little thing about being in the historic ballpark. From the vendors walking up and down the aisles to hearing the crowd cheer for Big Papi every time David Ortiz stepped up to bat. Alexander couldn't help but smile as he watched Olivia get into the game, cheering for the Sox and booing the opposing team. "Do you want a beer or anything?" he asked between innings. "A beer would be great." Olivia smiled as a gentle breeze blew her hair in front of her face. The temperature had cooled down a bit, making it a bit more enjoyable to sit outside and watch the game. He stood up. "How about a hot dog? You need the full baseball experience, and part of that is having your very first Fenway Frank." She glanced down at her hands. Thanks, but I don't eat meat." "What?" he gasped. "I'm not vegan or anything. Don't worry. I just don't eat meat. I'll eat seafood, but that's it." "Well, I can deal with that. If you said that you didn't want to go out for oysters with me, say, Tuesday night, I'd be heartbroken." He turned and left before Olivia could even answer him, smiling to himself as butterflies danced in his stomach. In shock, she stared at him walking toward the grandstand, reeling from the thought of seeing him again. She felt her cell phone buzzing in the purse on her lap, bringing her back to the present. She grabbed it to see who was texting her. Kira. "Oh, my God. I'm at a bar watching the Sox game, and you're on TV. P.S. Who's the hottie you're with? Dish, baby, dish." Olivia hastily texted a response to get her friend off her back. "Olivia. He's the guy from the other night. We'll talk later. I promise." Only a few seconds went by before she received another response. "Kira.
"'Kay, I didn't get a good look at him. All the bartenders keep saying that there's a hottie there. Him. When I look up, you're there. WTF?" A few seconds later, Olivia received yet another text. Kira. "Holy crap! That's Alexander Burnham! He's like Boston's most eligible bachelor. They totally did an instant replay of him smiling at you. And the announcers asked who the mystery woman is. You're gonna be famous! I can't believe you didn't tell me that Alexander freaking Burnham saved you, you damsel in distress, you. Ask him if he has any friends for me. LOL. Text me later. Love you." Olivia. "Will do. P.S. He asked me to go out with him again on Tuesday. Eek!" Within seconds, Kira responded. Kira. "I bet he has a big cock. You'll have to tell me all about it tomorrow." Olivia laughed at her friend as she dropped her phone into her bag. Alexander returned with their beers and they continued to watch the game. At the 7th inning stretch, the Sox were up by 5. Olivia would be thrilled if they won. Her first time at Fenway and a home team win? What could be better than that? The game ended with the Red Sox winning, and the crowd went wild, knowing that the team was that much closer to the top spot in the division. Tessie blared as Alexander and Olivia made their escape from the park, all the fans singing along with one of the Red Sox anthems. "Do you want to grab some dinner or something?" Alexander asked. "It's not even 8 and, well, I'm not ready for this day to end just yet." He looked into Olivia's eyes, willing her to agree. "Okay, I'd like that," she replied. He beamed at her, grabbing her hand and leading her down Yawkey Way. They walked around the corner, and Martin pulled up almost immediately. Alexander opened the back passenger side door and helped Olivia in, before he ran around to the other side to get in beside her. He clutched her hand and told Martin to drive to the north end. Traffic was a little chaotic getting out of the Fenway area, but he was in no rush for the night to end. "Thank you for taking me to the game today," Olivia said, glancing at him briefly. "I really enjoyed it." "I enjoyed it as well, particularly the company." He grinned at her, making her heart melt with his dazzling smile. "You're a big baseball fan, aren't you?" she inquired, needing to focus on something other than her growing desire for him. "I am. I love it. I love Fenway," he answered excitedly. "Growing up, I went to games all the time with my dad. If we couldn't watch it live, then we would watch it on television together." He looked out his window, taking one last look at the green monster as he recalled that fateful summer all those years ago when his father stopped watching games with him. That summer marked the end of his relationship with his father. He had become distant, blaming himself for what had happened. His father would avoid him, or so he thought, deciding to spend his summers away from his mother and the rest of the family. Alexander felt a gentle squeeze on his hand, bringing him back from his memories. Turning and smiling at Olivia, he continued. "When I was overseas working for the Navy, one of the few things that I missed, besides my family, was watching games at Fenway." "That must have been difficult, being so far away from your family and your home. How long were you gone?" "What? You didn't find that on the internet?" He raised his eyebrows at her in a flirtatious manner. "No, I just wanted an overview," she responded coyly. "Well, I was gone for about 6 years. My first few years I was able to come home on occasion to see my family, but once I went for SEAL training and started to work special ops, I really didn't get to come home all that much. Maybe once or twice." "Wow, that's admirable. I mean, sacrificing your home time to do something worthwhile. I just couldn't imagine." Alexander stared at her lips as she spoke, her voice soft and sweet, like a song. "Most people are too selfish and self-absorbed these days to even think about putting something ahead of themselves." She looked over at him, surprised to see his ears turning red. "It kind of runs in the family, I guess. Growing up, my dad wasn't around a lot. He was always away on different protection detail assignments. You'd think that running the company would give him the ability to pick and choose his assignments or to manage from behind a desk, but that wasn't my dad.
Now I look at a lot of the guys I have working for me in the field or who are training over at our center. They're willing to go overseas for who knows how long to work various protection details or even train foreign armies. It's mind-boggling. "We're here, sir," Martin said as he pulled up outside a small Italian restaurant on Hanover Street.
"Wonderful," Alexander said, leaving the car and running around to Olivia's side to open the door for her. He grabbed her hand, helping her out, and led her into the small Italian restaurant typical of those in the North End of Boston. Olivia surveyed the quaint restaurant, the creamy yellow walls with deep mahogany trim reminding her of her trip to Tuscany just a few years before. There were only about 30 tables in the entire restaurant, along with a small bar showcasing quite a few wines. Antonio, the maitre d', saw Alexander and recognized him immediately.
"Buonasera, Signori Alex,"
he exclaimed in a thick Italian accent, running up to him and shaking his hand.
"And who is this beautiful young lady?"
He turned to Olivia, wide-eyed and looking rather excited that Alexander was accompanied by such a beautiful young woman. In all the years that he had been going to that restaurant, he had only ever taken clients there, never a date.
"Antonio, this is Miss Olivia Adler,"
Alexander said, placing his hand on the small of her back.
"Olivia, what a pleasure to meet you,"
Antonio exclaimed, kissing both of her cheeks.
"Please, follow me. I have the perfect table for you both."
He led them past the bar and into a small dining room, to a table in a rather intimate and private window alcove. Alexander held Olivia's chair out for her before taking his own seat.
"Would you like a bottle of wine, signori? The usual?"
Antonio asked as he placed menus in front of them.
"That would be wonderful, Antonio. Thank you."
He nodded and retreated to get their bottle of wine.
"The wine list here is fantastic," Alexander explained. "I ordered a Super Tuscan. It's amazing. I hope you like red."
"I do, particularly Chianti's." She glanced around the restaurant to see what the food looked like before turning her attention to the menu. Everything smelled amazing. Antonio returned with the wine almost immediately.
"Bella Olivia, you will love this wine. Oh, I'm so happy Signori Alex is accompanied by such a beautiful young woman."
He poured the wine and left, giving them some privacy. After tasting the delicious wine, Olivia eyed Alexander. Her interest piqued. "Antonio seems excited that you're here with me. Any reason for that?" Alexander placed his wine glass on the table and grabbed her hand.
"To be honest, Miss Adler, it seems we have a little something in common. I don't really do the relationship thing either. I prefer to leave all these emotional attachments out of it. I've certainly never taken a woman out like this before, apart from the obligatory charity functions I am expected to attend."
Olivia looked down, not wanting to hear what he was going to say next. She actually enjoyed spending time with him and, for once, wanted more than just an occasional hookup. But it sounded as though that was all he was interested in. But why the Red Sox game? Why the wine and dine? And why didn't he make his move at Beerworks when she made it rather clear that she wanted him to kiss her? "But there's just something about you, Olivia," he continued, breaking her away from her growing, unsettled emotions. "You make me want to break all my rules. I can't quite put my finger on why, but I'm beginning not to care." Butterflies erupted in Olivia's stomach at his words. She felt the same way. Looking up, she smiled as she met his eyes.
"However, that doesn't mean I still don't want to fuck you senseless, Miss Adler."
He winked as the waiter arrived to take their order, leaving her completely shocked.
"So I have to ask,"
Alexander said abruptly after the waiter left.
"Your house, do you own that?"
"I do," she replied, still reeling from his admission. "My parents left me a rather large inheritance when they died. Mom came from money. My uncle took care of all my expenses when I was growing up. Once I turned 18, I was handed more money than I could imagine spending in a lifetime. My uncle helped me get in touch with a money manager who was helping me manage some of my investments. I really don't have to work if I don't want to, but I'd be bored out of my mind. That's why I work part-time at the wellness center."
"What do you do there?"
"I teach a couple of classes. Circuit training, yoga, and Pilates, stuff like that. I actually helped start the center. My partner, Linda, had a really great idea. We not only have a regular fitness center, but we also offer nutritional counseling, one-on-one gym sessions, and menu planning, among other things. I love the idea so much that I provided a good chunk of the startup capital, so I'm a partner.
She took another sip of her wine before continuing.
Linda always hated to work out at the gym or see a personal trainer when she was trying to lose weight because she felt out of place. So we offer private personal training in small studio gyms. We teach our clients different workouts to do and help them feel more at ease with all the gym equipment and exercises so that they don't feel overwhelmed when they actually go to the gym. Our goal is to help people get on the right track to living a healthier lifestyle. She's the brains behind the operation, and I'm the bank.
Do you work a lot? I just find it odd that I've never seen you in the building before. His voice dropped.
She grabbed his hands across the table. It's okay. I'm okay, Alexander. I promise. She gave him a reassuring smile before dropping her hands in her lap. I don't work a whole lot, just when I'm teaching a class or I feel like going into the office. I have enough outside commitments to keep me fairly busy during the week. There was a brief silence as Alexander gazed at Olivia with a look that was a combination of yearning and admiration. So tell me about your family, she said, breaking the tension. What are they like? I have none, so I need to live vicariously through you. She knew she shouldn't joke about the fact that the only family she had ever known was gone, but it was her way of dealing with it.
Well, not much to tell. Mom is great. She does a lot of volunteer work these days, mostly with victims of domestic violence. Dad died a little over 5 years ago.
He looked down, trying to figure out what to say next. I'm sorry. It sucks to lose a parent, doesn't it? He nodded in agreement.
It was difficult, particularly because I was overseas for so long and I didn't exactly leave on the best of terms with him. He was running the security company at the time and died protecting the identity of a client. I think he knew it was going to happen because a few days before he was killed, he got in touch with me and almost seemed like he was trying to warn me about it. When I heard what happened, I was able to secure an honorable discharge and I came home to run the company.
That must be difficult, knowing that your dad died for someone else. I'd be pissed if that was me, but you don't seem like the selfish type. Alexander gazed out the windows, contemplating her words. He never understood why his father abandoned the family in order to protect other people. Why weren't they good enough for him? But if his suspicions were right and his dad died protecting her, then maybe he could understand it. He would have done the same thing. Before he could respond, their food arrived.
How is it?
He asked after Olivia had taken a few bites of her seafood risotto. It's amazing. Thank you. She took another bite, trying not to stuff too much food into her mouth.
I had hoped you'd like Italian,
Alexander said as he brought a piece of pasta bolognese up to his lips.
I didn't mean to be presumptuous, but who doesn't like Italian?
You're right. I do like Italian. Dad was Italian. Her voice caught, and a contemplative look crossed her face. Is it strange that it feels weird to refer to him as Dad? I mean, I would usually refer to him as my father. Never really Dad. I guess Dad would make him a person, and I just don't really remember him as a person.
Hey,
Alexander said, grabbing her hand.
It's okay. You don't have to talk about this. What helped me get over my dad's death was to think about all the good memories I had, the moments we shared together. Even if all you can remember is one small sliver of time, hang on to that. It's better to have known your parents and to have loved them than to have never known them at all, don't you think?
Olivia looked at him, wondering how he always knew exactly what to say to her. Why was she so intent on dwelling on the past, holding on to her anger of losing them? Was it anger, though? Or was it something else entirely?
I think I am the selfish type,
Alexander said out of nowhere on the car ride home after dinner. What do you mean? Olivia asked, glancing across the darkened SUV at him.
Well, when we were talking about my dad before, I was so pissed at him growing up.
He was never around. He always put his work before his family. Before me. It drove me crazy. I left Harvard to spite him. He wanted me to go there because that's where he went. So after one semester, I joined the Navy just to piss him off. Then I decided I wanted to go for SEAL training, and I was one of the few that made it through. I was good at special ops like my dad, I guess.
He smiled at Olivia as she reached for his hand, squeezing it.
Like I mentioned before, the last several years of his life, he was working on a protection detail. No one in the office knew what he was working on. When he was killed, none of us got any closure. A few months after I returned home and took over the company, a letter arrived that he had sent to me overseas. It was probably written a few days before he died. I still haven't opened it. I'm not ready for his apologies just yet.
He looked out his window, deep in thought, hoping that the only contents of the letter was an apology, and not information. He never considered that it could be anything but an apology. Now he wasn't so sure. All he knew was that he wasn't ready to face that letter. He didn't know if he ever would be. I'm sorry. I don't know what's worse. Growing up without parents or growing up knowing that your dad is too busy to spend time with you. Olivia seriously considered who had it worse. At least she had a few good memories of her mother. Wonderful memories. Learning to play the piano and sing with her. All the fun they used to have at the beach house. After all these years, it still upset her that her parents were taken from her so early in life. The car pulled up to Olivia's house, and Alexander ran around to open the door for her, then walked her up the steps. Another awkward moment, she thought as she unlocked the front door. Would you like to come in? She asked, her eyes brimming with hope.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
His response was like a knife to her heart. She had never been rejected before. Noticing the disappointed look on her face, Alexander grabbed her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes.
If you invite me in, I'm not so sure I can be held entirely responsible for what happens afterward.
His eyes became hooded, and he looked as though he was ready to devour her. Her nerves stood on end from the intense look in his eyes, causing a strange sensation deep down in her stomach.
I had a lovely time today, Olivia.
He grabbed her hand and, ever so softly, placed a chaste kiss on her knuckles.
Oysters. Tuesday. I'll pick you up at 7.
It wasn't a question. It was more of a demand. Before she had time to respond, he turned, leaving her totally unsatisfied and wanting him as she stood on her front stoop. She watched his car pull away and noticed him blow her a kiss. Grinning, she caught the kiss. It would have to do for the time being. Chapter 8. Falling in Like. Olivia woke up the following morning after having the same dream again. She saw the boy with green eyes. Why was she having these dreams again? Why was it suddenly different now? Knowing that she could no longer avoid it, she decided to get back in touch with her therapist to get her take on it. Shortly after 9, she left her house, making her way to catch the subway out to the local animal shelter where she volunteered every Monday. As she waited for the tea beneath the busy Boston streets, the screeching sound of metal wheels on the train tracks echoing throughout the dark tunnels, she checked her phone for the first time since the previous afternoon. Mo had called and left a voicemail telling her that the band would be rehearsing on Wednesday, and he wanted her to be there. She became excited during her short ride on the subway as she thought about singing with the band again. "Olivia!" Bethany exclaimed when she walked in the front door of the brick building. "Great to see you." Bethany Jones had been single-handedly running that shelter for as long as anyone could remember. "Of course. I wouldn't miss spending time with my critters. Do we have anyone new?" She dropped her bags and followed Bethany toward the kennels, the sound of dogs barking and yipping filling the room. It brought a smile to her face. "Yeah, we picked up 2 dogs over the weekend as well as 5 baby kittens, all in the same litter. We're running out of room. We need to get some adoptions this week or—" "Don't worry, Bethany," she interrupted. If I need to, I can take a few home with me to make some space. Nepenthe won't mind. That would be a huge help. We need to get some more foster parents trained and ready to take some of these guys. I know, Olivia said. Especially with winter approaching. It's always the worst time of year, isn't it? It sure is. Well, I'm going to take some of these guys for a walk. She motioned to the kennel, crouching down to a few of the dogs and letting them sniff her. The morning passed by relatively quickly as she made sure all the dogs in the shelter got some exercise. After a quick lunch break, she got ready to take out the last dog. Runner. He was an older pointer terrier mix, and her favorite. He certainly lived up to his name. He loved to run. She always tried to take him out last so they could run a few miles together, and then head to the dog park, where she would tire him out with a round of fetch. Olivia quickly changed into a pair of running shorts and a tank top, before grabbing a few tennis balls. She threw them into her pack and headed toward Boston Common, Runner taking the lead. As they ran through the busy Boston streets, Runner was giving Olivia a good workout. Her legs were still sore from her long run the day before, but she kept up with the dog as best she could. She couldn't help but smile in amusement at his heightened level of excitement when they reached the off-leash dog park in the Common. Leaning down, she unclipped his leash and the spirited dog ran free, sprinting up and down the gated area. There weren't that many other dogs there, so the pair had fun playing fetch, just the two of them. After about a half hour, Runner was beat, and Olivia was even more so. She pulled out his portable doggy bowl and filled it up at the fountain. After lapping up some water, Runner rolled on the ground. She joined him, lying down on her back next to her favorite dog. He snuggled against her, and they just enjoyed their moment together, savoring the feel of the cool grass beneath them. After a few minutes of a rest, Olivia decided to head back to the shelter. She would never forgive herself if Runner missed an opportunity to be adopted, although the thought of never seeing him again broke her heart. Come on, buddy. Time to go back home. Alexander couldn't believe his luck. He had been going over field reports, unable to focus, when he decided he needed to clear his brain. That envelope still hung heavy on his mind. He left his office building and wandered the streets of Boston. Before he knew it, he found himself walking through Boston Common, stopping when he reached the swan boats. Sitting on a park bench looking over the lake as the previous day replayed in his head, he saw a familiar silhouette come into view. He watched with admiration as Olivia leashed up a great-looking dog that she had been playing with. She leaned down and gave the dog a quick scratch on the head before starting in his direction, a natural and airy smile on her face. All her attention seemed to be devoted to the white and brown spotted dog walking proudly in front of her, its tongue hanging out. He wondered if she would even see him sitting just a few feet away. Suddenly, she looked up from the dog, and their eyes met. Shaking her head in bewilderment, her heart racing with nerves and excitement, she walked toward the bench he was sitting on, the dog eagerly wagging his tail. "Miss Adler, why do we keep running into each other here?" he asked, standing up to greet Olivia, his smile widening. "Alexander, I'm starting to think that you're stalking me," she joked, taking in his nice navy blue suit that he made casual, foregoing the tie. He looked amazing, as always. "You are a professional stalker, so my point is valid." "I prefer the term security consultant," he replied smoothly. "I've heard it both ways." She smirked playfully. He grinned at her. "Touché, Miss Adler. You have quite a smart mouth on you." He leaned in, closing the distance between them. "I can't wait to have that mouth on me," he whispered, his warm breath sending shivers up her spine, making her gasp. "Well, who do we have here?" he continued, as if he didn't just tell her that he wanted her mouth on his body. How did he expect her to react to that? She could barely form a sentence in response, all her thoughts going to places that were probably not appropriate to be thinking about in a public park with people walking by. Alexander bent down and let Runner smell his hand. The dog obviously approved, so he let him scratch his head. Olivia was floored. He had on a rather expensive-looking suit, but he seemed to have no problem petting Runner, getting dog fur all over him. Alexander Burnham was a conundrum. "This is Runner," she said, finally finding her voice. "I was just tiring him out before having to take him back to the shelter," she explained, gesturing to the dog that was leaning into Alexander's hand, obviously enjoying the attention he was getting. "To the shelter?" he asked, straightening up and admiring Olivia's obvious affection for the dog. "Yeah," she replied as Runner rolled over, hoping to get a belly rub. "He's been at the animal shelter for the last few months. No one has adopted him yet. Everyone always wants a puppy. No one wants a 4-year-old hound. It's really sad." "So you work at the animal shelter, too?" He took a step closer, surprised at the many different layers of Olivia. Her breath caught, the proximity of him overwhelming her once again. For a minute she forgot all about the dog rolling around in front of her. "I started volunteering there when I was in college," she finally replied, returning to the present. "I take the dogs on walks, play with the cats, stuff like that. I just love spending time with all the animals." She checked her watch, surprised to see that she had been gone for nearly 2 hours. "Speaking of which, I really should be getting on. It was wonderful to see you again, Mr. Burnham." Alexander grabbed her soft hand and kissed it as he always did. "The pleasure was all mine. I look forward to tomorrow evening, Miss Adler." Olivia started to walk away. "And I do hope you find a good home for Runner." He winked. "So do I." Excitement coursed through Alexander's veins as he watched Olivia walk away from him, her hips swaying in a way that made him flame with lust. When she disappeared from his view, he grabbed his cell phone, needing to make an important call. "Thank goodness you're back," Bethany said frantically when Olivia walked through the door with Runner. They took their time returning to the shelter, mainly because her head was in the clouds after her chance encounter with Alexander. "Sorry it took so long. I ran into a friend at the dog park. What's up? Is something wrong?" The look on Bethany's face gave her pause, and she immediately grew concerned that they had gotten an order to destroy some of the animals due to lack of space. "Nothing's wrong. Someone called a little while ago. They saw Runner on the website and asked to see if he was still available for adoption. They'll be here within the half hour to fill out the paperwork." "Oh," Olivia replied, her lack of enthusiasm showing, knowing that she would miss her Runner. Her shoulders visibly dropping, she grabbed his leash and started to pull him along behind her down a long corridor toward the kennels. "I'll go get him cleaned up then. He should have a nice bath so he looks good for his new family." "Libby," Bethany said, placing her hand on her arm. "This is a good thing for Runner." "I know. I'm just going to miss him," she replied, her sadness about never being able to see Runner again evident. He had been in the shelter the longest out of all their dogs. They had formed such a strong bond. 10 minutes later, she was putting the finishing touches on Runner's bath, tying a cute doggy bandana around his neck, when Bethany peeked her head in. "He's here, Libby, and wow, is he handsome!" She fanned herself. Olivia couldn't help but laugh. Bethany was pushing 70, but she had no problem flirting with any good-looking man who came in. "I'll bring him out in a minute," she replied. After giving Runner one last hug, she took a deep breath and walked down the hallway toward the large doggy playroom. As she approached, she could see Bethany speaking to Runner's potential new owner. The man was tall and dressed in a pair of jeans and yellow polo shirt. His silhouette looked rather familiar. Surely it couldn't be. "Here's Runner," Bethany said when Olivia entered the playroom, nearly tripping over a squeaky football. The man turned around, causing Olivia to stop dead in her tracks, a look of surprise across her face. Her stomach fluttered as she took in his beautiful body yet again. She didn't think she would ever tire of looking at him, even with his clothes on. "Libby, this is Mr. Alexander Burnham. He's looking to adopt our Runner here." Olivia simply stared at him, unable to form any coherent thoughts. Suddenly, Runner darted for Alexander, pulling her with him. "I see that you two will get along famously," Bethany exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Well, I'll leave you two to do the paperwork with our Olivia here." She winked at her before walking out of the room. When she heard the click of the door, Olivia turned to Alexander. "What are you doing?" "I'm adopting Runner. I've been wanting to get a dog for a while, and there's something about this little fellow that I love." He bent down to give him a quick scratch on the head. Olivia unclipped Runner's leash, and he immediately rolled over, giving both of them an open invitation to rub his belly. "Silly hound," she said, stroking him. Alexander bent down to rub the dog, meeting her eyes. That spark was back. She didn't know what to make of it. He wasn't even touching her, but just being in the same room as him gave her an overwhelming feeling of fulfillment. "Well, normally I like to make sure that you'd be a good match before approving an adoption," Olivia said, remembering she had a job to do. "But I think we're all set here. Plus, I know where you work, so I know where to find and hurt you if you ever mistreat Runner."
"Good point."
Alexander grabbed a tennis ball and threw it across the room. Runner immediately ran to catch it, bringing it back but refusing to drop it on the ground. "Runner doesn't understand fetch with just one ball. You'll need more than one if you expect that hound to drop the one in his mouth," Olivia explained. He smiled.
"I think that can be arranged."
After they were finished with the paperwork, Olivia walked Alexander and Runner outside. "Now," she said, turning to face him, "Runner needs lots of exercise, so take him with you on your runs. He loves the dog park and—"
"I know, Olivia,"
he interrupted, brushing an errant curl behind her ear.
"He'll be fine."
He gave her a reassuring look.
"I'm going to take great care of our boy here."
He winked. "I can't believe he referred to Runner as our boy," Olivia thought. Those two words were full of so much hope.
"And you have an open invitation to come and visit him any time you want."
"Good. I'm going to hold you to that." She bent down and gave Runner one last kiss goodbye.
"You better,"
he replied, before walking down the street, leaving her standing outside the front door of the animal shelter. "I'm falling in serious like with that man," Olivia whispered to herself. Chapter 9. Too Many Coincidences. "I don't know," Alexander heard Carol say into the phone as he sat in his home office that evening. "There's something about this guy that seems off. I don't want you to read too much into what I'm saying. It's not her. She's gone."
"I know that, sis, but I've been spending time with her this weekend, and there are just so many coincidences."
His voice dropped as he stared at the dark walls.
"Too many."
"I understand that. The name, the age, her background, losing her parents. I understand everything you've told me. But tell me this. Why would Dad say that she died at the hospital? And why would he change her name?" Alexander knew all too well why his father would do such a thing. He was unaware of it at the time, as he had just turned 9, but it made sense now. In fact, he had helped people fake their own deaths too many times to count in order to protect them. He also knew that if it was true and her identity was ever uncovered, he could lose her again. He vowed to make sure that did not happen. Just then, a text from Olivia came through over his cell phone. A smile crept across his face when he saw it, eager to get off the phone with his sister so he could respond. "Alex, are you listening to what I'm saying?" Carol brought him back from his thoughts about the beautiful woman that had been occupying his mind lately.
"Sorry, Carol. What was that?"
"All I'm saying is that something's not right about this Simon guy. His financials came back and he has no money. Nothing. He qualified for a public defender, for crying out loud. But he's got an attorney? An expensive one at that. And someone posted his bail, which was set at $250,000. I'm going to do some more snooping around, get in touch with the bail officer and see who posted it. It's just unusual is all."
"What do you want me to do?"
Alexander was worried. What if Simon came back after Olivia? He was surprised to realize he had such strong feelings for her, even though he had only met her a few days ago. It was such a foreign idea to him. He never wanted to protect someone as fiercely as he wanted to protect her. I don't know. He doesn't have any criminal record. None at all. He has a clean work history, strong family ties in the area. No one had anything but exemplary things to say about him. So why did he attack the girl? And what did he mean about the job he had to do?
It is a bit worrisome,
Alexander admitted as he sat at his desk looking over the family photos adorning the walls, wondering if the little girl smiling next to him in most of them was the girl he met just a few days ago. Just keep an eye on her, Alex. That's all you can do. I called her office earlier, but she wasn't in. I'll alert her when I speak with her about what she should do.
Thanks, sis. I gotta go. Love you.
Alexander hung up his office phone and turned to his cell, eager to reply to the beautiful Olivia. Snapping a photo of Runner curled up in a ball on his doggy bed surrounded by all of his new toys, he sent the picture to her. He grinned when he received her response. Olivia. He looks so happy. Alexander.
He is, but he misses you. So do I.
Olivia. I miss you too. And Runner. Give him a big hug and kiss from me. Alexander.
I will. Do you have a big hug and kiss for me? Wink.
Olivia. Maybe. You'll find out tomorrow. Alexander.
I'll wait with bated breath. Have a wonderful evening, Miss Adler.
Olivia. You as well, Mr. Burnham. Alexander enjoyed their text flirting, so he sent one last text before heading to the gym for his evening workout. Alexander.
I'll see you in my dreams.
He left his penthouse, wondering if Olivia could even know how true that statement actually was. If she really was the girl from his past, he had been seeing her in his dreams. He returned from the gym late that evening and spent several hours in his very own music room, thinking that Olivia would drool over his setup. He made a mental note to invite her over in the near future, grinning at the thought of her giving him his very own private performance. He picked up one of the guitars off its stand and stepped over to his Steinway Baby Grand. After checking the tuning of the guitar and tweaking the strings a bit, he sat down to play Damien Rice's The Blower's Daughter. He played through the song, relishing the last verse, thinking of Olivia. Ever since they met, he couldn't stop thinking about her. He wasn't sure he wanted to stop thinking about her either. The sun woke Olivia the following morning as it filtered through the bedroom windows. She began to stir, and Nepenthe swatted her face, His Majesty's indication that he needed more food. Olivia checked the time and saw that it was a little after 7. Getting up and rubbing her eyes, she descended the steps to feed her needy cat. Throughout her day, as time dragged mercilessly, she kept thinking about Alexander and their date that evening. She had nothing on her schedule, but she tried to keep herself occupied to forget about the nerves running through her. Finally, she decided it was useless to sit at home all day waiting for the clock to strike 7. Grabbing her bag, she headed to the wellness center to get in a workout and review some paperwork.
Libby, how was your weekend?
Jerry exclaimed when he saw her enter the building. Great, thanks. Relatively uneventful, but that's how I like my weekends, she lied as she pushed the call button for the elevator.
Olivia, this is Richard.
He gestured to a man sitting next to him that she had never seen before.
He's training to be the new night security guard. And I've got a few more guys I'm training later this week who will be taking the weekend shifts. We'll now have security here 24/7. Apparently there was an incident over the weekend, and the big boss man figured full-time security would be better.
Jerry sat at his security desk, surrounded by closed-circuit TVs, apparently going over an employee manual with Richard. Hi, Richard. Nice to meet you. Olivia shook his hand, smiling to herself, knowing that she was the reason for the added security.
I saw you on TV Sunday, Jerry said, making small talk. I was watching the Sox game. You had great seats.
Olivia blushed.
Did everyone see her on TV? If she was going to be seen across the nation, she needed to rethink ever going to another game with Alexander. It's nice to see Mr. Burnham out with someone as sweet as you.
Her eyes grew wide in shock. not knowing how to respond to his statement. Alexander was obviously Jerry's boss. He owned the building, after all. Thankfully, the elevator car arrived, and she was spared having to talk to Jerry about her non-relationship with one Mr. Alexander Burnham, or about his sexy bedroom voice telling her how he wanted her mouth all over him, or about the way he constantly caught her checking out his body, making her entire being alive with electricity. The elevator dinged, announcing its arrival on her floor, and she snapped out of her thoughts about the man that had been on her mind since she met him so unexpectedly just a few days ago. Walking through the front doors of the wellness center, she was greeted by a smiling, chirpy Melanie. "Libby, how are you?" she asked, running from behind the registration desk and giving her an enthusiastic hug. "I'm good, Mel," she responded, weakly returning the hug. "Here, let me give you your messages. You have a few." She returned to her desk, handing Olivia a stack of missed calls. "You know, you really should set up your voicemail so that I don't have to track you down all the time." "I know. I'll work on it. Thanks, Mel." She turned down the hall to her office, popping her head into Linda's office on the way. "Hey, Linda, how's everything going?" She looked up from her computer and took her reading glasses off her face, motioning for Olivia to come in. "Great." She threw her blonde hair back into a ponytail. "It looks like we're going to post some big numbers this quarter. Enrollment is up 200%. We may have to hire some new staff to keep up with all the people that have signed up for coaching." "That's fantastic. Just keep it up." "Will do." Olivia left Linda's office and went down the hall to her own office, where she sorted through her messages. Most of them were relatively mundane and nothing she had to deal with right away. The last message caught her eye. It was Detective Wilder, probably calling to tell her the result of Simon's arraignment. She had almost forgotten about what happened Friday night, having been living in a bit of an Alexander-induced daze. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed the phone and dialed Detective Wilder's number. She picked up after the second ring. "Hi, Detective Wilder. It's Libby Adler. Olivia. I'm just returning your call from yesterday evening." "Miss Adler, how are you doing? Is everything okay?" "Surprisingly, yes. I had actually forgotten about Friday night until now, if you can believe that." She laughed nervously. "Well, I'm sorry to have to be the one to reopen that wound, but Simon had his arraignment yesterday. The first thing I need to tell you is that he was issued a no-contact protective order. That means that he cannot contact you in any way. If you are both at the same restaurant or bar or whatever, he is under a court order to leave immediately. You do not have to leave. You can if you want, but he is the one required to leave. He cannot approach you under any circumstances. He must stay at least 50 feet away from you at all times. If you initiate contact with him for any reason, he must walk away from you. But if I was you, I would stay far away from him. Do not call him. Do not engage him at all." "Don't worry. I have no intention of ever speaking to him again," she replied, trying to hide her unease. "If, for any reason, he violates this protective order, he can be charged with an additional felony on top of the other charges of criminal assault and attempted murder. If he violates it by trying to contact you, you must call me or the police immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, I do. Thank you. So, what's the next step?" "Well, as I mentioned, Simon was arraigned on assault and attempted murder charges. The judge set his bail at $250,000. He had an attorney with him and someone posted his bail, other than a bondsman. I'm still looking into this. According to his financials, he was eligible for a public defender, so I have no idea how he was able to afford an attorney or post bail." Olivia thought that news was a little disconcerting. Simon did not make a lot of money, and his friends didn't have any money that she knew of. Then again, she didn't really know him that well. "In the meantime, this case will be assigned to a district attorney who will be in touch with you. If, for any reason, Simon does not accept a plea deal, this will have to go to trial, and you will probably have to testify. Do you understand this?" "Yes, I do. I'm fine with that." Olivia sounded braver than she felt. She was edgy just thinking about having to tell a courtroom full of people about Simon and their relationship. "Just one last word of caution. There's something about Simon that rubs me the wrong way. He seems like a nice guy at first, but I don't know. There's something off about him, Miss Adler. That protective order won't prevent him from harming you if he really wants to. It will only enhance any sentence he's given on the assault and attempted murder charges. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is to be very careful, at least until this is all settled. I will be. Thank you for the update, Detective. Olivia's voice was audibly shaking now. The detective must have noticed. It's my pleasure, and if you need anything, please contact me. With that, Olivia hung up, suddenly nervous. Detective Wilder's warning concerned her. Why did she feel the need to go out of her way to tell her that something about Simon seemed odd? Olivia had thought the same thing before brushing it off as nothing, but now, maybe she should be worried about him roaming the streets and out on bail. Her cell phone buzzed, bringing her back from her thoughts. She giggled when she saw the picture of Runner in the dog park with 2 tennis balls in his mouth. She immediately began to look forward to her date that evening, and nothing was going to take away the excitement of that. Not even a nerve-wracking warning about a potential dangerous ex-whatever loose on the streets of Boston. Olivia didn't know what scared her more, her excitement about seeing Alexander, or the warning Detective Wilder gave her about Simon. Both scared her to death.
Donovan, it's Cheryl. Cheryl, darling, please tell me you have some good news.
Well, I do. Burnham is dating this Sarah Olivia Adler. Apparently she goes by Olivia, though. I don't know how serious it is yet. They just met over the weekend, but you already knew that.
Don't remind me.
Martin dropped them off at the Sox game Sunday. Then he took them to the North End for dinner. Later this evening he will be taking him over to Miss Adler's house.
Can you get her address for me?
I can do that. No problem. Martin is very diligent about his travel logs.
Wonderful.
Is there anything else I can do for you, sir? Donovan thought for a moment and came up with a new plan.
Yes, I'm going to try to spook Miss Adler. If what you're saying is true, if Burnham is interested in her, he will insist on her having a protection detail, not wanting to take any chances. And when that happens, I want you to try to get that assignment.
Yes, sir. Donovan hung up the phone before dialing again.
Grant, it's Donovan. I may have a job for...
Chapter 10. Nepenthe. After returning home from the gym, Olivia looked at the time, wondering how it was suddenly only a few hours away from her date. She started to panic as she began to get ready, trying on practically every outfit in her closet. She wanted Alexander to like her. Hell, she wanted him to love her, regardless of the fact that she was more than aware that she was incapable of returning those feelings. She almost texted him to cancel no less than 6 times, her nerves getting the best of her. She even broke down and called Kira to ask for advice. I'm going to cancel. I'm not going for oysters. Olivia plopped down on her bed, which was covered in the vast majority of the contents of her closet. I'm going to start charging you for all this shit you put me through. I know, but I have no one else to turn to. She laughed anxiously. Okay, so why don't you want to go today? It's just oysters, right? Well, yeah, it's just oysters. But oysters lead to dinner, and dinner leads to kissing, and kissing leads to mind-blowing sex, and mind-blowing sex leads to marriage, and that will just end in disappointment for all involved. She started breathing heavy. Inhale, exhale. Okay, crazy lady, you know I love you. You got over all your issues with me, so why can't you just let someone else in? Stop being selfish. This is good for you. And I swear, if I find out you cancel, I'm calling Dr. Greenstein. Kira's threat to call her therapist was all Olivia needed. She really didn't want her doctor to think she was any more messed up than she already knew, even though she hadn't seen her in over 5 years. Fine, I'll go. But I have nothing to wear. Bullshit. I'll be right over. Kira arrived within the half hour and picked a gorgeous green Grecian-style dress that fell right above Olivia's knees. She paired it with gold sandals, gold bangle bracelets, and large gold hoop earrings. It was casual enough, but added a touch of dressy. Alexander arrived promptly at 7 that evening. When she opened the door, It felt as if all the oxygen was ripped from her body. The sight of him overwhelmed her very being as he smiled with a twinkle in his eyes. She openly gawked at how good he looked in his dark jeans and light green shirt that made his eyes pop.
"These are for you,"
he said, holding flowers for her, stunned at the sight of her beauty. She looked like a goddess, her figure illuminated from behind by the setting sun streaking through her house. "Thank you. Let me just put them in some water. Would you like to come in for a moment?" she asked, stepping into her foyer and allowing him to enter. Nepenthe came up to greet Alexander, staring at him with a questioning look on his furry face. "Alexander, this is my cat Nepenthe," Olivia explained before walking over to the kitchen island and grabbing a vase for the flowers. He looked down at the orange, long-haired cat that was walking in and out of his legs. He bent down and scratched him near his tail. Nepenthe immediately started to purr.
"Nepenthe? That's an interesting name."
"Yeah. Well, when I brought him home with me from the shelter, it was the first night that I didn't have any nightmares for as long as I could remember. I wasn't even going to keep him. I just brought him to my place after volunteering one day because he wasn't feeling well, and I wanted to keep an eye on him overnight. And, well, I had to keep him, especially if he kept the nightmares away."
"How did you come up with the name Nepenthe?"
he asked, staring at Olivia as she carefully placed the flowers in a vase, making sure it looked perfect. "After I graduated college, I lived out in Big Sur for a while and bartended at a great restaurant right on the coast with amazing views. It was called Nepenthe. In Greek mythology, Nepenthe is a medicine or elixir for sorrow. I guess it was the first antidepressant pill there was. So after not having nightmares that night when he was here, he became my own elixir for sorrow. My own personal Nepenthe." She smiled affectionately down at her cat. Alexander stood there in complete amazement of the woman in front of him. She had so many different layers. He desperately wanted to get to know each and every one of them, and to slowly become another one of her personal Nepenthes. As Olivia sat in the car holding Alexander's hand a few minutes later, she was glad Kira pushed her into actually going that evening. Her heart was beating so loud that she thought it was going to bust through and walk out of the car. Why did that man have such an effect on her? She kept hearing Dr. Greenstein's voice in her head from all those years ago, urging her to forge real relationships with people. She was engaged in a delicate balancing act of self-preservation and selflessness. It was unclear which would win when it came to Alexander. Should she keep him at arm's length to avoid the emptiness she would feel when he left her? Or should she just jump, feet first, into a new relationship because maybe it's something he needs or wants, and to hell with her selfish thoughts of being abandoned? She was starting to walk the tightrope, and it was only a matter of time until she would see if she could make it across, or if she would fall to the depths yet again.
"You look beautiful tonight, Olivia,"
Alexander said after they sat down at their table. He chose to take her to Atlantic Fish, a restaurant that wasn't too far from her house. It was one of his favorite spots in the city to grab oysters and a great bottle of wine. "Thank you." As the waiter took Alexander's order of a bottle of Far Niente Chardonnay and a dozen Blue Point oysters, she glanced around the large restaurant at the mahogany walls adorned with various nautical-themed prints.
"I hope I'm not being presumptuous ordering for you."
Olivia snapped her head back to the table, her eyes meeting Alexander's. She could tell that he was a man who liked control. "I don't mind. White wine and oysters go hand in hand, don't they?" She smiled before looking away. Alexander recalled one evening from his childhood at the DeLuca's beach house with his father. They sat on their back deck, overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. He was 8 years old and the DeLuca's daughter was 6. They were all eating oysters, throwing their shells over the balcony and onto the sand below. When the DeLuca's little daughter saw what they were doing, she snapped her crispy green bean snack in two, ate half, and threw the other half over the edge. Everyone roared with laughter, and she continued to do that the rest of the evening. The memory caused Alexander to smile, wondering if the woman across the table from him would remember that. If it was even her. The waiter returned with their wine, bringing Alexander back from his thoughts.
"I hope you like it,"
he said, raising his glass to Olivia. She followed suit before taking a sip of her wine, the liquid dancing in her mouth. It was a perfect choice. Light and crisp, but not too sweet. The perfect Chardonnay. "I heard from Detective Wilder today," she said, breaking a somewhat awkward silence.
"I thought you might. I spoke with her last evening. I want to make sure nothing bad happens to you,"
he said, his voice trailing off, remembering his sister's warning and the promise he had made to a little girl all those years ago. "Are you okay?" Olivia glanced at him, noticing a perplexed look on his face as though he was searching the back of his brain for something.
"Sorry, I'm just having a déjà vu moment, I guess."
"I get those all the time." She nodded in understanding. "Mostly I just run into people I apparently knew when I went to BC, but I can't remember who they are for the life of me." Alexander reached across the crisp white tablecloth and grabbed Olivia's delicate hand, caressing her knuckles. It was such a simple, chaste gesture, but it ignited sparks deep within both their bodies. The oysters arrived, interrupting their moment. Olivia looked at Alexander, her brown eyes alive with enthusiasm. "How are you with spicy cocktail sauce?" The corners of her mouth were turned up in a mischievous smirk.
"Ah, a woman after my own heart. Do it up, love."
Olivia smiled to herself as her heart raced. He called me love. She grabbed the cocktail sauce and added quite a bit of horseradish to it, as well as some hot sauce. She gingerly squeezed a lemon over the oysters and, once she was satisfied that they were ready, she put a small amount of cocktail sauce on one of the large oysters in front of her. Clinking shells with Alexander, she slid one down her throat. I love oysters," she said, savoring the salty taste in her mouth. "I remember watching my parents eat oysters all the time when I was younger. We would spend our summers at this huge beach house." Olivia grabbed another oyster, and Alexander stared with longing as she prepared it and slid it down her throat again. The way she ate her oyster was strangely erotic. "That beach house is one of the strongest memories I have of my life before the accident. My parents always had friends over in the summer. I was so jealous of them because they would eat oysters on the deck. I wasn't jealous because they were eating oysters. It was because they would toss the shells over the side of the deck, and I wanted to do that. I couldn't wait until I got older and could toss my oyster shells over the deck, too." Alexander couldn't believe his ears. He kept telling himself that it was just a story.
"I'm sure lots of people would throw their oyster shells over the side of the deck."
"Do you want to take a walk?" Olivia turned to Alexander as they left the restaurant. She didn't live far, and the temperature had cooled down dramatically. Nodding, Alexander grabbed her hand, and they made their way down Boylston Street in relative silence, a light breeze in the air.
"Sorry to bring this up again, but I want you to promise me something,"
he said as they crossed over to Commonwealth Avenue and were just a few blocks from Olivia's house. "What is it?"
"I want you to always let me know that you're okay. I mean, with Simon out on bail, I just want to make sure he's not doing anything he's not supposed to."
He felt as if he had no control over her safety, and he hated that. Still, he didn't want to scare her off by setting up round-the-clock protection for her. Not yet, anyway. "I'll be fine." Olivia stopped walking and turned to face him, grabbing his other hand in hers. "But I'll let you know if I ever need anything. I promise." She smiled at him, and a look of relief washed over his face. He pulled her close, and his warmth surrounded her. It felt as if she had known those arms her entire life. His embrace felt like home.
"Can you do me one more favor?"
He stroked her hair, not wanting to release her. Olivia caressed his back and felt the muscles rippling underneath his shirt. Her thoughts soon went to places that were unspeakable in public. "What's that?" She tilted her head and looked into his concerned eyes.
"Can I have a security system installed in your house? You live in Boston. You should have one anyway."
His voice was stern. I have a security system, and his name is Nepenthe. Olivia laughed. He simply remained silent, a harsh look on his face as he waited for her to agree to his request. Okay, she conceded, realizing that it was nearly impossible to say no to those vivid green eyes. That's fine. Can I have my team come over on Thursday? I have to head out of town later that evening, and I'd feel better leaving you knowing that your house was secure, and that no harm could come to you while I'm gone.
Thursday will be fine, she said just as they reached her house. She wondered why this man she just met seemed so concerned and invested in her safety. His comforting aura was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Alexander followed her up the steps to the front door, and she turned to face him, dreading another awkward moment.
Olivia,
he said breathlessly, pulling her into his strong arms. She could get used to the feeling of his body next to hers, warming her in the cool Boston night air. She leaned her head back and got lost in his eyes, licking her lips, hoping he would get the hint and finally kiss her.
Oh, Olivia.
He pulled her face into his chest, resting his chin on her head as he sensuously caressed her back.
You have no idea how badly I want to put my lips on you.
He exhaled loudly.
God, it's taking all of my resolve to not taste you right now.
Then why don't you? She inhaled his delicious scent.
I don't think that I'll be able to stop at just kissing you, and I couldn't live with myself. I mean, after the attack on Friday.
He floundered through his bullshit reason. He was more concerned with her being his long-lost Olivia. How could he get close to her? Would she ever forgive him for letting her down all those years ago? But what if I want to kiss you? She tilted her head toward him, a pout on her face.
You will, love. I promise.
She felt butterflies at his term of endearment. She wanted to hear it again.
But only when the time is right,
he continued, wanting more answers first.
And it will be amazing.
A little confident of your skills, aren't you? Olivia joked, pushing him away and taking a step back.
Maybe. I mean...
He looked slightly exasperated as he ran his hand through his hair. It made his already disheveled hair look even sexier.
Don't you feel this thing between us? He asked,
closing the gap between them once more.
The one thing I learned in my time overseas and after my father died was that life is precious.
His tone was full of passion, and his fierce green eyes were intense.
I've never felt this way about someone after only knowing them for a few short days. I can't focus at work. I can't do anything without thinking about you. All these feelings are so foreign to me, Olivia. I normally wouldn't give two shits about actually taking someone out, but with you, I don't know. I'm not only interested about getting you into my bed. I just want to see you smile.
Olivia felt her heart drop into her stomach. She felt the same way. All thoughts were of Alexander. She had forgotten about Simon altogether until Detective Wilder brought him back up to the foreground earlier that day.
God, Olivia,
he breathed, pulling her back into his arms, desperately needing to feel her small body against him again.
What are you doing to me? There's something about you that keeps me coming back. I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to.
He took a step back, holding on to her forearms.
Let's just enjoy this thing because I sure as hell am.
I am too. She giggled, making Alexander's heart soar. He loved that sound.
When can I see you again? Like I said, I have to leave town Thursday, but maybe tomorrow?
He looked at her, a hopeful expression on his face. She hesitated, unsure of whether she should tell him about singing in a band. Alexander's heart dropped, noticing her apprehension.
What is it? Are you seeing someone? I mean, that's fine if you are.
He rambled nervously. No, it's just, well, I kind of used to sing in a band when I was in college. My friend Kira tricked me into going into a bar last Friday where they were playing.
I got guilted into singing a bunch of songs with them. Now I'm kind of part of the band again. We have a gig on Friday, but I have to go to rehearsal tomorrow."
Olivia let out a huge breath, gauging his reaction. His face turned pale, and he had that look again, like he was searching his brain for something. "That's probably not your scene, huh?" He snapped out of it.
No. Sorry, that's not it. Deja vu moment again. Well, can I come and watch? I mean, one of these Friday nights? Do you mind?"
"Of course not. I'd love for you to come. You can meet Kira. When do you get back in town? Will you be back Friday?"
"I don't think so. How about Sunday? Are you available? I'm hoping to get back late morning. I'd like to see you."
"I can do Sunday."
She gazed at him, seeing the heat that was building behind his emerald eyes, and started to breathe heavier.
"Oh, screw it,"
he said, pushing her against the door to her house and tilting her chin up. Before she knew what was happening, she felt his soft, full lips on her mouth. She opened her lips in response, giving him permission to enter with his tongue, his movements gentle but at the same time forceful, as if staking his claim. Olivia felt his growing arousal against her abdomen and deepened the kiss, moaning into his mouth as he traced his fingers up and down the side of her stomach. He pulled away, and they both stood on her front stoop, panting. "Holy crap!" she exclaimed, trying to catch her breath. In all her 27 years, she couldn't remember ever feeling so lightheaded after a kiss.
"You've got that right."
He stared down at her, his eyes full of longing.
"You should go inside before I pin you against that door again."
"I don't mind," she retorted, playfully batting her eyes.
"Get inside. Please,"
Alexander begged her, bringing his lips back to hers, kissing her softly. "Okay," she replied, his lips still poised on her mouth. "I have to get my keys."
"You can't do that from this position?"
"It might be hard not being able to look down."
"I really like the taste of your lips."
Olivia moaned at his words, and he pulled away. She frowned from the loss of contact as she fished her keys out of her purse and turned to unlock the door. She felt Alexander approach from behind, his arm wrapping around her as he caressed her stomach. Olivia backed into him, angling her head to the side. He brushed her hair away and kissed her neck, inhaling her scent. She wiggled her butt against him, feeling his growing erection. He quickly spun her around, his eyes demanding.
"You need to play fair, Miss Adler,"
he whispered in her ear, making her body tighten.
"Or you'll regret it."
He gave her one more chaste kiss on her neck. "Are you sure you don't want to come inside, Mr. Burnham?" Olivia turned back toward him after opening the door, giving him her most innocent smile as her heart raced. She was brimming with sexual tension and badly needed some release.
"Oh, you have no idea how badly I want to come inside,"
he replied, smirking at the double entendre, leaning toward her and kissing her cheek.
"But not tonight. For once, I want to do this right and not rush into anything,"
he murmured in her ear.
"By the time I'm through sweeping you off your feet, you will be bursting at the seams, begging me to fuck you, never wanting another man inside you again."
Olivia gasped, pulling back to look at him with wide eyes. He placed another gentle, moist kiss on her lips.
"I'll be thinking of you."
He turned to walk down the front steps to the waiting SUV that had arrived, unbeknownst to Olivia. She watched in a complete daze as he got into the car. Entering her house, she closed and locked her front door, leaning her back against it as she tried in vain to regain what little composure she had left. In the car, Alexander grabbed his cell phone and made a quick call.
"Simpson, it's Burnham. I need everything you can find on one Sarah Olivia Adler. I'm not really interested in anything recent. I'm more interested in the first 10 years of her life. Get it to my sister as soon as possible. This is a top priority.
He hung up and texted Carol, asking her to do an age enhancement on a photo of Olivia as a child, something he had avoided doing for the past 21 years. He sighed, hoping he was doing the right thing. He just had to know, one way or the other.
Chapter 11. High and Dry. Olivia felt sluggish the following morning as she made her way to work to teach her 6 o'clock circuit training class. She was happy once her morning classes were finished so that she could relax in her office and deal with some neglected paperwork. She grabbed her cell phone to see if she had any missed calls, which was doubtful at 8 o'clock in the morning. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw a text from Alexander. Alexander. Good morning, love. I hope you slept well. She quickly typed a reply. Olivia. I slept well enough, although it was difficult to get sleep at first. Almost instantly she received a response. Alexander. And why is that? Olivia. I had a throbbing sensation between my legs from being left high and dry last night. Well, maybe not too dry. Smile. Several minutes went by and she hadn't heard back from him. She assumed he was in a meeting or on his way to work, so she returned to sorting through the various financial statements she needed to review from the current quarter. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she sensed a tall figure appear in her doorway. Her heart dropped to the pit of her stomach, and she had no idea what to say. Never in a million years did she expect that Alexander would show up at her office. May I come in, Olivia? He asked politely. She simply nodded, unable to find her voice as she took in his tan suit, white button-down shirt, and green tie. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. A feeling of enticing anticipation coursed through her when she heard the door lock. Not saying a word, he walked over to the windows and drew the shades closed, shrouding the room in relative darkness. The only light came from the small lamp on her desk. Now, what were you saying, Olivia? I left you high and... what was it? His tone was amused as he turned to face her desk. Try, she croaked out, unable to move or take her eyes off the man in front of her. Walking over to the love seat, he sat down and crossed his legs. No, that wasn't it. He draped his arm across the back of the couch, his eyes remaining glued on Olivia. It was something else entirely, Miss Adler. His devilish smile made her body ignite with a foreign feeling as moisture pooled between her legs. Wet, she replied softly. High and wet, Mr. Burnham. With everything he had, Alexander tried to remain composed and collected as he listened to her hunger-filled voice. Come here, Olivia, he said, uncrossing his legs and holding his hand out to her. Her entire body was on autopilot as she rose from her desk and walked over to him, reaching for his hand. Her chest heaved as he pulled her down, forcing her to straddle him. Her excitement grew when she felt his erection against her body. Olivia, do you feel the effect you have on me? She stared into his eyes, the sensation of feeling him between her legs overwhelming her. All she could do was nod her head. I want to know what kind of effect I have on you. It's only fair. He raised his eyebrows at her as if asking for permission. Yes, she breathed out, finally finding her voice. It is only fair. It's only fair what? He raised his eyebrows again. Mr. Burnham. Her breathing was becoming more and more erratic. It's only fair, Mr. Burnham. Good girl. Alexander ran his hands up her thighs, his motions slow and deliberate, slipping one hand underneath the little gym shorts she wore. No panties. Closing his eyes, he let out a little moan as he teased her.
I could get used to that.
He opened his eyes, and they were full of lust. He slid his fingers further into her shorts, finding her most sensitive spot, gently stroking her wet clit.
Oh, Olivia.
A delicious feeling of fulfillment began to pool deep in her stomach. She couldn't remember ever wanting anyone as bad as she wanted Alexander Burnham. He whispered in a guttural voice,
I do affect you, don't I?
Olivia simply nodded and closed her eyes, reveling in the pleasure of his fingers on her, thousands of different sensations overtaking her core.
Open your eyes, Olivia,
Alexander demanded forcefully. She obeyed him, glancing down at his stomach, avoiding his eyes as he slowly entered her with his fingers. She whimpered, and her breathing increased.
Look at me, Olivia. I want to see your eyes when I make you come.
She straightened her head, her eyes meeting his as he continued to push in and out of her.
You're so tight, Olivia,
he whispered, licking his lips.
I'm going to have to stretch you out a little before I can fuck you,
he explained, his voice husky and deep as he kept his insatiable eyes glued on Olivia's.
But I will fuck you.
His words sent her over the edge, causing her to explode around his expert fingers as waves of pleasure flowed through her body. She growled and leaned in, biting his neck softly.
Holy fuck,
she breathed, her heart racing with the aftershocks. Alexander placed both hands on her hips and flipped her onto her back. He loomed over her, his eyes burning into hers as he watched her pant. Leaning on his forearms, he nuzzled her neck.
I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did.
He nibbled on her earlobe before raising himself off the couch.
I'll be in touch, love.
Smiling, he walked over to her door, opened it, and closed it behind him. Olivia slowly got off her couch, trying to regain her composure, her body still trembling. She couldn't remember anyone ever making her feel so amazing from a simple touch. She didn't know whether she should feel satisfied or scared. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she saw that it was close to 9. After quickly changing into another pair of gym shorts, she ran down the hall and into the studio. As she got her things together for the Pilates class she was leading that morning, Kira sauntered into the room.
Hey, Livs. So how was the date?
Olivia immediately started to blush. She was smiling, but not about the date. She was smiling from just having a mind-blowing orgasm. Kira noticed.
Oh my God, Livy. Tell me.
Her excitement was infectious. Kira, I like him. I really, really like him. And I really, really like what he can do with just a few fingers. I've had a permagrin on my face since he left me last night. And my body is still shaking from him making me come. I just don't know what to do.
What is there even to think about? She exclaimed, grabbing her friend's hands, jumping up and down. Don't think too much into it. Don't let your fears ruin this for you, Libs.
She sat down on the teaching platform, pulling her friend down with her. She draped her arm around Olivia.
Don't let your fears ruin this for me.
I know. I've already scheduled an appointment with Dr. Greenstein. I don't want to scare this guy away so soon. It's about time I finally make an effort to get over these fears of abandonment that I have.
Good. Maybe she'll finally talk some sense into you. When do you see her?
Tuesdays and Thursdays. I start back tomorrow.
God, Kira,
she gushed.
I can't stop thinking about Alexander. This is not me. What is going on? Olivia and Alex sitting in a tree, Kira sang. No, stop it. Act your rage, Olivia shouted, pushing her.
Kira just continued.
Fucking. Oh my God, shut up.
People had started to file into the studio. Get away from me. I have to get ready for this class. Olivia stood up,
walking over to the sound system to set up the music she needed. "Fine, but drinks tonight." "I can't. I'm rehearsing with Mo's band at around 6. "Then after." Olivia thought for a moment. Maybe going out with Kira would be more healthy and productive than staying home obsessing over what to do about Alexander. "Okay. Good. Meet me at 28 degrees. 9 sharp." She winked and went to her place among the class. As Olivia instructed her students, she cleared her mind of everything for a moment. Everything except Alexander Burnham. She couldn't stop smiling as she thought about him and how, in just a short time, he had already helped her overcome some of her fears. Fears he didn't even know she had. Olivia had started to change, and she could only think that it was for the better. Alexander stood against his large floor-to-ceiling windows after leaving Olivia, admiring the city buzzing below and impatiently waiting on the report from Simpson. "Alex!" his sister exclaimed as she barreled through the door, waking him from his daydream about how good Olivia felt as she clenched around his fingers in absolute ecstasy. "Carol." He turned around. "What is it?" There was a file in her hands, and her face had a look that he had never seen before. She handed the folder to him. He saw that it contained the background check he had asked Simpson to do. On the top was a photo of Olivia when she was a young child. It was the age enhancement he had asked Carol to do. He looked up at his sister, desperately needing an explanation for the strong resemblance between the computer enhancement and the woman for whom he was falling. "Alex, it's her." His heart fell as he dropped his coffee mug, the brown liquid splattering all over the hardwood. Chapter 12. 28 Martinis. Olivia finished teaching her mid-morning classes and returned to her office, hoping to get a little more paperwork done than she had gotten through earlier, although she thoroughly enjoyed the interruption. She checked her cell, smiling when she saw that Alexander had sent her a text not even 5 minutes after he had left her. It had only been 2 hours since she had seen him, but she still ached for him. "Alexander, I can smell you on my fingers. You have no idea what a turn-on that is." Fuck! This guy loved to talk dirty, and it was doing things to her. "Olivia, just wait till you get a little taste, darling. You'll be begging me." She smiled, thinking two could play his game. Alexander. "Oh, really, Miss Adler? Is that a threat?" Olivia. "No, not a threat. My money's on you cracking before me." Alexander. "Only time will tell, love." Olivia got butterflies in her stomach thinking about his voice caressing the word love. She could hear it leaving his mouth in his seductive voice. How could she possibly be expected to concentrate for the rest of the day? "Livy!" Mo shouted when Olivia opened the door to his house in Arlington later that evening, letting herself in and walking into his large living room. She had never knocked at Mo's when she used to sing with the guys, and it felt like no time had passed at all since she left the band. "Hey, Mo." She hugged him. "So, who's the guy you were with at the Sox game on Sunday?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh my God, did everyone see that?" She punched his arm playfully as she followed him through the living room and into the kitchen, grabbing a bottle of water from his refrigerator. "Hell, you were 3 rows behind home plate," he said, sitting down at the breakfast bar. "So spill it. Do I have to kick some guy's ass?" "No, it's all good, Mo." She sighed. "He's a guy that works in my building. Anyway, I think he could probably kill you and leave no physical evidence. He's an ex-SEAL and now runs a private security firm." She left the kitchen and headed up the stairs into her friend's spacious music room to wait for the rest of the band members to arrive. "Shit, I knew he looked familiar," he exclaimed, following close on her heels. "That's Alexander Burnham, isn't it?" He stared at her, wide-mouthed. "Yeah," she answered sheepishly as she checked the tuning on her guitar. "What's the deal with you guys?" He started to sound concerned.
We've gone out a few times.
Do you like him? I mean, you don't date people, Livy. I'm not trying to sound mean, but that's never been your thing.
I know. I usually don't. But there's something about him, Mo. I can't put my finger on it. I even called my shrink to schedule an appointment to start therapy again. All over a guy. Olivia had always felt comfortable telling him everything. Sometimes his perspective was exactly what she needed. He never had a problem telling her what he thought about anything. Sometimes it was the cause of a few fights, but they would eventually get over it.
I'm happy for you, Livy.
He pulled her in, wrapping his arms around her.
But remember, if he hurts you, I've got some moves of my own.
He winked after he released her. Yeah, sure. What are you going to do? Sing him to death? Olivia laughed, and Mo joined in, sitting behind a set of congas and grooving along to the song she had begun to sing. Just before 9, Olivia pulled up in front of 28 Degrees, tossing the valet the keys to her Audi. She walked in to see Kira already sitting at the bar, sipping a martini. Joining her, she ordered a martini as well. "To breaking down those fucking walls once and for all," Kira said, raising her glass. "I'm working on it." Olivia took a sip of her drink, glancing around the dark bar. She noticed a tall man with dark hair and evil eyes, dressed all in black, walk into the trendy night spot. "How's Mo doing?" Kira asked. "Is he still as handsome as ever?" "Wait a minute! You think Mo is cute? What?" Olivia nearly shouted. "I thought you were just flirting with him for fun. I had no idea." "We started to get close when you left. We were the Olivia Adler Survivors Club." Kira winked. Olivia punched her playfully in the arm. "Stop it. You know I feel bad about that." "You should, bitch." Kira took a sip of her drink, finishing it, and stopped to get the bartender's attention. Suddenly, Olivia felt chills. Turning around, she watched a tall, muscular man with a shaved head walk into the bar, smiling at her as he passed. He walked over to the other side of the bar and joined his friend with the mean eyes. Why are they both wearing black? Did they coordinate their outfits? Olivia laughed at the thought. "What are you laughing at?" Kira interrupted her thoughts. Olivia took a sip from her martini. "The idea of you and Mo in the sack." "Stop it, Libby. And I call him Jack, anyway." "That's right. I forget that's his real name." "Why do you call him Mo?" "Well, the night I first met him at Scotch, that bar we used to work at, he introduced himself and I didn't hear the first part of his name. All I heard was the Mo, and I guess it just kind of stuck. And plus my dad's name was Giacomo and people called him Jack. I just couldn't bring myself to call Mo Jack, too." "Oh, I didn't know that." Kira rubbed Olivia's back, willing her to not freak out. Surprisingly, she remained relatively calm. "Wow, Libs, you willingly spoke about your dad and didn't go storming off. Whatever Alexander is doing, he better keep at it." Olivia blushed, wanting Alexander to keep doing the things he did to her earlier that morning. She looked across the bar and noticed the two guys staring at her. They weren't even trying to hide it. "That reminds me. Open mic mañana, chica?" Kira asked, bringing Olivia's attention back to her. "Absolutely. I'm going to get you up on the stage one of these days. I know it." She laughed at the look of horror on her friend's face. "Oh, absolutely not. You can have the spotlight, but when you get discovered, just remember the little people, okay? I'm talking backstage passes, and you better make sure I get interviewed when you're on Behind the Music. Got it?" Olivia smiled at her friend and finished her drink, the hours passing with ease while the girls caught up with each other. "Those two guys have been staring at us all night," Kira slurred into Olivia's ear several hours later, gesturing with her eyes to the opposite side of the bar where the two guys in black sat, drinking their beverages of choice. "Care Bear, they're creepy looking. Not to mention probably about 20 years older than you." Olivia was more than a little drunk, having consumed about 5 martinis. "Take those beer goggles off already. Plus, I thought you wanted Mo.
Number 1, they're martini goggles. Number 2, I do. I'm still working on that. You already have Mr. Hottie. I need one too. I'm going over there. She got off her bar stool, almost toppling over. You're drunk, Olivia said, poking her arm. So are you, she replied, poking her back and heading across the bar. Olivia kept her eyes on Kira, making sure that she didn't slip off into a dark corner with either one or, God forbid, both. Taking a moment to check her cell phone, she noticed a few missed text messages from Alexander. Instead of texting him back, she decided to call him, desperate to hear his deep voice. Olivia, he answered. The way he caressed her name sent shivers throughout her body. Are you okay? Of course I'm okay, she slurred into the phone, giggling. Why wouldn't I be? Well, it's past midnight, he responded. Fuck! Is it really? Whoops! Olivia, are you drunk? She giggled again, then hiccuped. Well, I think I have my answer. Oh, you think you have all the answers, don't you, Alexander? And why Alexander? Why not Alex? The booze had made her rather bold. We'll save that for when you're screaming my name. I guarantee that you won't be able to pronounce my entire name when I'm making you come, Olivia. She was silent for a minute, having no idea how to respond to his words. Are you still there, Olivia? She found her voice and squeaked. Yes, I'm here. Who are you out with? Do I have competition for my affections, love? There it was again. That word. Love. So full of hope. No, I'm with my friend Kira. She's over talking to 2 creepy guys sitting at the other end of the bar. Oh, really? What makes you think they're creepy? She could hear the humor in his voice. Well, they're wearing all black, which... I mean, who does that? Plus, they got to the bar almost immediately after I did and sat across the way from us. They've been staring at me this whole time. Kira's over there talking to them, and they're still looking at me. So, yeah. Creepy. Alexander's heart dropped. After his discussion with his sister earlier that morning, he knew there was something going on. He didn't have all the answers, but he did know that the woman he was falling in love with was the girl he failed early on in life, and that his father had lied to him, for some reason, about her dying. He just didn't know what that reason was yet. Until he figured out what was going on, he wasn't going to take any chances. Olivia, I need you to do something for me. She could hear the panic in his voice. I need you to collect your things, and very casually, walk into the ladies' room. Why? He was starting to scare her. She guessed that he saw everyone as a potential bad guy after all his years in the security business. Please, don't argue with me right now, love. There was that word again. All he needed to do was say that, and Olivia was putty in his hands. Or his mouth. Can you do that for me? I'm 5 minutes away. I will call you when I'm there. Okay, Olivia? She gulped. Yes, I can do that. Okay, 5 minutes. She got off the phone and stood up from her bar stool, walking to the ladies' room as if nothing was wrong. She wondered how he even knew what bar she was at. A few seconds later, Kira came barreling through the bathroom door. Libby, there you are. She dragged one of the creepy guys in with her. This is Donovan. He really wanted to get to know you. She winked at her friend. Olivia looked at the man at Kira's side, his head shaved. He was well built, with a mean expression on his face, and appeared rather intimidating. Kira! She shouted in shock. This is the ladies' room! Get him out of here! Kira looked around, finally realizing that she dragged a man into the ladies' room, and giggled. Whoops! What was I thinking? She turned to Donovan and, placing both hands on his chest, started to push him out the door. Out! And then he spoke, making Olivia's skin crawl. Okay, but we'll be waiting. He glared at her and left.
Her cell phone began to ring, and she quickly answered it with shaky hands.
"Olivia, are you safe?"
Alexander asked. "Yes, I'm safe. I'm in the ladies' room like you asked." She looked at Kira, who mouthed, "What is going on?" Olivia held up one finger, signaling that she would tell her in a minute.
"There are 2 men dressed in black standing in the corridor," he continued. "I have taken care of your bar tab. I will be in the hallway in 1 minute. Count to 60 and come out. Do you follow?"
"Yes." She hung up before turning to Kira and, whispering, told her that Alexander was there because he was worried for her safety. Kira squealed.
"Oh, that's so sweet. You're like a damsel in distress."
"No." Olivia smacked her friend. "I just think he sees trouble in everything. It's almost like he has this hero complex." Would he still want to be with her if he no longer thought she needed to be saved? The thought consumed her. Looking at her watch, she realized that enough time had elapsed. "Okay, we're meeting Alexander just outside. Are you ready?"
"Should I start humming the James Bond theme? Because I totally will."
"Shut up, Kira." Olivia pushed open the door to the restroom, running into Alexander's arms. She steadied herself, deeply inhaling his scent, her eyes heavy.
"Smell something you like?"
he asked with humor in his voice. She looked at him. "Oh, yes." Olivia gave the valet her ticket, and he quickly retrieved her car. Alexander opened both passenger side doors when the car was brought around, allowing Kira to collapse in the back seat before helping Olivia into the front. He ran around, tipping the valet, and got in the driver's seat before taking off down the quiet Boston streets. Kira had walked there because she lived around the block by the community gardens, but she was in no state to be walking anywhere at the moment. After dropping Kira off at her house, Alexander picked up his phone.
"Burnham here. I want an overnight protection detail for a Miss Kira—"
He looked at Olivia, wanting her last name. "Murphy."
"Kira Murphy."
He listed off her address, and Olivia gazed into the distance. Those 2 men at the bar really did concern him. Why? After he hung up the phone, Olivia glared at him. "What the fuck is going on?" she blurted out. He reached across the console of her car and placed his hand on her leg. Taking a deep breath, he considered telling her everything. But how would she react? She was clearly intoxicated. Could she be rational? Would the information set her back? Would she ever speak to him again? He wasn't ready for that to happen just yet.
"I'm not sure, Olivia, but I have a feeling, and my gut is usually right,"
he responded. His voice was soft and sensual, causing her to warm her icy glare and practically forget about the 2 men at the bar. "Whoa, what is it that you're feeling?" she slurred, trying to sound sexy. He laughed.
"What am I feeling? Well, if you really want to know, I am feeling a whirlwind of emotions right now, love. I'm feeling that you're not just some girl I want to fuck and never see again. I care about you. Deeply. I feel the need to protect you, to keep you safe, to make you happy."
He smiled at her. "And to tell you that I finally found you after all these years." "You can't always keep me safe. No one should shoulder that burden," she hiccuped, breaking the tension that was building in the car. Alexander pulled up outside of Olivia's house and parked the car on the side of the road. He walked her to the front door just as 2 black SUVs pulled up in front.
"Martin is here to take me home. Carter will be keeping an eye on your place tonight. It didn't look like anyone followed us here, but I need to be sure."
Olivia looked up at him, not ready to say goodbye just yet. "Stay with me, please." She didn't know what had possessed her to say that, wondering why, after years of never wanting any man to spend the night, she wanted this one to stay. He exhaled and pulled her against him.
"I want to, but—"
"But what? I just want to fall asleep in your arms," Olivia said sleepily. "If you really want to make me happy, you'll stay."
"Ouch, Miss Adler. Using my words against me,"
he said in mock shock. "I know. How very unfair of me, isn't it?
I should be punished." She laughed and looked into his eyes, her jovial expression turning heated. Alexander hesitated and felt his resolve crack. "Okay, I'll spend the night." His heart warmed when he saw her smile. "I'd do anything to keep that smile on your face." She turned to unlock the door. "Just knowing you're in the world makes me smile." He pulled her into an embrace and sang a line from Elton John's Your Song in her ear. Her eyes glossed over, his voice and those lyrics stirring a memory that lay deep within her subconscious. She turned to get away from him to clear her foggy head. She stumbled across the doorframe, tripping on her own feet and falling to the ground, most likely due to all the alcohol she had consumed throughout the evening. "Are you okay, Olivia?" Closing and locking the door, he rushed to her as she sat on the hardwood floor. "I'm drunk," she responded, the memory now gone. "We need to get you in bed before you do any more damage to that beautiful body of yours." He bent down and picked her up in his arms. "Where is your bedroom?" Olivia leaned into his chest, enjoying the closeness of him. "Up the stairs, first door on the left." He carried her up the stairs into her bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. "Where are your pajamas?" "Top drawer," she mumbled, raising her arm to point in the direction of the dresser. She was so tired that she didn't think she could even muster the strength to find something to sleep in. "Now this is hot." He winked as he held up a little black sleep slip. "But if you wear this, I don't know how much sleeping you'll do." A lazy grin crossed her face in response. He continued rummaging through her pajama drawer and found a black tank top with pink boy shorts. He walked over to the bed and helped her stand, steadying her as she lifted her shirt over her head to change into her pajamas. "Like what you see, Mr. Burnham?" she asked, raising an eyebrow as he gawked at the pink lace bra she had on underneath her shirt. She slowly removed it, letting it drop to the ground. "Fuck," he exhaled, staring at her perfect breasts, his breathing becoming erratic. Olivia grabbed his hand, pulling him closer to her, and pressed it against her chest. She threw her head back as he began to knead, tugging gently on her nipple. Burying his head in her neck, he groaned loudly before reaching on the bed behind him and grabbing the tank top he had found for her to sleep in. "Please, Olivia, you need to put this on," he begged softly, handing her the top. "I want you so fucking bad right now, but you're drunk, and I don't want our first time to be like this." He leaned down and trailed soft kisses across her collarbone. "I want you to remember every single moment that I'm inside you, filling you," he whispered, his breath warm against her skin. "Okay?" Olivia remained speechless, shocked at his words. She loved how sensual and sweet he could be. She simply nodded as he lowered the tank top over her head. After helping her out of her jeans, he laid her down in her bed before stepping back to take off his clothes. He slowly unbuttoned his blue button-down shirt, keeping his eyes connected with hers. She couldn't help glancing down at his body when he slipped off his shirt. Since the night they met, she had been wanting to see what he looked like with no shirt on, and she was not disappointed. His wide shoulders led down to a well-defined chest and perfect washboard abs. She wondered how much he worked out to maintain that physique. Then she noticed a faint trail of dark hair leading from his belly button down into his pants. Alexander's hands followed her eyes as he unbuttoned his pants, quickly removing them and his socks. He stood in front of her, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. Olivia couldn't believe how lucky she was to share a bed with a man as beautiful as Alexander. She desperately wanted to see where that trail of hair led to, but knew it would have to wait. She was exhausted. After turning off the lights, Alexander crawled into bed next to her. He pulled her to him, her back to his front. She could feel how turned on he was. "Sleep well, beautiful. I'll see you in my dreams," he said, his closeness causing her hair follicles to stand on end. Olivia drifted off to sleep, content to have a man sleeping next to her for the first time in her life. Chapter 13. Not Yet. Olivia sat in the back of her parents' car, clutching Mr. Bear in her little arms. She knew what was going to happen. Her dad would tell her that he loved her, and then a car would slam into them from behind, forcing them through a guardrail and into a tree. The green-eyed boy came to save her, just like he had been doing in her dreams all week. He placed her in a different car, telling her nothing bad would happen to her again. Then she saw a man dressed all in black come up behind the boy and smash his head with the handle of a gun. The green-eyed boy stared at her, and then fell to the ground. No! Olivia woke up screaming, covered in sweat. The lights snapped on immediately, and Alexander came rushing back to the bed, cradling her in his arms, soothing her sobs. "Olivia, love, what is it?" She trembled as he held her close, comforting her. "I'm sorry. It was just a stupid dream." She didn't understand why that dream was becoming more and more vivid every day. "Would you like a water?" he asked quietly. "Yes, please." He planted a delicate kiss on her forehead before leaving the bedroom. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her nerves. She was so angry with herself for asking him to stay over. She hated that he had seen her upset and on edge from the nightmare. "Do you want to talk about it?" Alexander asked when he returned with a bottle of water. Sitting next to her on the bed, he pulled her body into his. "It's nothing." With an unsteady hand, she took a drink. "Olivia, it is clearly not nothing. You're shaking." He looked at her, concern covering his face. "I know. It's just a dream that I've been having ever since I can remember. It's about my parents' death. I still can't believe it will be 21 years this Friday." Alexander's face went pale. She had been dreaming about the crash? If she was able to dream about the accident, maybe she was able to remember more than she had let on. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Are you okay?" Well, I'm sorry you lost your parents." He couldn't bring himself to tell her. Not yet. It was still too soon. "What happens in the dream? You don't have to tell me." He needed to know if she had dreamt about him. "I was at our beach house and my mama was rushing me, wanting to leave quickly for some reason. I don't think she felt well because she was asleep in the car. We sped through town before getting on the interstate. Finally, my father calmed down a bit. I was in the back seat of the car holding Mr. Bear." She smiled. Mr. Bear was my favorite stuffed animal growing up. That much I can remember about my childhood. Alexander returned her smile, recalling the look on her face when she first saw that bear. "My father looked back at me and told me how much he loved me, how much they both did. Out of nowhere, another car crashed into us from behind, pushing our car through a guardrail and into a tree. Usually that was where my dream would end, but recently, it's been different." "How so?" he asked, his heart racing. "Last week, a little boy was in the dream, and he's been there every night since. And I've also been seeing my uncle, too. He was trying to help my mama from the car and had a frightened look on his face." "What was your uncle's name?" Alexander asked quietly, almost as if he didn't want to know the answer. Charles Wright." "What was the boy doing in the dream?" he asked, trying to find out more. He now knew that his father had used one of his alternate identities in order to protect this girl. He had found the paperwork on that alias when he was going through some of his father's things after his death. "Are you okay talking about it?" He rubbed her back in a soothing manner. "Yes, I'm fine." She took a deep breath before continuing. "He pulled me out of the car. He ran me over to another car and told me that he would always protect me from then on. Out of nowhere, a man dressed in black knocked him out with the butt of his gun. That's when I woke up." Alexander got up and turned off the light,
recalling that moment like it was yesterday. He remembered the darkness, knowing that he could no longer protect his Olivia. Climbing back into bed, he pulled her close. "Go to sleep, Angel, and forget about that dream. It was just a dream, like you said." He didn't sound too convinced. He knew it wasn't a dream, but he didn't want Olivia to know that until he had all of the answers. He had a feeling that he already had the answers in his possession, but he had just been too selfish to look. The early morning sun woke Olivia as it began to seep into her bedroom. She looked at the clock on her nightstand and saw that it was not yet 6 in the morning. It had only been a few hours since she woke up screaming from her nightmare. She rolled over, wanting to snuggle with Alexander. He wasn't there. Getting out of bed, she went downstairs, wondering if he was still in her house or if he left because he saw how unstable she clearly was. To her surprise, upon entering her living room, she saw Alexander sitting on the couch in his boxer briefs, a perplexed look on his face as he held an envelope in his hands. "What's that?" she asked. He looked up quickly, a hard look on his face that immediately softened when he took in Olivia's frame standing in the doorway. "I hope I didn't wake you." He smiled. "No, you didn't," she responded sleepily, yawning. "The sun woke me up. I rolled over and you weren't there." Her face had a disappointed look on it. Alexander made a mental note of how beautiful she looked first thing in the morning, her hair slightly disheveled, rubbing her eyes. Olivia walked over to the couch where Alexander sat with his elbows on his legs, holding the letter with both hands. Sitting down next to him, she noticed a brown leather messenger bag had somehow arrived during the night. He had files spread over the coffee table, along with a nice journal with the year embossed on it in gold. It warmed her heart that he felt comfortable enough with her to make himself at home in her house. "Is that the letter?" "Yes, it is." He looked conflicted. "What is it that you're afraid of?" she asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. "I suppose I'm afraid of what it says. I have a feeling I know what's in the letter. I don't know if I want my suspicions confirmed, because that would mean that I've been letting my father down since he died. I guess I'm hoping to remain blissfully ignorant." "You need to do what you think is best. If you need more time, take it. If reading this letter will reopen old wounds, you're better off being prepared to deal with that." Olivia smiled. He wanted to scream. "It could mean that I've been letting you down. It could mean that I would have found you years ago. I could have saved you from your pain." But he didn't. He just stared ahead, relishing in the closeness of her. "Come back to bed." She stood up and extended her hand to him. He placed the letter on the coffee table before taking her small hand in his, allowing her to lead him up the stairs and into her bedroom. They crawled back into the bed, a nice glow in the room from the sunlight creeping in. Alexander wrapped his arms around her, enjoying the feel of her soft skin. She turned toward him, noticing that he had a distant expression on his face, clearly still thinking about that letter. She made it her mission that morning to help him take his mind off of it. Smiling, she pushed him onto his back, pinning him down with her legs. His eyes flung wide for a moment before becoming full of lust. He placed his hands just below her hip bones, feeling her toned legs as she sat on top of him, unable to hide his erection. Leaning down, she brushed her lips softly along his jawline. He moaned, and a smile spread across her face. She slowly moved her hips in a circular motion, causing his erection to get even harder. "Happy to see me this morning, Mr. Burnham?" she breathed into his ear. "Why, Miss Adler, I'm always happy to see you. Haven't I made that quite clear?" He let out a small breath as she continued torturing him with her body. He found it hard to keep his head. He wanted to be intimate with her, but he wanted to be truthful with her first. He didn't know which one of his heads would win out. He had a feeling it would be the wrong one. "God, love,
I can feel how wet you are through our clothes.
Well, let's get rid of them, shall we? She trailed kisses down his chest and torso, taking her time to savor the taste of his skin. Glancing up at the heated expression on his face, she could tell that he was barely holding it together. She slid his boxer briefs down his muscular legs, and he sprung free. Gasping, her eyes grew wide as she looked at him, surprised at his size. He smiled, stroking his erection with a coy and playful look. Shaking her head, Olivia pried his hand off, her hand taking its place. She lowered her lips to him while staring into his green eyes, taking him in her mouth. He moaned with obvious pleasure as she continued moving her mouth over his length, slow, then fast, and then slow again.
Fuck, Olivia,
Alexander growled. He couldn't believe that his Olivia was there and that she was doing that to him. It was so much more spectacular than anything he had ever felt before with any other woman. Picking up the pace, she felt him become rigid in her mouth, tasting the bit of pre-cum that escaped his tip. He wrapped her hair around his hand, helping to guide her as she continued torturing him. Before long, he felt that familiar sensation, surprised at how quickly he reached that point. Something about Olivia's mouth and tongue on his most sensitive part made him feel things that he never thought possible.
I'm going to come,
he breathed, warning her. She looked up at him, continuing her relentless motion, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she bared her teeth. He released in her mouth, the sensation overwhelming his entire body. He shuddered as he began coming down from his orgasm, trying to remember the last time anyone had made him feel that good.
Damn,
he exhaled, giving one last jerk. Olivia slowly crawled back up to him when he grabbed her, throwing her onto her back and kissing her deeply, their tongues engaged in a passionate dance. He was so incredibly turned on. He could taste them both. It was an intoxicating combination. He released her, and Olivia tried to catch her breath. Alexander collapsed next to her, and they both lay on their backs, attempting to slow down their breathing after such an intense moment.
Fuck,
he breathed again. You've got that right, Mr. Burnham. She turned and smiled at him. She didn't know what had come over her. She would normally never do that for anyone, but there was something about Alexander that made her want to please him. She felt amazingly satisfied.
Oh, Olivia, what am I going to do with you?
He asked, running his hand up and down her stomach. You keep saying that. What are you going to do with me? She raised an eyebrow and leaned in, kissing him softly on his mouth. He pulled her in toward him, wrapping his arms around her small frame. She nuzzled against his chest and fell back asleep, listening to the rhythm of his breathing. I'll miss you this weekend, Olivia said several hours later, as she said goodbye to Alexander at her front door. She embraced him, taking in his scent. She wasn't looking forward to her weekend without him. He looked down at her and gave her a deep kiss.
I'll be thinking of you every day,
he said sweetly. He pulled out of her arms and looked out front, where 2 black SUVs were parked just like the night before. When his eyes returned to her, his expression was severe. Carter is out front, keeping an eye on things. I have 2 of my best men coming over this afternoon to install your security system. If you need to run any errands, Carter will escort you. This is just for today. Do you understand, Olivia? Yes, I understand. I just have an appointment at 11, and then I was planning on going to the gym to work out. Oh, that's fine. You can do whatever you need to do. Just do not go anywhere without Carter. I cannot emphasize that enough. I got it, you overbearing ogre. She winked. He stared down at her, a menacing look on his face.
Oh, you have no idea how overbearing I can be.
He embraced her again and planted an affectionate kiss on her forehead. Leaning down, he whispered, "I'm always going to protect you, Olivia." He turned to leave, closing the front door behind him. Olivia's heart started racing, remembering her dream, that boy's voice, and those green eyes. Chapter 14. Number 1 Priority.
"Miss Adler, ma'am, where can I escort you?"
Carter asked as Olivia locked her front door later that morning, before heading to her appointment with Dr. Greenstein. She was taken aback by the man waiting to escort her, wondering whether Alexander had anyone working for him that couldn't bench press 500 pounds. Hi, you can call me Olivia. Libby. Whatever." It wasn't the first time she had an escort. Her uncle had usually insisted on her having a chauffeur when she was growing up. Of course, that had become a point of contention between them as she got older and wanted more independence. "I have an appointment at the Prudential Center. I was just going to walk. It's not that far, and I actually like walking. There's no reason for you to have to drive me."
"Ma'am, I have very strict orders from Mr. Burnham to drive you wherever you need to go. It's just a precaution."
Olivia realized that she wasn't going to win that battle, and she didn't want to disappoint Alexander so early on in their relationship. If it was a relationship. "Okay," she said, walking down her front steps toward the idling SUV, allowing her big, black, and very no-nonsense escort to help her into the car. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at the Prudential Center. Carter intercepted Olivia as she left the car to go into the center and up to her appointment.
"Ma'am, I need to escort you into the building. Again, it's just a precaution. This should all be over by the end of today."
"Fine," she huffed, biting her tongue to refrain from complaining. "But just so you know, I have an appointment with my shrink. That's where I'm going." His face remained fixed with no reaction. He was probably trained to be rather discreet. "I guess that's better than having to accompany me to the gyno, huh?" She nudged him in the elbow, trying to get a laugh out of him as they walked into a waiting elevator.
"Yes, ma'am. It definitely is better."
He chuckled, his stoic expression softening momentarily. The doors opened after a silent elevator ride, and they both stepped out. "This is her office." Olivia nodded toward the door immediately in front of them.
"I'll wait out here,"
Carter said after assessing the arrangement. The doors to the doctor's office were all glass, so he would be able to keep her in his sights while she waited for her appointment to begin. And since she was seeing her therapist, he figured it would be good to give her some semblance of privacy. "Thank you." She walked through the door and received a warm greeting from a middle-aged woman with short blonde hair and tall frame. "Olivia, it's wonderful to see you again," Dr. Greenstein said, a comforting aura about her. "Come on in." She followed the doctor into her office. It didn't look like a typical shrink's office. It was large, with floor-to-ceiling windows, black tile floor, and several comfortable white couches with green, orange, and yellow accent pillows. Sitting in an oversized white chair, Dr. Greenstein motioned for Olivia to have a seat on the couch facing her. "So, what brings you back to me?" "Well, I figured it was time," she responded sheepishly. Dr. Greenstein picked up a notepad and a pen, looked at her patient, and said, "Do you think? What was the reason for you calling me? It's been quite a while." "Yeah, several years, I know." "So, tell me, what's going on?" "Well, I met this guy." Olivia smiled as she proceeded to give Dr. Greenstein a general overview of what had been going on in her life recently, about how she would refuse to get into a relationship with anyone, but would hook up on occasion. She talked about Simon and how she met Alexander. She mentioned that she asked him to stay over the previous night. "And how do you feel about that?" "I don't know how I feel about it." Olivia glared. She hated that question, and her doctor knew it. Okay, sorry. But we need to discuss your feelings, Olivia. What was going through your mind when you asked him to stay over?" "Hormones," she muttered under her breath. Shaking her head in mild amusement, her doctor continued. You've said that you never let guys stay over at your place. If they were invited over, you would kick them out after sex. So why Alexander? Hold on, we haven't had sex. Okay, so you haven't been intimate yet. I didn't say that, she interrupted. I mean, we've done some things, but just haven't had sex yet. And do you think that's why you don't have a problem with him staying over? No, I mean, I want to have sex with him, but I don't know. We seem to be taking our time, and I'm actually enjoying it. It's weird. Normally, I just want to jump straight to sex so I can kick the guy out of my bed and possibly my life. Olivia looked down as she fidgeted with her skirt. She hated talking about her sexual habits with her doctor. Unfortunately, it was necessary for her to do so. Well, the act of sex is an intimate act, but you haven't made it so. When you rush into things, you skip over the act of forming a bond with another individual. You tend to use sex as a coping mechanism while, at the same time, keeping your subjects at arm's length, so that you don't get attached. What is it about Alexander? Olivia looked up and met the doctor's eyes. I don't know. Before me, he would kind of do the same thing I did, but I think his reasons are vastly different from mine. He doesn't have these attachment issues like I know I do. But now, I don't know. He said he wants more with me. He's sweet. He cares about me. He's always trying to protect me. He's incredibly sensual. Olivia's face flamed just thinking about some of the things that he had murmured into her ear. He's very gifted with words. That was the best way she could think of to say that he liked to talk dirty. So he's prolonging the seduction and you're enjoying it? A smile crept across Dr. Greenstein's face. Yes, definitely. She was absolutely enjoying every fantastic minute. Olivia, the doctor said, removing her reading glasses. You, unfortunately, had your parents taken from you at a young age. You never had the means to learn how to form a relationship with someone. You were so traumatized by that event, you pushed everyone away. When you were older and discovered sex, you wanted that without the emotional attachment. Now you're experiencing a slow seduction for the first time. Most of us have experienced that early on in our development. Granted, early on, it's not necessarily about sex, but later in life, our bodies crave that release, so it becomes a slow seduction, which can sometimes last years before the actual act of intercourse. You need to embrace this. Enjoy it. Go for the ride and face your fears. Don't worry about whether Alexander will ever leave you or be taken from you. We can't control those things. But you can control your actions. If you want to have a meaningful relationship with this man, and it sounds like you do, don't push him away. Let him in. You are a beautiful, intelligent young woman. Let him fall in love with you, and keep yourself open to fall in love with him in return. Olivia looked down, considering her words. Oh, I'm sorry, dear, Dr. Greenstein said, glancing at her watch. We're out of time for today. We'll pick up again on Tuesday. She led Olivia toward her office door before giving her a gentle hug. It's wonderful to see you again. Nodding, she turned to leave the office and really put some thought into what the doctor said. I'll tell her about my dreams next time. Shortly after she finished eating lunch that afternoon, Olivia heard a gentle knock on her door. Looking out the peephole, her heart fluttered when she saw Alexander standing there, a sexy smirk on his face. She quickly opened the door, and he swept her into his embrace. Miss me, love? You have no idea, she replied into his chest. He pulled back, giving her a chaste kiss. My security team is here to install your system. And I'm such a high-profile client that the big boss man had to come supervise? She batted her eyelashes at him. He curved toward her, softly saying, "You are Burnham and Associates' #1 priority, Miss Adler." He stepped aside to allow 2 gentlemen to enter the house to install the state-of-the-art security system that he had selected. "Olivia, this is Arnold and Chase. They will be rewiring your house for this system. It may take a few hours. Just let them know if you have any concerns. When they're done, they'll walk you through how to program and use it. They're also going to change your front door so that it's a punch padlock instead of a key. It's more secure." Mr. Businessman was back. The dichotomy of his sweet side and his business side intrigued her. Once he was certain that his installation team was all set, he grabbed Olivia's hand and placed an affectionate kiss on her knuckles, lingering for several seconds. "I have to return to my office. Carter is still out front, should you need anything. What are you doing tonight? Any plans?"
"Actually, yes, and I promise that I'll take Carter with me. It's Thursday. Kira usually drags me to open mic night at a bar in Davis Square called Johnny D's. It's a pretty good time."
"Ah, I've been there. Good bar. Great blues brunch on Sundays."
His phone started buzzing.
"Excuse me for a minute."
He pushed the button on his phone, answering it.
"Burnham here. Tyler, what's up?"
He looked at Olivia and mouthed, "Brother." She nodded.
"Yeah. I'm heading down after my meeting tonight." "Okay. Hey, listen, Ty. I have to go. I'm at my girlfriend's." "Yes, you heard me. We'll talk about it later." "Holy crap! He called me his girlfriend," Olivia thought. Normally, that would cause her to break out in hives, but the way the word rolled off his tongue made her burn for him even more than she thought possible. Alexander hung up with his brother and dragged Olivia back into his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead. "I hope you don't mind that I called you my girlfriend." She gazed up into his eyes. "No, actually, it made me a little wet when you said it." He groaned and gave her a quick kiss. "On that note, sadly, I must leave you. I'll see you soon, Angel." He walked out the front door, leaving her with a wonderful feeling. She collapsed on the couch, squealing. One of the installation men looked at her. "I have a boyfriend," she explained excitedly. He just looked at her and laughed. "Oh my God, I need to call Kira." She jumped off the couch and ran upstairs to her study. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" Kira shouted into the phone when Olivia told her the good news. For being in her 30s, Kira sometimes failed to act a day over 15, especially when it came to the opposite sex. "I know, and I let him stay over last night. I actually asked him to." "Holy crap, what have you done with my friend Olivia?" "I know, I feel like I'm 13. Is this the honeymoon phase that everyone always talks about?" "Yes," Kira replied. "It is. Isn't it great?" "Kira, I feel like I'm on cloud 9. I'm happy. I'm smiling. He's all I can think about. For once, I'm not thinking about my past. All I'm thinking about is my future and how he could be a part of it." "Aw, Libs, I'm so happy for you." "But what happens when the honeymoon is over? What happens when I don't feel like this anymore or that these emotions become stale?" "Libby, when you're with the right person, the feeling will never go away. You will always have that person on your mind. You'll always miss them when they're not around. You'll always have this extraordinary excitement when you're together. That's how you know it's meant to be. And any relationship where you don't have that is not worth your time." Olivia took Kira's words to heart as she went through the rest of her day. The security system installation was finished by 5 that evening. Chase quickly walked her through everything, helping her set a code. They also set up the keyless entry. She was thrilled to not have to lug her keys around anymore. After getting back from the gym, she took a quick shower before Kira was expected at her house to head to open mic. "What the fuck is this?" Kira asked when Olivia answered the door. "Alexander put in a new system. He wanted me to feel safer. And Carter has to drive us to the bar tonight. Don't worry about the door and the alarm. I'll give you the code, but
So help me God, if you set off the alarm and I have to deal with a panicky Alexander, I will murder you in your sleep, and I'll tell Mo that you have crabs. Olivia joked, grabbing her guitar case. You do that, and I'll cut a bitch. The two girls laughed. Bye, Nepenthe, Kira said to the cat as he stalked the front door. Your cat hates me, she remarked while Olivia armed the security system. Nepenthe doesn't hate anyone. He just has murder in his heart. Chapter 15. Constant Butterflies.
I'll be here keeping an eye on things, ma'am,
Carter said as he escorted Olivia and Kira inside Johnny D's. He motioned to a table against the wall in the bar area, where he would have a view of the entire club. Okay, thanks, Carter. Olivia walked past the darkened bar, climbing down a few steps and into the dining room area. Making her way up to the small front table, she added her name to the list. Open mic night was getting started, and there were already about 10 people on the list. Returning to her and Kira's usual table, she figured it would be about an hour or so before she would go on. Hey, Livy! Hey, Mo, she said, standing up and giving him and Marcus a hug as they approached their table. I didn't know you were coming tonight. Mo met Kira's eyes, and they shared a look as if he finally realized that Kira was attractive. Oh, I get it. Olivia smirked, elbowing him. The guys pulled up 2 chairs and joined them. So what are you going to do tonight? Kira asked as a server approached, dropping off their drink order. Well, actually now that Mo's here, I think I may want to switch it up, if you're willing to back me up on percussion. Remember the song we were fooling around with last night? Mo nodded, his smile wide. That's the one, then. Sweet, Kira said, taking a sip of her cocktail. Across town, Alexander finally finished his meeting with his training strategist. Looking at his watch, he saw that it was 8:30. He rushed out the front door of his office building and climbed into the waiting SUV. Good evening, sir. Off to home, then? Actually, Martin, let's make a quick detour. How fast can you get me to Johnny D's in Davis Square? I can be there in 15 minutes, tops. I'll give you 5,000 if you can get me there in 10. Yes, sir. He peeled into traffic, heading toward Davis Square. Less than 10 minutes later, he pulled in front of Johnny D's, and Alexander ran inside. Carter saw him almost immediately and stood up from his chair. Sure, is everything all right? Carter, pretend I'm not even here, please. Just go on with what you were doing, and I'll be over at the bar. If either Miss Adler or Miss Murphy get up from their table, please intercept them and get their drinks. Yes, sir. Oh, and just so you know, she hasn't performed yet. He smiled. Thank you, Carter. Alexander walked over to the bar and sat at a stool that hid him from most of the crowd sitting in the lower dining area that housed the stage. He still had a great view of the actual stage, and that was all he cared about. Let's all give it up for the lovely Laura, the MC shouted into the microphone. The crowd's response was mediocre at best. Next up, well, looky here. Miss Olivia Adler has graced us with her presence. Livy, get your cute butt up here. Alexander shot daggers at the MC, a decent-looking guy in his mid-30s with a shaved head and a short beard. That cute butt belonged to Alexander. The thought of anyone else commenting on it made him wild with rage. He had never felt so possessive before, and it was a strange feeling. Olivia walked up to the stage, carrying her guitar and waving to the crowd as she made her way through the room. Alexander smiled as he took in her appearance. She kept her long dark hair straight and chose to wear a tight yellow halter tank with a pair of dark jeans and giraffe print heels. She looked hot. A guy followed her on stage and sat behind a set of congas. He was about the same height as Olivia and had very similar features. If Alexander didn't know any better, he would have thought they were related. She sat down at a chair positioned center stage and adjusted her microphone as she checked the tuning on her acoustic guitar. How's everyone doing? The crowd cheered. Awesome. Well, I've brought some backup with me today. My good friend Jack DeStanzio is going to help me out. Incidentally, his band, Groove Delay, is performing tomorrow night at McFadden's in the financial district, so come on by. I'll be doing a few songs with him as well."
The audience clapped.
This is Sleeping to Dream by Jason Mraz.
Alexander was transfixed on the woman holding the guitar and interacting with relative ease with the audience. It brought back so many memories of all those years ago. Then she started playing, plucking at the guitar strings, a sweet melody amplified through the bar. As she sang, Alexander looked over the large audience sitting captivated by the woman on the stage. Her normally strong voice sounded sweet and light, matching the mood of the song. He listened to the lyrics as she sang about dreaming of falling asleep next to a special someone. It was a song he had heard many times, but had never paid much attention to before. He absently wondered whether Olivia had realized that the boy she saw in her dreams was him. Whether she knew that he pulled her out of that car. Whether she knew that he swore he would always protect her. And whether she knew that he had let her down. Olivia and the guy playing the congas, who she introduced as Mo, complimented each other wonderfully. It was clear they had been playing together for a while. When they reached the bridge, the back and forth between their two vocal parts was mesmerizing. Belting out the words leading to the final chorus, the audience cheered wildly for Olivia's strong voice as she hit a high note. The sound filling the bar sent shivers through Alexander's body. She looked so at ease in front of the large crowd. He thought back to all those years ago, spending time with Olivia and her family learning how to play piano and guitar from her mother, who would always sit in the great room at their beach house and play for the kids. Olivia loved having the spotlight back then, singing and dancing to a pretend audience that consisted of mostly stuffed animals. Now, all these years later, here she was, performing to a real audience. Alexander's heart swelled with pride. The song ended and the crowd cheered. Alexander sat at the bar, clapping loudly for the girl on stage. The girl he knew all those years ago. The girl he loved all those years ago. The girl he never stopped loving. And the girl he was falling back in love with all over again. "Thank you," Olivia said, walking off the stage and back to her table, the thunderous applause still going strong throughout the entire bar. "Miss Olivia Adler, everyone!" the MC shouted. The crowd went crazy. "Hey, Libs, how about one more? Have anything else ready?" Olivia stared at the MC, thinking about what she could possibly pull out of her hat. She conferred briefly with Mo before they both walked back to the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers again. She sat down in the same chair, still holding her guitar. Pulling up a seat next to her, Mo took his guitar out of its case and checked the tuning. He nodded to her when he was all set. "Okay, here's one we'll be doing tomorrow night, so make sure you come and see it when it's the full band. It's a new one," she said into the microphone, smiling. "There's this guy that's kind of captured my heart these past few days, and this song says it for me right now. This is Brighter Than the Sun by Colby Calais." Olivia glanced at Mo, and he counted them off. Alexander stood motionless, not wanting to miss a minute of her performance. She was singing that song for him, although she didn't know he was even there. Maybe that was a good thing. Olivia and Mo sat next to each other, strumming their guitars in near-perfect unison. The crowd was getting into their performance, many people standing up from their tables and dancing along to the upbeat song. She couldn't help but think of Alexander as she sang the lyrics. She had never expected to meet someone like Alexander. She thought that she would go through life having one short-term pseudo-relationship after another, never wanting to get close to anyone. But now she wanted to get close. When she was a little girl, she remembered her mama telling her that she would know when she was with the right person by the constant butterflies. Now, all these years later,
Olivia had those butterflies. Alexander watched her perform, thinking how perfect the song was. She was captivating, her enthusiasm contagious. "I don't think I've ever felt like this before either, Olivia," he thought to himself as she sang the final line of the song. Roaring applause sounded through the small bar, and Alexander discreetly left. "Thanks, everyone. See you all next week. And please, come see us tomorrow night at McFadden's." Olivia jumped off the stage to her friend, who gave her a massive hug. "Oh, Libs, you were fantastic. And you are so falling in love with Alexander. I can tell." She began to blush, even though she knew that Kira was right. She was torn about her feelings for Alexander. On one hand, she had only known him a few short days, so how could she possibly be falling for him so soon? On the other hand, there was something so familiar about him, as if she knew him in a past life. "Do we want to sail again?" Kira asked, gesturing to their empty drink glasses after Mo and Marcus had said their goodbyes. Olivia looked at her watch. "Probably not. I really should get some sleep. I have an early day tomorrow." "And a long one, huh? You're playing with the guys, aren't you?" Olivia laughed. "Kira, that sounds so dirty." She grabbed her purse and stood up from the table, heading in the direction of the door. "Oh my God, stop it!" Kira pushed her friend playfully. Carter saw the two girls and met them by the door. "Are we all set, ladies?" "Yes, we are. Thank you, Carter." "You were quite good, Miss Adler," he said. "Thank you." Olivia blushed, turning her head to look outside. A downpour was cloaking the streets of Boston. Carter did a quick sweep of the bar. "Why don't you ladies wait inside for a few minutes while I run to grab the car?" He hadn't noticed any suspicious behavior that evening, so he figured they would be fine for the few minutes it took him to get the car and bring it around front. "Okay. Thank you, Carter." He left, running into the rain. "Well, I'm gonna go use the bathroom before we leave. Will you be okay out here?" Kira asked. "Yes, go ahead." Olivia stood in the bar area, keeping an eye out the door, staring at the rain. As she pondered what Alexander was doing at that very moment, she felt someone approach behind her, sending chills down her spine. "Livy, were you singing those songs for me?" She turned around quickly, knowing that voice all too well. "Simon." Her heart started to race. "You can't be here. You know that. Walk away, and I won't call the police." She took a step back, trying to keep her distance. "Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything." He glanced to the bar. "I saw your new little boyfriend here earlier. Thankfully, he was too self-absorbed to even notice that I was sitting just down the bar from him." She looked at him, puzzled. "What are you talking about, Simon?" "You know, your latest victim," he sneered. "Alexander Burnham. He came in a few minutes before you went on, sat at the bar, and left right after you finished." Her eyes grew wide in panic as the realization washed over her that not only had he heard her sing, but he had heard her say that the last song was for him. "Well, I'll be off, Livy. You enjoy your panic attack." She remained locked in place, fighting for air, as she watched Simon leave the bar. "Olivia, are you okay? What's wrong?" Kira ran up to her, noticing her pale face. "He was here, Kira," she responded, her voice almost a whisper. "He saw me. He heard the songs I sang." "Who was here?" Kira pulled back, confused. "Alexander." "Wait! Shut the front door!" she interjected with a shocked look on her face. "How do you know that?" Well, Simon just came up to me and told me." She cringed in anticipation of her friend's response. "Olivia!" Kira screeched. "He cannot just come up and talk to you." "I know that," she admitted. "But he gets one. If it happens again, I'll report him." "But Kira," she implored. "He saw me. He heard those songs. How could I be so stupid?" She looked out at the rain pouring down, nervous about what Alexander would think. "What are you so worried about? You sang a few songs. So what? If he has half a brain, he'll fall even more in love with you now that he knows that you were singing to him. Relax. Stop worrying about it." "What if he freaks out because of it? What if he leaves me?" Olivia couldn't believe her own words. She normally couldn't care less if a guy left her or not, but she had become attached to Alexander over the last few days, and him leaving scared her to death. "Olivia, I saw the way he looked at you last night as he let us out of the bar. It was as if you're the most precious treasure on the face of the planet. As if he had been looking for you his entire life. He would never leave you, unless you do something incredibly stupid." Kira winked as she spotted Carter standing in the doorway, holding an umbrella. "Let's get out of here." "Okay," Olivia exhaled, thankful to have someone like Kira in her life to talk her down from the ledge. Chapter 16. Ice Cream Grins. "Mr. Burnham, it's wonderful to see you," a middle-aged woman said, greeting Alexander when he entered his family's house on the Mystic River. "Good evening, Mrs. Carlson," he replied, walking in through the large living room decorated in a nautical theme. "How was your ride down? I had expected you earlier." "I'm sorry. I was detained in the city longer than I originally planned." He dropped his bags by the mahogany staircase before striding into the formal dining room. Alexander couldn't remember the last time that room had actually been used. The entire house seemed empty and cold. "Can I get you anything to eat?" she asked, watching him as he stopped in front of a large family portrait hanging on the expansive dining room wall. She always wondered who the little girl was that was standing next to Alexander in the photo. "No, I'll raid the kitchen myself. You don't have to wait on me." His voice was void of emotion as he kept his eyes glued to the portrait. "Well, then I'll be right next door." "Is my mother around?" he asked, snapping his attention back to Mrs. Carlson. "No, she's still in Colorado. Let me know if I can do anything else for you." "I will. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow." "Good night." She turned and walked out the front door, heading to the guest house adjacent to the waterfront property. Finally alone, Alexander slowly walked through the house and took in his surroundings. Being in his childhood home once again, thousands of memories from his younger days came rushing back. He loved growing up there, until his best friend was taken from him. Then the house stood as a painful reminder of all the happy memories they had shared. Memories he would no longer be able to recreate. He returned to that house once a year. This year, however, he was hesitant about continuing his ritual, knowing that Olivia was, in fact, alive. After much debate, he realized that part of her did die that day, and he felt the need to continue to honor the memory of that little girl. He made his way into the large, airy kitchen to make a quick spring salad. It was a nice, breezy August evening, so he took his snack to the front porch of his family's house and sat down, looking at the darkness of the Mystic River. He recalled spending hours on end playing on the porch swing with his best friend. The estate was built in the early 19th century and used to be owned by an old ship captain. Olivia grew up right down the street from him, and, since her birth, they had become almost inseparable. She spent practically every weekend at his house, while her mother was in Newport, Rhode Island, where her family came from, attending one charity event or another. Her father, Jack, worked as a CIA analyst out of the Providence office and was never around much, his work consuming most of his time. Alexander's father, Thomas, also worked for the CIA, but, in order to start his own private security company, had left before Jack worked for the agency. When Olivia's parents moved in down the street from his family, Jack and Thomas became fast friends. Thomas was relentless in trying to recruit Jack to work for his company, but Jack refused, preferring to work at the agency. The two families shared everything, including celebrating holidays together, although Jack was never really around. Alexander recalled walking down to Mystic River Park with Olivia and his dad nearly every weekend, the downtown area usually teeming with tourists taking in the historic maritime town. They would always stop in one of the local shops for ice cream. Olivia would always get a scoop of Rocky Road and a scoop of strawberry, finished off with sliced pineapples. It was such a strange combination, but the look on her face when she ate that first bite was something he would never forget. Brushing off his memories, Alexander finished his salad and went upstairs to his childhood bedroom, which his mother had redecorated years ago. Although it was his family home, no one really lived there, his mother choosing to spend her time between her Denver and South Beach properties instead. His father had hired Mrs. Carlson quite a few years ago to maintain and care for the house when he decided to relocate the main office of his security company from Providence to Boston. At that time, the house became somewhere they would go on the weekends. After his father died, Alexander thought his mother would live in the house again, but it was too painful for her to spend too much time there. The reminders of her husband and everything that family had lost throughout the years overwhelming. He crawled into his antique four-poster bed and glanced at a photo on the nightstand of him and Olivia when they were children. They were at Mystic River Park and were both covered in ice cream. They stood hand in hand with big ice cream grins on their faces. A smile spread across Alexander's face as he fell asleep.
Shit!
A young Alexander heard his father shout into a payphone as he stood inside a hospital room on his 9th birthday. Relatives and well-wishers were crowding the little baby boy that his mother just gave birth to the previous day. He was happy to have a baby brother, but was upset that he was missing time at the beach with his friend Olivia. Alexander was surprised when his father walked briskly into the hospital room, meeting his wife's gaze. He bent down and whispered something in her ear. Her eyes went wide with concern. Whatever had upset his father also worried her. He kissed her on the forehead before leaning down to do the same to the infant that lay in her arms.
Alex, come with me,
he said sternly as he left the hospital room.
What is it, Dad?
He followed his father down the long corridor, nearly having to run to keep up with his long strides.
I need to get back to the Cape, and I'm going to have to take you with me. I can't leave you with your mother. I'll tell you what's going on once we're on the road.
They practically ran out to the car and were on the freeway within moments, heading away from New London, Connecticut, toward Chatham, Massachusetts. Alexander turned to his father, looking into the same green eyes that he had.
What's going on, Dad? You look worried.
Thomas took a deep breath. How could he relay this information to his now 9-year-old son?
It's Olivia and her parents. I have a bad feeling. Olivia's dad found out some things about some very, very bad people. They want to harm him and his family.
Thomas looked down at the speedometer and pushed in the accelerator, urgently trying to cut down his time.
Olivia's mother called earlier this morning and left a message on our machine at the house.
He didn't want to say anything else to his son about how Marilyn said she didn't know who to trust, and that he was the only one she could. Marilyn wasn't one to overreact, so the fact that she was frightened worried Thomas. Taking a deep breath, he continued.
When I tried to call their house, no one answered. So we need to go check on them.
Alexander's heart began to race. What if something bad happens to his Olivia? She was his best friend. He remained silent the duration of the excruciatingly long car ride to Cape Cod. 2 hours later, they pulled up to the driveway at the DeLuca's extravagant beach estate.
Do not get out of the car, Alex,
Thomas growled as he leapt out of the car, running toward the garage and the house. Within a few brief moments, he ran back to the large SUV Alexander sat in.
Did you find them, Dad? No, and it looks like they left in a hurry just a few minutes ago, so something obviously spooked them.
Thomas put the car in reverse and accelerated toward the freeway, not wanting to tell his son about the blood he saw in the kitchen. He saw the DeLuca's sedan further up on the freeway, and a wave of relief washed over him until he saw a dark SUV pull out of a turnabout, speeding toward their car. "Shit, no!" Thomas shouted when the SUV plowed into the DeLuca's car, forcing it through a guardrail and into a tree. Slamming on the brakes, Thomas pulled off along the side of the road. "Olivia, no!" Alexander swung the door open when the car came to a stop. "Alexander, get back here! It's too dangerous for you!" Thomas shouted, trying to catch up to his son. "I don't care about that, Dad! I need to help her!" Alexander ran down the short hill and stopped at the car. He looked in the back seat, and his heart sank. Olivia's eyes were closed, and there was blood everywhere. Then she stirred a little bit. "Hey, Olivia, we need to get out of here, okay?" Alexander said, unbuckling her seatbelt, thinking that it probably saved her life. He smelled something, and knew there was probably a gas leak. He rushed, desperately needing to get her out of the car as his father attempted to help her parents. "My mama and papa..." "I know, but this is an emergency and you have to be brave." Pulling Olivia out of the car, he quickly ran her to the SUV, gingerly placing her in the back seat. "I don't feel so well," she moaned. "I know. We're going to get you help. We're going to protect you always, Olivia. Nothing bad will ever happen again. You can trust me." Alexander felt someone approach him from behind. Then he slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 17. Hidden. Alexander awoke with a start the following morning. He hated reliving that day in his dreams. If they had been just a little quicker, would the accident have happened? Getting out of bed, Olivia consumed his thoughts. His Olivia. He thought about the girl he knew all those years ago, and the girl he had met the previous week. It felt like two different Olivias. But they weren't. They were the same Olivia, separated by 21 years of secrecy. August 24th. He hated that day more than anything. He thought it would feel different, knowing that Olivia was alive and well, and in his life. But it didn't. It felt the same. While he no longer mourned the loss of his best friend all those years ago, he still mourned not knowing Olivia during that time. He mourned not growing up with her. He mourned not being at her side through all her ups and downs. After preparing a cup of coffee, he went out to the front porch to enjoy a calm minute before the day got away from him. Sitting at a small table, he looked out over the same river that was dark just the previous night. With the rising of the sun, there was much more activity in the maritime community. His eyes wandered to the cemetery across the other side of the riverbank, where, if he looked close enough, he could make out his best friend's grave. "Alexander? Oh, it is you!" An elderly woman shouted as she walked her dog down the street. "Mrs. Cunningham!" he shouted back, getting up to greet her on the sidewalk. "It's wonderful to see you." He bent down to hug her, and she kissed his cheek. "I had a feeling that you'd be here this weekend." "I'm a creature of habit, what can I say?" Alexander replied sheepishly, the normally confident man nowhere in sight. "I think it's sweet that you still come and pay your respects all these years later. I know it must be difficult for you. I mean, you and that little Olivia. God, the two of you were inseparable." She smiled at the memory. "I remember being over at your mother's for tea years ago, when she would look after little Olivia for her mama. She couldn't even walk yet. And you would jump into her crib and just lie down next to her and watch her sleep, waiting for her to get up." A tear started to trickle down her cheek. "It was such a tragedy. I didn't know her parents well, but Olivia, she was too young. She glanced at Alexander, remorse etched across his face. Well, dear me, I always bring her up. I'm sorry, dear. I'll be on my way. Stop by later for a cup of tea if you'd like. She walked down the street, and Alexander remained speechless. It was always so difficult to return to Mystic and see his old family friends who knew both him and Olivia. They would always say what a lively and spirited girl she was, and what a tragedy it was to lose her so young. He still had difficulty processing that she wasn't lost all those years ago. She was hidden. An hour later, Alexander made his way to the cemetery. It was a nice day, and he could use the time to think, so he walked the mile across the bridge and toward the old cemetery, stopping at a market to pick up 2 bouquets of roses and 1 of sunflowers. Approaching the large iron gates, he headed down the old dirt path to the DeLuca's graves, set high up on a hill overlooking the river, the sun glimmering on the water, creating a serene atmosphere. Placing a bouquet of roses on Olivia's parents' graves first, he then made his way to Olivia's grave. He sat down and placed the sunflower bouquet at the headstone, smiling at how his old friend loved sunflowers. Well, another year's gone by, and I just don't know what to do. I'm still talking to you like I do every year. But this year, well, I found you. Last week, actually. You are still alive, Olivia DeLuca, except now your name is Sarah Olivia Adler. I don't know what the whole story is and why you were taken from me, but you were. I'm scared to know the truth, Olivia. I love you, you know. I mean, I love the girl that I grew up with all those years ago. You should see the woman that you've become. You're a strong, beautiful, talented, exceptional woman. A woman that I've always seen myself falling in love with, if you can believe that. Maybe the reason I never settled down before was because, deep down, I knew you were still out there somewhere, and my heart was just waiting until I found you. A smile crept across his face, thinking about the previous morning with Olivia and the things she did to him. But you're also scared, he said, returning from his thoughts. Scared of losing people. You've lost so much in your life that now you push everyone away, fearful that you'll lose them too. I don't want you to push me away. I want you to open up to me. I don't want you to be worried about losing me. I will never leave you. I've looked for you my entire life, and now that I know I was right, that you are alive, I will never lose you again. Alexander looked down, unsure of what to say next. A gentle breeze rustling through the trees as the horn on the drawbridge sounded in the distance. I brought you sunflowers again. You always loved them when we were kids. You used to call them giant daffodils. He paused briefly, remembering arguing with Olivia when they were younger about the proper name for the flower that now lay in front of her gravestone. You don't remember anything about your past, he said sadly. You remember some things, but not much. It's as if you're this entirely different person than the girl I grew up with. And I know that's okay. I just wish that you could remember, because it's breaking my heart to know that I'm going to have to be the one to tell you. To tell you that you were taken from the people that loved you. That you were taken from me. That your entire life has been a lie. Alexander looked at the grave, his eyes brimming with tears. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to do that. Taking a deep breath and trying to control his emotions, he stood up and placed his hand on the top of the stone. I love you, Olivia DeLuca. He turned away and heard a slow clapping. Glancing in the direction of the sound, he became irritated. Adele, why am I not surprised to see you here? He walked toward a tall, thin, blonde woman dressed in a short black dress, wearing an over-the-top black sun hat and dark shades.
Alexander, darling, so happy to see you. I just knew that you'd be here.
She sauntered toward Alexander and gave him a hug, which he weakly returned.
Well, it's not that big of a surprise, is it? I come here every year, don't I, Adele?
He glared at her.
I know, darling. I know. Listen, Mommy and Daddy are having a thing today at the country club, and I am in desperate need of a date. I figure since you're in town and I'm in town, you'd be more than willing to accompany me.
Adele, I don't think that's such a good idea. If I wanted to, I'd see you in Boston, but I don't. Plus, I'm seeing someone now. Someone that I actually care about. Don't get me wrong. It was fun while it lasted, but I'm not interested anymore. There's too much drama when you're around.
Alexander started to walk away. They had slept together off and on for the past decade or so. She was a distraction, but no emotional attachment ever came of the relationship. She was more than willing to give up total control of her body to him, which was what he needed and craved. But since he had met Olivia, he wanted more than just an occasional fling.
Come on, Alex, just as friends,
she insisted, running to catch up with him, making him turn around.
I know you're still in love with Olivia, even though she's been dead for, 20 years or something.
You were always jealous of her when we were growing up,
he interjected quickly.
And from the looks of things, you still are.
Alex, I'm no longer interested in dating a man who is in love with someone they can never have. No one can ever measure up to the pedestal that you've placed Olivia on.
You always have an ulterior motive. So what is it this time, Adele?
He crossed his arms over his chest, and she visibly gawked at the rather impressive muscles bulging through his simple blue t-shirt.
No motive, I promise.
She held up her hands in defense.
I just miss my friend. We used to have fun together, before things got complicated. Let's just hang out today as friends, like we used to.
Adele took a few short steps and pushed a strand of hair out of his eyes.
I miss the old Alex,
she crooned.
My parents will be there and they would love to see you.
He was torn about what to do. Maybe some time away from it all was exactly what he needed to clear his head.
Okay,
he exhaled.
I'll go.
Great!
Adele exclaimed, clapping her hands.
There's a golf tournament that they're all at now, but how about noon? It's kind of an all-day thing, and I really didn't want to go alone. I hate all those pretentious high school bitches who are all married and all they talk about are their kids. If I have to look at one more baby photo and pretend the kid is actually cute, I may lose it, so thank you for doing this.
Alexander looked at his watch. It was only about 10 in the morning.
Okay, I can do noon.
Fantastic. Pick me up at my parents' place, okay?
Why don't you just walk over to my place? It's only 3 houses away.
Alexander, darling, you can't honestly expect me to walk to you wearing heels, can you? You've been screwing trash for far too long, dear. You need to have higher expectations of the women you fuck.
We're not fucking today, Adele.
He started to walk away.
I'll pick you up at noon.
It wasn't worth the fight. Adele quickly followed behind him and jumped in her sporty white convertible, pulling up alongside him.
See you at noon, Alex. Oh, and happy birthday, darling.
Mr. Burnham, welcome back, Mrs. Carlson said when Alexander walked into his house. Your brother and sister are here. They're in the study.
Thank you. I'll be going out in a bit and won't be around for lunch or dinner, so you'll only have to worry about Carol or Tyler, if they'll be around.
Yes, sir. Alexander made his way into the study, wondering what Carol was doing there. While it wasn't out of the ordinary for Tyler to show up in Mystic that weekend for Alexander's birthday, she normally stayed in Boston in case she was needed for work. Her being in town struck him as odd. Entering the formal study, he was met with a younger version of himself.
Happy birthday, bro,
Tyler said, walking over to him, giving him a hug.
Thanks, Ty,
Alexander replied.
What are you doing here? I thought you'd be hung over from the big 21 celebration last night.
Tyler shrugged.
It's your birthday today. I needed to be here for you. I know how hard this day is for you." He leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Plus, that fake ID you got for me when I started college has been great. I feel like I've been 21 for years now."
Alexander smiled.
"Hey, I heard that," Carol interjected.
Alexander looked fondly at his sister.
"Hey, Carol, how's it going?"
"Good. Good."
She looked hesitant.
"What's going on? Why are you both here?"
"We need to talk, Alex," she said, looking nervously at Tyler. "I've been thinking that, with all the new information that has come to light, it might be time to open that letter." Alexander stared at his siblings, wide-eyed. "Alex, what are you so worried about? I know Dad sent the letter to you, and it's your decision about whether to open it or not. But come on already."
"You've been sitting on that letter for over 5 years," Tyler interjected. "Now you know that Dad covered up Olivia's death. He had her name changed. I guarantee that's what he was doing all those years when he was gone. He was with her, protecting her. Don't you want to know why?"
Alexander glared at his sister, ready to kill her for telling Tyler everything.
"Of course I do,"
he shouted, slamming his fist down on a nearby table.
"But how the fuck do I tell her? I love her!"
He couldn't believe the words that came out of his mouth.
"Oh my God,"
he said quietly, his lower lip trembling.
"I love that woman, guys."
"I know you do," Carol said, placing her hand on his shoulder in a consoling manner. "You loved her all those years ago when you were just kids. You never stopped looking for her."
"It's like my heart knew that she was still out there," he reflected. "I just had to find her, even though you all told me time and time again that she was dead. I have her fucking death certificate, for crying out loud. How do I tell her that everything she has been told her entire life was a bunch of lies? How will she react? I just don't know if she needs to go through any more pain."
"I understand that, Alex. When I read through the report that you had Simpson prepare, I hoped I would be able to prove that it wasn't her. But too many pieces fell into place. The hospital records from the accident, the birth certificate that was dated the same date of Olivia's supposed death, school records, signatures that were strikingly close to Dad's. It was all too much. And then the photo enhancement of what she would look like now came back, confirming my suspicions. We all still have questions that could probably be answered if you open that letter."
"I know. Thanks for coming to see me, but I need more time to think about all of this. Part of me is still convinced that the only thing in that letter is a bunch of empty apologies."
The practical side of him was screaming for him to open the letter, but that side was at odds with the stubborn side that saw his refusal to open the letter as his one final act of defiance against his father. Sighing, he looked at his watch.
"I have to get ready. I promised Adele that I'd take her to her parents' thing at the club." "Oh, you're still talking to that bitch?" Tyler asked, surprised. "I've met worse. She's not that bad."
Carol laughed, and Tyler joined in.
Okay. Maybe she's a little cold."
"And calculated. She wants your money, Alex," Carol retorted.
"Her parents are loaded. She's got money of her own, so she's not after mine." "You haven't heard?"
Tyler asked, raising his eyebrows.
"Heard what?" "Well, word is, her family took a bit of a hit a few years back with the downturn of the housing market. They're still trying to keep up appearances that they have money as a way of attracting money to them, but let's just say that they're practically broke."
"Gold-digging whore," Carol muttered under her breath.
"I grew up with her. You guys didn't know her that well. She liked me when they still had money. I'm not saying I ever saw myself with her long term, but she was always good for a distraction. Maybe that's what I need today. A distraction. If you don't mind, I need to get ready to pick her up." "Okay," Tyler said. "But you better hope she didn't pull some move like she did last time and call the photographers just to get her name and photo in the paper for a quick buck and a few minutes of celebrity." "That was New York. We're in Mystic, for crying out loud. It's not a hotbed of celebrity sightings, so I think we'll be fine. But thanks for your concern.
Alexander turned to leave, pausing briefly.
Wait. I'm sorry, guys,
he said, spinning around, hating to leave his siblings on a sour note.
I'm just on edge lately. Stay the weekend. We'll go out for some drinks later. I haven't spent time with you all in a while with work being busy. It'll be good for us. Yeah, okay, bro,
Tyler replied, giving him a brief hug.
I know things have been rough lately.
I can make that work. I'm off until Monday, Carol replied, kissing him on the cheek before turning to her youngest brother. Come on, Ty. Let's go get some oysters. My treat. Alexander looked at his siblings, a hint of jealousy on his face. You can blow off Miss Fake Boobs and join us for oysters, too. Carol winked. He hesitated briefly.
I can't. I'll meet you later and we'll have some drinks. Promise.
Okay, but leave Adele out of it, she ordered.
Got it. See you both later.
Alexander walked out of the study, thankful that he hadn't left his siblings on a bad note. He normally didn't get to hang out with them, although they all lived in the greater Boston area. His younger brother went to Boston University and was in his last year there. His older sister Carol had joined the Boston Police Department nearly 20 years earlier. She had gone to college in Boston as well and never left the area. Growing up, Alexander wasn't close to either one of his siblings, there being such a big age difference between all of them. Carol was in high school when Alexander was born. Tyler was born the day before Alexander turned 9. For the longest time, he blamed Tyler for Olivia's death. If he and his dad weren't at the hospital visiting a newborn Tyler, maybe they could have gotten to the DeLucas in time to prevent their deaths. Chapter 18. No Good Deed.
Mr. and Mrs. Peters,
Alexander said, standing from his seat at the bar.
Wonderful to see you.
He shook Mr. Peters' hand and gave his wife a quick kiss on the cheek. Oh, Alex, darling, it is wonderful to see you again, Mrs. Peters said with a fake smile on her face. She had the appearance of a woman who fought the aging process, with disastrous results. We're so happy that you and Adele have gotten back together. You really do need to date someone within your social status, you know. Your mother, God rest her soul, should have taught you that at an early age. But I don't mean to speak ill of the dead. Alexander turned to the woman in front of him, her bleach blonde hair pinned back, pulling at her face and bringing attention to the fact that she had clearly received far too many Botox injections and lip implants.
First off, my mother is alive and well. Second, I am not dating your daughter. She begged me to accompany her today, and I am here as an old friend. Last, I don't give a damn about dating someone in my social status, and you shouldn't comment on that either, given your family's precarious financial position as of late.
He threw back his drink and excused himself from the bar, remembering precisely why he avoided functions like this. It was good to go for business reasons, but, unfortunately, there were so many trust funders who continued to jockey for position in New England society just by associating themselves with him, his successful company having secured him a place as one of the country's most sought-after bachelors. Walking out the front entrance of the country club, hoping to get some fresh air, he was startled when a photographer snapped his photo.
Hey, I thought I told you to leave, jackass.
He strode briskly toward the photographer that he caught snapping photos of him and Adele as they entered the club a few hours earlier.
I know you did, but I'm getting paid for the day, so make it financially beneficial for me to leave and I will. But, just so you know, I've already sold some of the photos of you and Blondie over there.
What? Alexander exclaimed.
Yeah, you're hot news. Who would think I'd get a good dish on you here in Connecticut?
The photographer lit a cigarette.
You know what? I don't care. Sit out here as long as you want.
Alexander turned to head back into the bar. How low would Adele stoop? He re-entered the lounge area, happy to see that Adele and her parents had gone to the deck patio to have a seat. He needed a minute. Grabbing his cell phone out of his pocket, He saw a missed text from Olivia. He thought about responding, but with it being the supposed anniversary of her death, he simply couldn't do it. He didn't know why. He just needed that day. After ordering another scotch from the bartender, he reluctantly returned to Adele and her parents. He thought her mother was a catty bitch, but he actually got along quite well with her father. Making his way across the deck patio overlooking the perfectly manicured greens of the golf course, he was thankful to see Mr. Peters sitting alone at a table.
"Alex, you've returned. Don't worry. They've gone to find someone else to sink their claws into."
Mr. Peters laughed, motioning toward a chair for Alexander to sit in. "My apologies, Mr. Peters. I had no intention of being rude," he explained, sitting next to the gray-haired older gentleman. "But there are some things I cannot hold my tongue over. I'm sorry for taking a dig at any financial difficulties you and your family may be going through."
"Oh, Alex, don't you worry about that. I'm perfectly set for the remainder of my life."
He smiled, and Alexander could see the kindness in his eyes. He wondered how he could stand being married to such a fake woman.
My dearest Adele, however, having only viewed her time at Wellesley College as a way to find a wealthy husband, is going to have a difficult time once I pass, and I'm sure her mother will face the same problems.
I'm sorry. I wish I could help, but I prefer to devote my time and efforts to real charity cases.
Oh, my dear boy, of course,
Mr. Peters replied, placing his hand on Alexander's arm.
I would never ask you for anything like that. My wife and daughter are a totally different story, I'm afraid.
He paused briefly before continuing.
I've always been fond of you, Alex. I remember watching you grow up and play with that dear friend of yours. Oh, what was her name?
He took a sip of his bourbon. Olivia, Alexander whispered in response, gazing out over the golf course.
Oh, yes, Olivia. And if I remember correctly, you couldn't pronounce her name. You always called her Olivia, right?
Yes, Mr. Peters, that's correct. He tried to subdue the lump forming in his throat. I guess it was a nickname that just kind of stuck.
I'll never forget how jealous my Adele was of that girl. She wanted to be your best friend and just hated to share your affections with anyone.
He sighed.
I love my daughter dearly, but she's not the woman for you. And I say that with all due respect to my Adele.
Mr. Peters smiled fondly.
Now what have you two been talking about?
Adele's shrill voice interrupted.
Hopefully not talking about me, Daddy.
Oh, you know I have nothing but wonderful things to say about the two most important women in my life,
he said, standing up and kissing his daughter on the cheek.
Alexander, darling, let's dance,
she said, grabbing his hand before he could protest. She dragged him inside the posh country club and toward a dance floor crowded with couples moving to a Dean Martin tune. He smiled and weakly held her arm. Facing her once they were away from her parents' prying eyes, he growled, I'm not going to dance with you, Adele. I'm sure both you and your mother have those photographers selling their photos to the highest bidder to give you some internet juice. I won't have anything to do with that, so you can just cut the crap right now. I didn't want to say anything in front of your father because I genuinely like him, but I will not play your game. His voice grew louder. You have a choice. You can act as an old friend for the rest of the afternoon and we can enjoy each other's company, or you can continue to try to parade me around as your special friend and you will soon find yourself all alone. He looked around at the crowd that had gathered to eavesdrop on their conversation. I need a drink. He stormed away from Adele and toward the bar. Dude, that was epic, Alexander heard as he took a seat. He turned to the source of the voice, surprised to see his brother sitting there enjoying a beer. Hey, Ty, what are you doing here? You hate this scene. Alexander signaled the bartender to pour them another round. I know, but Ma's on my ass about getting out to more charity events, so here I am. Apparently, we were all on the guest list. I figured I'd save you from yourself, or at least from Adele. Tyler winked. Carol had a work thing she needed to take care of, a conference call or something about a case, so I decided to drive out here and keep you company, now that I can use my real ID to get a drink. I'm sorry I never officially wished you a happy birthday. I don't know where my head was before." He raised a drink to his brother and they clinked glasses. "It's okay. I know how difficult this day is for you. I'm just here to try to make it enjoyable for once. And I promise not to mention the O word at all."
"What O word?"
Adele interrupted, slinging her arm over Alexander's shoulder. He rolled his eyes, his annoyance with the fake blonde apparent. When neither Tyler nor Alexander responded, she raised her voice and laughed.
"Oh, you must be referring to the multiple orgasms you gave me last night."
She glanced over to a few photographers, smiling her best fake smile.
"Alexander Burnham is an animal in the sack."
She shouted so that half of the bar could hear.
"Adele!"
Alexander pushed her arm away from him as if it carried some sort of contagious disease.
"What did we just discuss? Do you really have no concept of class and dignity?
You were a nice distraction all those years ago, and it was great to blow off some steam with you when I was on leave from the Navy, but I could never date someone as superficial as you." He stood up and slammed back his drink, clearly getting ready to leave.
"You know what, Alex?"
she yelled as he walked away.
"You need to get over your little obsession with Olivia DeLuca. She's fucking dead," she hissed. "And you still mourn her every fucking day. It's sad, really. You'd think that after 20-something years you'd be over her. Move on."
Alexander spun around, his eyes aflame with fury.
"The difference between you and me is that I care more about people than whether they have a 10-figure bank account. Olivia was an important part of my life when I was growing up. And yes, I still mourn her death. She was a part of me that died, but you are too self-absorbed to understand. Goodbye, Adele."
He stormed out of the clubhouse and handed his ticket to the valet, who brought his car around rather quickly.
"Alex!"
he heard Tyler shout as he was getting into his Maserati convertible.
"Wait a minute."
"What's up?"
"Want to go to a real bar?"
Tyler asked, his eyebrows raised.
"Yes, I need a drink after this,"
he replied in irritation.
"Great. Meet me at the tavern. I'll text Carol and tell her to meet us there."
Alexander put his car in first and made his way to the tavern. It was a bar that he had frequented quite a bit when he was in Mystic. The location right down the street from their favorite oyster place and near Mystic River Park made it the perfect place to unwind. 20 minutes later, he pulled up in front of the historic brick building and walked inside the small, dimly lit bar, to see the place already buzzing at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. He assumed that everyone was getting an early start on the weekend. "Alex!" Carol shouted as she downed a shot of some amber liquid.
"Hey, sis. How many of those have you had?"
He returned her hug. "Not nearly enough. Now, let's get wasted. We can always walk back to the house later." They made their way from the bar to an open high-top table. A matter of minutes later, Tyler arrived, and Alexander ordered a round of beers and shots for his siblings.
"Come on, Carol. You need to play catch-up,"
Tyler shouted as he handed her another shot once their server returned with their drinks. The three siblings drank and caught up, sharing what was going on in their personal lives. Tyler was looking forward to his final year at Boston University, where he studied finance. He planned to go on to graduate school the following year. Carol told the guys about a few different cases she was working on at the moment. They all did their best to steer the conversation away from Olivia and their father.
"She sings, you know,"
Alexander slurred several hours later, after having consumed quite a bit of liquor. His eyes drooped low, and he was unable to mask his intoxication.
"What are you talking about?"
Tyler asked, laughing.
"Olivia. She sings. I followed her to open mic at Johnny D's last night before I drove here. And she sings. It brought back a lot of memories."
"Alex, we don't have to talk about this tonight. If you want to, we can, but you don't have to." Carol placed her hand on top of his.
"I know, Carol, but it helps sometimes. I know that it's her, but it still doesn't feel real, you know? This is a girl who is so scared to get close to anyone. I'm just worried that finding out the truth will ruin her."
But Alex, I don't know if that's your decision to make, Carol replied urgently. Imagine how she would feel if she finds out that you've kept that information from her. What's worse? Her learning about her past and needing some time to process the information, or her learning that you withheld vital information from her? I know you want to protect her, but I think you need to tell her and let her deal with the information as she chooses.
Yeah, what Carol said,
Tyler slurred.
She's singing in a band tonight. I should have stayed in Boston to see her, but I just had to come here. It was weird this morning. I was talking to her gravestone as if she was still dead, and I was telling the young Olivia about the woman she's become. It's almost as if they're two different people, but they're not. They're the same person, but to me, they're two separate people. One girl died when she was 6, and this new Olivia is who the other Olivia grew up to be. I think what's so heartbreaking for me is that I missed her all those years when she was so close to me.
He looked at his brother and sister and felt the world starting to close in on him.
I need to go, guys. I'll see you back at the house.
Alexander got up from the table and threw down several large bills to cover the tab and more drinks, knowing what he needed to do to clear his mind of all his thoughts. He walked the quarter-mile back to his house and headed straight to his bedroom. Sitting down at his desk, he pulled out his journal and wrote his daily letter to Olivia. Chapter 19. Gambling Therapy. So, have you heard from him yet? Olivia heard Kira ask as she lounged on the couch in her living room on Saturday morning. No, I haven't, she responded, looking up from her laptop. And I have no idea what to think about it all. He secretly watched me Thursday night at open mic. He told me that he had to go out of town this weekend for something. I texted him a few times, but I don't want to be that clingy girl, you know? She took a sip from her coffee mug and glanced over at her friend. Fuck him. What kind of arrogant bastard is too wrapped up in himself that he can't at least send a quick text just to say hi? Men and their goddamn mind games. And they say women are bad. Kira flipped the cover on her iPad and started browsing the latest gossip websites. I think that I'm just concerned that he freaked when he heard the songs that I sang. But he called me his girlfriend. And now he's just not talking to me. It's just, well, weird. I don't play games. This is why I don't do relationships. Holy shit! Kira exclaimed. That prick! What? What is it? Olivia asked, getting up from the table and running over to the couch to see what Kira was looking at on her iPad. I'm not sure you want to see this, Libs, she said sullenly. Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. She pulled the iPad out of her friend's hand and stared at the screen in front of her. Her jaw dropped, and she sank onto the couch, her eyes settling on a photo of Alexander entering what appeared to be a country club, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful tall blonde woman wearing a tight white sundress that accented her huge chest and tiny waist. They were smiling at each other, and she could almost see the affection between them. Reading the caption underneath the photograph, she felt her heart shatter into thousands of tiny pieces. Alexander Burnham was spotted entering New London Country Club with Miss Adele Peters. Burnham and Peters had been involved in a tumultuous off-and-on relationship for the past decade. So this is why he couldn't be bothered to text me and why he was so secretive about where he was going this weekend, Olivia said quietly, angry at herself for not seeing it all beforehand. This is exactly why I don't put myself out there, because this fucking hurts. She stood up, tossed the iPad back to Kira, and walked back to the kitchen table. Libs, wait. You can't believe everything that you read on the internet. Perhaps there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Kira grabbed her iPad and did a quick image search. She was instantly bombarded with photos of the couple. If it makes you feel any better, it looks like they've known each other since, forever. What are you doing? Olivia asked. Just Googling your boy toy. Oh, that sounds so dirty. She laughed, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Kira, I love you, but I am so not in the mood, Olivia responded dryly. Stop it, Libby. Stop shutting down. You can't get like this. It's one photo on the internet. It doesn't mean anything. Olivia stood up, walked over to the couch, and grabbed Kira's iPad from her. One photo on the internet? She shouted, scrolling through the screen with all the photos of Adele and Alexander in recent history. There's hundreds of them together. Hundreds. I am not the jealous type, but I do not stand for being left in the dark. Even in my fucked-up version of relationships pre-Alexander, the one thing that I made damn sure of was that it was exclusive. I will not be strung along. She collapsed onto the couch. Relax, sweetie, Kira said, rubbing her back. She hated to see her friend so upset. She knew how fragile she could be at times, and the last thing she needed was for her to retreat back into her shell. The shell that she struggled to get her out of for years. Even if he has no explanation, don't give him the satisfaction of knowing it upset you. You are bigger and much stronger than that, and you'll move on from this. There's someone else out there for you who will worship the ground you walk on. But I really liked him, Kira. She buried her head in her hands, trying to subdue the lump that had started to form in her throat. I know, Libs. She continued, comforting her. Okay, idea, she said excitedly. Let's get out of here for the weekend. Do something crazy. Olivia considered her friend's suggestion. If she refused, she would just stay in her house, faced with constant reminders of Alexander. The more she thought about it, the more appealing getting out of town sounded. Okay, deal. What did you have in mind? One word. Gambling therapy. Kira grabbed Olivia's hand, and before she knew it, they were on the road, heading for Connecticut and one of the Indian casinos. Alex, wake up! Alexander heard a shout followed by a pounding on the door to his bedroom. He rolled over, his head throbbing from all the liquor he consumed the night before. Looking at the clock, he groaned. He was going to kill his brother. What the fuck, dude? He exclaimed as Tyler barged in. It's not even 10 in the morning, asshole. No, that clock isn't right. It's after 2 in the afternoon. Get your ass up. We're going to the casino today. Carol's idea. She even convinced Dave to come down and meet us there. Birthday bash for us. Okay. I'm up. I haven't seen her husband in a while. Go find me some aspirin. Or a Bloody Mary. Alexander threw off the covers and shuffled into the shower. He couldn't remember the last time he drank that much. He normally would only have a few drinks when he went out. The previous day was an exception. Based on how he felt that afternoon, he wouldn't be consuming that much alcohol again for a very long time. Feeling somewhat refreshed after a long, hot shower, he walked back into his bedroom to find a tray sitting on his desk with a glass of water, 2 aspirin, and a Bloody Mary. Love you, Ty, he shouted down the stairs. I know you do. Now get your ass in gear. The party bus leaves in 20. Kira and Olivia sat in a trendy club, having a few drinks before going back to try some more of their luck at the tables. Sitting at the dark bar, Olivia actually felt okay. Not good, not fine, but okay. The skimpy black designer dress Kira shoved at her to wear that evening didn't hurt. It was nice to see guys staring at her body, especially the long legs that the dress barely covered up. Give it to me, Libs, Kira said when she noticed her friend looking at her phone yet again. Olivia had constantly been checking for some sort of contact from Alexander all day. Okay, sorry. I promise to stop. Just let me check my email and then I'll turn it off, she lied to her friend, wanting to do one more photo search, noticing another recent photo that she assumed was from the same function. She clicked on the image and was brought to another gossip website. In the photo, Alexander was speaking to Adele, leaning into her ear and whispering. Olivia looked at Adele's face and could see by the expression on it that he must have been telling her something rather sweet and endearing. They just looked like they belonged together. Two of the most beautiful people in the world. She wondered what Alexander could have possibly seen in her when he could be with someone as beautiful and stunning as Adele. "Fuck him," she spat, turning off her phone. "I'm swearing off, man. Kira, want to be a lesbian with me?" Kira handed her another drink. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm hot on Mo." "Then you should probably do something about that, Care Bear. He's one of the good guys. Apparently there's not a lot of them left." "Oh, Libs, don't rush to judgment so quickly. At least promise me that you'll give him a chance to explain," Kira said as she took a drink from her martini. "And then you can stomp on his balls." "I'm not making any promises. All I know is that I need a drink and a distraction. Let's go dancing." After downing her martini, Olivia got up from her bar stool and headed in the direction of the dance floor. Kira followed. The girls found their way to the center of the packed dance floor, club lights barely illuminating the dark area. Olivia moved to the rhythm of the music, trying to block out everything that had happened the past week. The girls danced for several minutes before a tall blonde man wearing a black button-down shirt and jeans moved toward Kira and started dancing with her. "Are you okay?" Olivia mouthed. Kira gave her the thumbs-up signal. Nodding, Olivia indicated that she was going back to the bar, on a mission to get drunk. Kira had tried her best to help her keep her mind off Alexander, but he was all she could think about. She approached the long, circular bar and placed her drink order. As she waited for her martini, she heard loud laughing on the opposite side of the bar. She turned her head and gasped when she saw Alexander there with several other people, one being Detective Wilder. She looked a little closer, squinting through her eyes foggy from the alcohol, and noticed that hanging onto his arm was the woman from the photos. She grabbed her drink off the bar, fuming, and returned to the dance floor, hoping that Alexander had not seen her. She was fairly certain he was too absorbed in the people he was with to notice her. Why would he notice Olivia when someone as beautiful as Adele clung to his arm? She made her way through the crowds of people, finally finding Kira. "He's here!" she shouted as her friend danced with another random guy. "Who is?" she shouted back over the loud club music. "Alexander! And the bitch is clinging onto his fucking arm!" Kira immediately pushed the guy away. "Sorry, girl problems. Thanks for the dance." She turned to face Olivia. "Are you motherfucking serious?" "Yes, and I'm so glad to know you have a degree in English. It makes me hopeful for the future of our country." She threw back her drink, finishing it one gulp, needing it to dull the pain. "Shut it, Libby. Where is he?" "At the bar." "Okay. Here's a plan. Two can play his little game. And don't yell at me and call me immature." She grabbed Olivia's empty glass from her hand. "We're going to find you a hottie to dance with, and you will simply pretend that Alexander Burnham doesn't exist." She scanned the dance floor and found a tall man with dark, brooding eyes and a chiseled face. "Hey, you!" Kira shouted to her target, getting his attention. He walked over to the girls. "This is my friend Olivia. I saw you checking her out, all night, so maybe you should grow some balls and ask her to dance." Olivia loved how direct Kira was. She wished she could be like that sometimes. "Olivia, it's wonderful to meet you," he said in a slight Irish accent. "My name is Colin." He reached his hand out, and she gingerly placed her hand in his. "Nice to meet you too, Colin." "Dance with me?" "Yes." Olivia allowed him to lead her a few feet from Kira, and she got lost in the music, trying to follow Kira's advice and forget all about one Alexander Burnham and his familiar green eyes. Alexander had been trying to shake Adele off his arm all evening. He had no idea how she knew that he would be at the casino. His luck was horrible as of late. She brought one of her college friends with her, who was shamelessly hitting on Tyler, not seeming to care that he was easily several years younger than her. Adele wrapped her arm through Alexander's yet again. He was getting ready to lose his mind when Carol shot him a questioning look. "Adele, how many times must I tell you? Get your hands off me." He reached for Adele's arms that were clasped around his and rid himself of her touch. He signaled the bartender for another drink and saw a familiar silhouette walking away from the bar. He was seeing Olivia everywhere lately. Everyone with dark hair seemed to be her. He felt bad for not contacting her since Thursday, but he just needed some time to figure out what to do about that letter.
"So, Alex, how's everything at the company going?" David asked. "Pretty good. We're getting into air escorts and drone technology now. Still being contracted to train civilian forces overseas. The private security business is booming." He winked. "And there's still the domestic protection details we do. I have a new batch of recruits that start their training on Monday, so I need to go down to base camp for their first day." "Good. Glad to hear it's all going well." "Anytime you want to retire from civil service, there's a job waiting for you, man." "Thanks for the offer, but I'll stick to homicide if you don't mind." The men laughed. David had worked extremely hard to become a homicide detective. He had dreamt of that job nearly his entire life.
"Come on, Alex, let's go dance,"
Adele whined, grabbing him around the waist. "Adele, I didn't come here to dance with you. I came here to spend some time with my family, of which you will never become a part. If you want to dance, there is absolutely nothing stopping you." He gestured to the dance floor, signaling that she should go, when he stopped dead in his tracks. He couldn't believe his eyes. Olivia and Kira were on the dance floor. He watched as Olivia danced with a tall, muscular man, her back to his front, her hips moving to the driving beat of the music in such a way that he felt himself immediately harden. Jealousy coursed through his veins at the sight of another man being in her presence, smelling her delicious scent. All of a sudden, he saw the man she was dancing with grab her hair and pull her head to the side, exposing her neck. Olivia's eyes grew wide in shock as his other hand roamed her body from her waist up to her chest. He pushed her against the wall, crushing his mouth on hers as she fought against him. Alexander felt his face flush with anger and rage. He slammed his drink down on the bar and rushed across the dance floor to the far corner, throwing the stranger touching Olivia against the wall, surprising her. "What the fuck, man?" the strange man exclaimed angrily. "Do not mess with me, man," Alexander retorted. "Whatever," he said, walking away. "Bitch isn't worth it." "What did you say?" Alexander roared, his voice easily heard over the loud music. The two men stood glaring at each other. Olivia remained motionless, having trouble comprehending what was happening. Kira slid up to her side to watch the spectacle.
"This is a dick-waving contest, isn't it?"
she whispered into her ear. Olivia hushed her friend, not wanting to miss anything. "I said, the bitch isn't worth it," Cullen repeated. "First off, she is not a bitch. She is one of the most precious people to me. And second, she is absolutely worth it. She is worth every ounce of every effort anyone could give to her." Alexander's eyes met Olivia's, and he could tell that she was conflicted. "Then why was she here dancing with me? Obviously she's not satisfied with you." Out of the corner of her eye, Olivia saw the tall, skinny blonde stroll up to Alexander. Kira elbowed Olivia in her side, and they shared a knowing look. This is definitely getting interesting, she thought.
"Alex, darling, please, no need to fight for my honor tonight. I know you love me. Let's just go back to our family and enjoy our evening together."
Alexander heard Adele's words and he looked into Olivia's eyes. Adele's gaze followed where he was looking. He noticed Adele gawking at Olivia and grew worried about what she would say. Instead of putting up a fight, he followed Adele, retreating back to the bar. Olivia's heart sank as she watched him walk away with her, his hand on the small of her back. Tears threatened to fall down her cheeks. Kira looked at her friend and saw how upset she was. Men, such jerks. Yeah, she agreed, attempting to regain her composure. A man that Kira had been dancing with that evening approached the two women.
Hey, are you okay?
He asked Olivia. Yes, thank you. I'm fine. Livy, this is Matt, Kira said, introducing the smiling blonde man standing to her left. Nice to meet you, Matt, Olivia said, shaking his hand before turning back to Kira. Listen, I'm going to head back to the room. I've had enough excitement for one evening. But you stay here, okay? She knew Kira was having fun dancing with Matt, and she didn't want to be the one to rip her away from her good time. Are you sure? I can come back with you. We can order room service and a ridiculously expensive bottle of champagne and bitch about how much of an ass Alexander Burnham is. No, you have fun. You deserve it. And don't worry about me. I just need to be alone for a little bit. Olivia left before Kira could respond, quickly retreating from the dance floor, past the bar, out the front doors of the club, and into the busy casino. She was nearly at the elevators leading to her room when she heard a voice shouting, "Olivia, wait!" She stopped in her tracks, refusing to turn around. She didn't know if she could look into those eyes again, those eyes that once held such promise for her own future, those eyes that she had become so accustomed to in just a week, those eyes that remained the same, even when they were lying to her. "Please, Olivia, love." "Do not call me that," she hissed as she spun around. "You lost that right, Alexander. I only ask for one thing out of people. The truth. And, well, I know it never came up, but you could have told me you were already fucking someone else." "Olivia, please. Adele doesn't mean anything to me. She never has. We've known each other nearly our entire lives, and she was more of a distraction for me than anything serious." He moved toward her. She held up her hand and took a step back, wanting to keep her distance from him. "Is that what I was, Alexander?" she asked quietly, her voice full of pain. "A distraction? I thought I meant more to you than that. I actually believed—" Her chin quivered, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "I actually thought that I could get close to you, something I have trouble doing because this is what happens. I get hurt. You ripped my fucking heart out and stomped on it. I saw those goddamn pictures all over the internet of you and her. I was actually worried something happened to you, and that's why you weren't responding to any of my texts. Stupid me. You were off getting fucked by some blonde bimbo who probably has more plastic in her body than anything else." "Olivia, please. It wasn't like that. She found me yesterday morning, invited me to a thing her parents were putting on at the country club, and I agreed to go. Tonight was just supposed to be me, my brother, and my sister and her husband. Adele found us and just attached herself to our small little party." Olivia thought about his explanation. Some of the things that she had read about Adele made his story plausible, but one thing still didn't make sense. "If that's true, then why did you follow her back? Why didn't you tell her that you didn't love her? Why did you just stare at me, afraid someone would find out that I was your dirty little secret?" Alexander opened his mouth, wanting to calm her fears but unsure of what to say. A few brief moments passed, and he still offered no explanation as he tried to formulate his thoughts. "That's what I thought," Olivia said, spinning on her heels and walking away from him, getting into a waiting elevator car. Chapter 20. Helpless. "Libs, you'd probably feel better if you talked about last night," Kira said, cutting through the dead silence in the car as they drove back to Boston the following morning. "I'd rather not," she replied dryly.
So what are you going to do?
I'm just going to get back to the city and try to forget that Alexander Burnham even exists. Now you know why I don't date. It's not worth the heartache. It's not worth this totally helpless feeling I have right now. Kira glanced at her friend briefly before returning her eyes to the road.
You're only helpless when your nails are drying, but even then, I'm sure you could still pull the trigger if you had to.
Olivia couldn't help but laugh, thankful that her friend always knew how to lighten a tense situation. You spend far too much time on Pinterest looking at all those e-cards. You know that, right? A few moments passed before Kira spoke again.
But seriously, what do you think you're going to do? Has he tried to call you or anything?
Yeah, he has. I have about 10 missed calls from him, a few voicemails, and a bunch of texts. I just can't bring myself to listen to or read anything.
Well, maybe you should. Maybe closure is something you need here.
I got enough closure last night when he couldn't come up with one simple explanation as to why he chose to follow bombshell Barbie back to the bar instead of staying with me. It was like last week was one big act for him to try to get in my pants or something.
Did you sleep with him?
Kira exclaimed.
You didn't tell me that.
No, Olivia shouted. That's the thing. We fooled around a few times, but we never slept together. Wednesday night, when he took me home and I was all drunk, he barely even laid a hand on me. Hell, I grabbed his hand and made him feel me up. But he felt like he was taking advantage of me because I was pretty far gone. He helped me get into my pajamas since I was too wasted to even attempt it. But he was so sweet about it. It's almost like there's two sides to him. He can be rather forceful when he wants to be, but also passionate and caring.
How so? Kira asked. I see the way he looks at you. I'd give anything to have a guy look at me that way. Even last night. The heat between you guys was palpable.
She fanned herself. Olivia smiled before her serious expression returned. Well, I didn't want to tell you. She glanced at Kira. But I've been having those nightmares again. They're more vivid now than they've ever been. I see the person who pulled me out of the car. It's a boy who probably wasn't that much older than I was at the time, and he has Alexander's same green eyes.
Have you spoken to Dr. Greenstein about what she thinks about these dreams? Kira asked.
Not yet. It's on my list of things to bring up with her. But we're still kind of playing catch-up. Olivia fidgeted in her seat, hating to talk with anyone about her ongoing need to see a therapist.
Did you have that dream when Alexander stayed over?
I did, but it changed again that night. The boy with the green eyes pulled me from the car, just like he had been doing, and he placed me in another car. Then I saw someone come up behind him and hit him on the back of his head with a gun, knocking him out. I woke up screaming. Alexander was so sweet during the whole thing. He jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, and just held me.
Aw, he wouldn't do that if he didn't care about you.
I guess that's the part that I'm struggling with. It's like he was a totally different person this past week than the person I saw at the bar last night. It's almost as if he's hiding something from me. I don't believe for a second that he and Adele are in a relationship.
So why are you ignoring his calls?
I want him to be honest with me, Olivia exhaled. I don't want him to keep things from me. There was some reason that he wanted to get as far away from me as possible last night at the bar. I want to know what it is. But until he comes clean, he can fuck off for all I care. She crossed her arms in front of her body and looked out the window to see the Boston skyline appear in the distance. She was happy to be getting closer to home.
Are you sure that you're not just using this as an excuse to push him away? Kira asked quietly.
Olivia opened her mouth to respond, knowing that she was right. She was scared at how close they had gotten over the past week, and pushing him away seemed like a good idea, if only to save her the inevitable heartache. Swearing, Alexander hung up his cell phone. He had called Olivia countless times, left dozens of voicemails and texts, and still had yet to hear from her. He was getting worried. What if something had happened to her?
"Hey, bro,"
Tyler said as Alexander walked downstairs and into the kitchen in the early afternoon on Sunday.
"Heading out?"
Yeah, I need to try to smooth things over with Olivia. She's not answering my calls. I may have fucked things up.
"What happened last night?"
he asked, leaning against the breakfast bar and drinking a cup of coffee.
"I don't know,"
Alexander replied, running his hands through his hair.
"One minute, I was at the bar, and the next, I looked across the club. She was dancing in the corner, and some asshole had his hands all over her, so I fucking snapped."
His face flamed just thinking about anyone else touching her delicate, silky skin.
"To add fuel to the fire," he continued, "Adele had planted photographers at the function Friday, so there were photos of the two of us all over those gossip websites, and Olivia saw them. I didn't call or text her all weekend, so she assumed that the reason was that Adele and I are in some sort of relationship. This is one big fuck-up, and I have no idea what I'm going to do."
He opened the refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of water for the drive back to Boston.
"Well, good luck with that. I've been dying to meet the girl who stole your heart all those years ago. Drinks this weekend?"
"Yeah, sure. I'll be in touch." He gave his brother a hug, walked out the door, and within minutes was on his way back to Boston. During the 2-hour drive back into the city, he thought about what he could possibly say to Olivia to win her back. The weekend had started out perfect, visiting Olivia's grave at the cemetery, telling her all about the woman she had become. Then Adele happened, and, as usual, she clung on to him, wanting the entire world to see her name next to his to increase her social status. He should have ignored her from the start, but he had a tendency to want to make everyone happy. At that moment, the only person he wanted to make happy was Olivia, and he would do everything within his power to get her back. He would grovel. He would beg. He would do anything, except the one thing she probably needed. He just didn't think he was prepared to tell her the truth yet. Alexander pulled off the Mass Pike and drove straight to his office, needing to review the report Simpson had prepared to help him figure out what to do about Olivia. Sitting behind his desk, the sun shining through the large glass windows, he opened the file. According to her birth certificate, Sarah Olivia Adler was born on October 16th, almost 28 years ago, the same day as Olivia DeLuca. Her medical records were fairly normal up until she was 6. That year, according to a hospital report, she received a head injury and suffered from several cracked ribs, as well as internal bleeding. He compared the information on the medical records in front of him to the records of his other Olivia. Her death certificate listed the cause of death as blunt force trauma to the head, causing severe cerebral bleeding. Then something struck Alexander. He looked at the signature of the medical examiner on the death certificate. He held it up next to the other hospital records from the same year belonging to one Sarah Olivia Adler. They were identical. He pulled the financials of the doctor that had signed Olivia's death certificate all those years ago. He dug, and eventually found records from the year of the accident. In August of that year, he noticed a transfer of over $1 million into the doctor's account from an offshore bank. Whoever wanted to help cover up Olivia's death, or lack thereof, had big pockets. He reviewed his family's financials at that time, and it couldn't have been his father or mother. They didn't have that kind of money just yet. His father's successes didn't come until a few years after that. The only person he could think of who would have had access to that amount of money was Olivia's mother. Flipping frantically through the large file, he located a copy of the trust Olivia's mom had set up several years prior to her death. Just days before the accident, the trust was liquidated, and all the money was placed into several bank accounts in the name of Charles Wright. A few days after the accident, a beneficiary was named to the account: Sarah Olivia Adler. A sinking feeling formed in the pit of his stomach that there was much more to the obvious cover-up than simply protecting a 6-year-old girl. Returning his attention to the financial statements, Alexander observed that Charles Wright had made periodic withdrawals from Olivia's substantial bank accounts to pay for her private school and other various living expenses. She attended Charleston Preparatory School for Ladies throughout elementary and high school, and was involved in a wide variety of extracurricular activities ranging from lacrosse and field hockey to orchestra and drama club. 10 years ago, Olivia moved to Boston and started at Boston College that September. She studied exercise physiology and finance. She was named to the dean's list every semester and was the recipient of a wide variety of awards. Even though Charles's name was taken off the bank accounts on her 18th birthday and she had millions at her disposal, she still worked. Throughout her time in Boston, she was employed at a bar called Scotch. Alexander knew the exact bar and had probably seen her there on a few occasions. The thought consumed him. She graduated 5 years ago, the month Alexander's own father died, the man Olivia knew as her uncle. After that, she seemed to have gone off the grid. She quit her job and never renewed the lease on her apartment in Boston. Bank records indicated that she bounced around from city to city all over the country. 1 month she was in Atlanta, the next New Orleans. She even spent some time in Alaska. Olivia was clearly running from her past. A year ago, there was a property bill of sale to Olivia, the house on Commonwealth Avenue. A few months later, there was a transfer of money to a startup she was financing, which turned out to be the wellness center where she currently worked. Alexander thought that Simpson had done a rather thorough job of outlining Olivia's life from the beginning to that week. But it was the early lack of medical records that caught his eye. Really, the lack of any records. Something suspicious happened, and he wanted to know what kind of agreement his father had made. But digging any deeper may uncover information that could put Olivia in danger. He just didn't know if he was willing to do that. She had been safe those past 21 years, and he wanted to keep it that way. Chapter 21. Self-Preservation.
He can spend as much money as he wants to, but it means nothing without an apology,
Olivia shouted at Kira Friday evening when she picked her up to head to McFadden's.
"Oh, come on, Libs. Look at those earrings," she said, holding up a pair of beautiful pink pearl teardrop earrings. "They're gorgeous. If this doesn't say I'm sorry, I don't know what does." "Kira, he has more money than he knows what to do with. All these gifts barely put a dent in his bank account. I want an explanation and an apology. Then, and only then, will I reconsider my position on Alexander."
Kira giggled.
"Ooh, Libby. Kinky."
Olivia couldn't help but laugh. "He is a little, kind of dominating, but in a good way."
"What do you mean?" she asked, her eyebrows raised.
"Well, he has this way of just telling you what to do, and you can't help but obey. It's weird, and I kind of like it."
Olivia blushed. "Okay," Kira said. "You need to get laid, and Alexander needs to be the one doing it."
The two girls laughed as they left Olivia's house and hopped in Kira's car. Finally arriving at McFadden's just as the band began their first set, Olivia was surprised to see how busy the place was. Nodding toward where Melanie and Bridget were standing by the bar on the second floor, the girls started in their direction.
"Libby!"
Bridget hugged her. "Are you singing again tonight?"
"Yeah," she said after placing her drink order. "In the second set."
"What are you going to sing?"
Melanie asked, excited to hear what her coworker would be performing.
"A few new ones and a few old ones," she replied dryly.
"Hey, what's wrong with you?" Bridget asked. "You haven't been yourself this week. And then you blew off work today. Linda had to fill in and teach your classes. Don't tell her I said anything, but I think our clients prefer you."
"Thanks, Bridget. I've just been dealing with some personal shit, that's all. And I don't really want to talk about it right now." She took a long drink of her beer, wishing that she could get her set over with, so she could continue to numb the pain the only way she knew how, with alcohol. "It's boy problems," Kira interrupted. Olivia shot daggers in her direction.
What kind of boy problems? Melanie asked, her interest piqued. With that hottie from the penthouse that came to visit you last week? Because, oh my God, I think I came just looking at him. Olivia slapped Melanie playfully, not wanting to talk about her personal life with anyone. But the more she thought about, the more she considered that their perspective might be helpful. It all started 2 weeks ago, she started, proceeding to tell them everything that had happened. How Alexander had been incredibly sweet the entire week before. How things changed over the weekend and he was seen with another woman. And how he shrugged off Olivia at the bar Saturday night. "Maybe you're just overreacting, Libby," Melanie said as she took a sip of her drink. "I don't think I am. He ignored me all weekend. I texted him a few times and didn't hear back. Then I found photos of him with Bimbo Barbie at all those events. Kira dragged me to the casino Saturday night for some fun, and, just my luck, he was there as well. With her. He didn't even acknowledge that I was alive until he got caught. When he tried to explain it, he couldn't." "But tell them what he's been doing all this week," Kira interjected. "Oh, yes. What's going on?" Bridget asked excitedly. "Nothing. Let's just say my apartment has enough flowers to last a lifetime." "And don't forget about all the little blue boxes." "Yeah, and he sent me jewelry. But I don't need to be showered with gifts. I just want an explanation." "I think she's trying to find a reason to not get close to him," Kira said. "You guys have no idea what it's like to lose someone you care about. When that happens, it stays with you always, forever reminding you what it feels like to get hurt and be let down. Maybe pushing Alexander away is exactly what I need to do as my own act of self-preservation." Olivia turned to walk toward the bathroom, leaving her friends speechless.
"Tyler, hey,"
Alexander said as he walked up to the bar on the first floor of McFadden's. For some reason, the name of the place sounded familiar when Tyler had asked him to meet him there that evening. He shrugged it off, realizing that after a while, the names of most bars in Boston seemed to run together.
"Hey, man, how's it going?"
Tyler asked, giving his brother a hug and grabbing his beer off the bar. The downstairs area had cleared out once the band started to perform.
"Okay, I guess,"
he replied.
"Listen, the band they have is wicked good, so let's head upstairs and check them out. I've seen them a bunch over the summer." "Good. Anything to get my mind off Olivia."
The brothers grabbed another round of drinks and made their way upstairs. Approaching the landing on the second floor, Alexander couldn't believe his eyes or ears. Suddenly, he remembered why the name of the bar sounded so familiar.
"Did you know about this?"
he shouted at his brother.
"What are you talking about?"
Tyler shouted back, hoping that his brother could hear him over the cheering and loud music.
"You really don't know?"
"No, what is it?"
"That is Olivia,"
Alexander said, gesturing toward the stage, where a tall, dark-haired girl belted out a Queen song.
"Are you shitting me?"
Tyler exclaimed, just as the audience erupted in cheers. Alexander began to move through the crowd, wanting to get close to the stage. And to Olivia.
"I knew she sang in a band, but I had no idea she would be here tonight,"
he explained before returning his attention to the beautiful woman on stage that had been occupying his thoughts all week. "Thanks, everyone," Olivia said into the microphone, her voice sad. "I'm going to do one last song, and it's a new one. My therapist always says that music helps me express myself, so I kind of feel like I need to do this one tonight. Even though I know the person it's aimed at isn't here, I need to sing this, if just for myself. Thank you." Cheers and whistles sounded through the large room. Tyler looked at his brother.
"Do you think she's talking about you, jackass?" "Enough, Tyler."
Alexander looked back to the stage and at Olivia. "This is a Pink song. It's called Misery." She stepped back, and the band kicked in with a slow, soulful melody. After the brief instrumental introduction, she sauntered back to the microphone, closing her eyes and beginning the sad song. It was heartbreaking for Alexander to watch her, knowing that he was the reason she felt the need to sing that song. He could see the pain in her face as she sang about being all alone and missing something she almost had. Her voice was strong and impassioned as she belted out the chorus, Mo singing backup. The hurt he caused her was clear and evident, not just with the song choice, but the expression on her face. He needed to explain himself. He wanted to give her space, but it had been almost a week. It was time to talk to her. The crowd cheered and whistled as the band dropped out, and Olivia sang the last line practically unaccompanied. Her voice rang through the bar before the entire place erupted in deafening applause. God, she's good, Alexander thought to himself, as she bowed and left the stage to allow the band to continue their set, watching as she practically ran through the crowd. Alexander tried to follow her through the mass of people but couldn't catch up. He saw her dash down the stairs, Kira not far behind. It was more than obvious that she was upset and crying. It was all his fault. He turned to face his brother, his mouth open, unsure of what to say. Tyler saw the look on his face and knew that he wanted to go smooth things over. It's okay, man. Do what you have to do. I'll call you this weekend. Okay, Ty. Thanks. Alexander hurried after his Olivia. Olivia and Kira made a beeline toward the downstairs restroom. Once safely behind the locked door of the one-person bathroom, Kira faced Olivia, wrapping her arms around her. As Olivia's tears fell, Kira soothing her cries, there was a loud knock on the bathroom door. "Fucker," Kira said, her voice low. "We just got in here, for crying out loud." "Go away!" Olivia shouted. "Olivia!" Alexander bellowed through the door. "Fuck," she said. "Who is it?" Kira asked, taking a sip of her drink. "It's Alexander," Olivia whispered, motioning for her friend to come closer to the door. "What do I do?" "Do you want to see him?" "Hell no!" she screeched before realizing how loud her voice was. She instantly covered her mouth, hoping that Alexander hadn't heard. "Olivia, open up. I know you're in there. I just want to talk to you. To explain things. I'm not leaving until you give me a chance." "Alexander," she said through the door, a quiver in her voice. "You gave me all the answers I needed last weekend. It was clear from your inability to answer one simple question who you chose. And you chose wrong, so you have nothing to explain." She sank to the ground, sitting on the cold tile of the bathroom floor, Kira sitting down opposite her. "Olivia, please, just come out and talk to me." "No. Anything you need to say to me, you can say through this door. If I see you, I know I'll cave." Olivia heard a chuckle on the other side of the door. "Then please open the door. I want you to cave, but not for the wrong reasons. For all the right reasons. You know we're meant to be together, Olivia. You know it deep down in your heart. Last week was the best week of my life because of you." Alexander sat down in the hallway. "If it was the best week of your life, why did you go running to plastic surgery Barbie?" He laughed again, and Olivia could see the smile in his eyes through the cold metal door. "That's a good one. I'll have to remember that." "That's not an answer, Alexander." She took a long slug of her drink, wanting to numb the growing ache in her heart. "I told you last weekend. Adele is an old family friend. I am not interested in being with someone as self-absorbed as she is. I'm interested in being with a kind, loving, caring individual. Someone who doesn't care how large my bank account is. Someone who devotes her time to improving the lives of others around her, human and otherwise. Someone who makes my heart swell whenever I think about her. Someone who puts a smile on my face just knowing that she's out in the world. Someone who drives me all sorts of crazy when she looks at me with her beautiful brown eyes. I've been waiting my entire life to find you, Olivia. Please, don't shut me out." Olivia blushed and remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Kira raised her eyebrows.
"What do I say to that?"
she whispered.
"Say what you think you should."
"Is Kira in there with you?"
Alexander asked through the door. "Yeah, she's here, making sure I don't do something incredibly stupid like forgive you." Kira slapped Olivia in mock irritation. "Hi, Kira," Alexander said. "Hi, Alexander. And don't worry, I'm actually hoping that you can convince Olivia to forgive you, so I can go back to my own miserable existence and not have to be on Olivia watch, fearful that she'll flee the city again."
"Kira!"
she hissed under her breath. "What do you mean, flee the city? Has she done that before?" he asked, even though he knew the answer. "Yeah, once before," she explained. "But it's not my story to tell."
"Thank you,"
Olivia mouthed. Alexander lowered his voice. "Olivia, love, please come out and talk to me." She stared at Kira, looking for advice on what to do. Kira stood up, walked over to her, and grabbed her hands, pulling her up. "You need to at least start the conversation, Libs. You can't run all your life." Olivia straightened herself up and handed Kira her empty beer bottle before opening the door. Alexander scurried to his feet when he heard the door click open, his eyes meeting Olivia's. She looked beautiful, as always, but there was a hint of sadness in her face. He would never forgive himself for causing that look. "I'll leave you two to sort this out, but so help me God, you better buck the fuck up, Alex," Kira said before walking away. Seeing Alexander up close made Olivia's heart ache all over again. "I can't do this," she quivered, storming down the hall and out the front door of the bar. "Olivia, love!" she heard a voice call out as she continued walking down the sidewalk, the street bustling with people heading out to one of the many bars that dotted the area. Halting in her tracks, she took a deep breath. Kira was right. She couldn't run all her life. Turning around, she was met with Alexander's apologetic gaze. He moved toward her, the street lamp casting a glow on him, making his eyes shimmer. "Please stop," she begged him, her eyes brimming with tears. "If you touch me, I don't think my heart could take it. Just say what you want to say." "I wanted to apologize for my behavior last weekend," he said softly. "I know it all looks suspicious, but there really is an explanation for everything." "Why did you go to Connecticut? What was there?" she asked, crossing her arms over her chest. "I grew up there, Olivia. My family's home is in Mystic, and I go back once a year on the same day." "What for?" She was not going to back down. She wanted all the answers. "It's hard to explain." "Well, try, Alex," she hissed. "Try really hard." He reeled at the tone of her voice. She had never called him Alex before, except when they were kids. But she wouldn't know that. "When I was 9 years old, my best friend growing up passed away. I went to visit her grave, as I do every year on August 24th. "August 24th? That's the same day that your parents died. I know." Olivia's heart sank. She immediately felt guilty for how she had treated him, but that still didn't clear up everything. "Then why didn't you call me or anything?" "I don't know, Olivia. I really don't. It was weird. I was at my friend's grave telling her all about my life, and all I could talk about was you. I know this may not make sense, but I just needed to focus on the weekend. On my friend. I would feel guilty, I guess, if I didn't devote the weekend to her memory." She took a step forward, briefly placing her hand on his shoulder, a look of compassion on her face. "I truly am sorry, Alexander. I know how difficult it is to lose someone that you're close to. It's wonderful that you still return home to honor her memory. It takes a strong person to do that. I've never been able to pull myself together enough to visit my parents' graves. I don't even know where they're buried, to be honest. My uncle did, but he passed away too.
She gazed off into the distance, a pensive look on her face.
Hey, Alexander said, interrupting her thoughts.
Her face snapped back to meet his eyes.
It's okay. We all mourn in our own ways. And this is mine. The Adele thing just kind of came out of nowhere. I thought that maybe going to the event at the country club, seeing old friends, would help me take my mind off things. Then my brother and sister showed up, knowing I would be home that weekend. We ended up going to the casino Saturday night. When I saw you and I saw that guy with his hands all over you...
He trailed off, his face becoming red with anger, recalling how he felt when he saw another man with his hands on her body.
I lost it. I absolutely lost it, Olivia. The thought of anyone else touching you drove me crazy.
He lifted his hand and cupped her cheek, thankful when she didn't brush him away.
Then why did you just let Adele drag you away? Didn't you see how hurt I was?
She asked quietly.
I did. I'm so sorry. If I could get a do-over, I would take it in a heartbeat to spare you that pain. The last thing I ever want to do is hurt you, Olivia.
He ran his thumb across the old scar on her forehead.
Well, you did hurt me, Alexander, she said with a lump in her throat, her chin quivering. More than I thought you could.
A tear fell down her cheek.
Alexander exhaled loudly, dropping his hand. I know, and I'm so sorry.
You seem to be saying that a lot tonight.
I guess I have a lot to be sorry for, but I mean it. And I should have told you sooner, but...
He hesitated. Should he tell her the truth, or just some version of it?
What is it, Alexander? I can handle it, whatever it is. Well, I don't know how to say this, and I don't want you to run or anything.
He paused, unsure of what to say. Olivia waited anxiously for what was about to come out of his mouth.
You see,
he exhaled.
My best friend when I was little. Her name was Olivia, too.
He decided against telling her the truth, at least for the time being.
And I didn't want Adele to know that you had the same name as her. I didn't want you to think the only reason I'm dating you is because of your name. And Adele knew my other Olivia and hated her. She was so jealous of her because I would always spend time with her instead of Adele.
He looked at her, trying to gauge her reaction.
You could have told me. It's not that uncommon a name. Hell, my first name is Sarah anyway, not Olivia. I know, but the way Adele was looking at you, I was just worried she would do something spiteful. I wanted to protect you from that. I will always protect you, Angel.
He tilted her chin up, staring into her deep, dark eyes.
Alexander, you can't always protect me, but you can just be honest with me. That's all I care about. And I will. I promise. From now on, I will always be honest with you.
He regretted those words the minute he uttered them, knowing that keeping the truth from her was just as bad as lying.
But he was doing it to protect her. So, do you forgive me?
She thought about it as she studied his vibrant green eyes.
Yes.
Alexander grabbed her around her waist, pulling her body flush with his, crushing his mouth to hers. It was a fevered, passionate kiss, tongues dancing, communicating how much they had missed each other during their 1-week separation. Olivia's body was on fire from the closeness of Alexander to her once again, his mouth pressed against hers. She grabbed his head, running her fingers through his hair, not caring that people roaming the streets were whistling at them. He pulled away, grinning.
God, I missed your lips, love,
he whispered against her neck as he held onto her hips, lifting her up and playfully spinning her around, before planting her feet back on the ground.
I missed you too, Alexander,
she said, completely breathless from the kiss.
Want to come back to my place? You can see Renner. Well, as long as I can see Runner. If not, you'd have to provide some other sort of incentive for me.
Oh, Miss Adler.
He leaned toward her ear, his husky voice sending shivers throughout her body.
I can definitely provide some sort of incentive.
He pressed up against her, and she gasped at his erection. He nibbled on her earlobe, making her almost lose her balance. He helped to steady her.
Is that a yes, love?
Yes, she breathed out, her mind reeling from the overwhelming feelings coursing through her body from Alexander's touch. Always, yes. Chapter 22. Let Love In. Alexander slammed Olivia against the back wall of the elevator when they got to his building. He had been thinking about those lips ever since he got a sweet taste earlier that evening. He devoured her mouth, his tongue tangling with hers. The kiss wasn't gentle. It was greedy. He lifted her, his hands on her ass, and she wrapped her long legs around his midsection, feeling his erection.
God, Angel, I want you so bad right now.
He dove in for another impassioned kiss, groaning as he greedily thrust himself against her. The elevator dinged, announcing its arrival on the 25th floor of his building, and he helped Olivia lower her legs to the ground. Grabbing her hand in his, he pulled her into the foyer. He punched a 5-digit code into the keypad and the solid black door buzzed, sliding open and allowing them access to his home.
Additional security is never a bad thing, Miss Adler,
he said, smiling down at her.
Come, let me show you around.
He led her into the gorgeous penthouse. Olivia looked around, astounded, walking past the formal dining room and gourmet kitchen to her left and into a palatial living room that boasted a large black couch, matching love seat, and a pair of bright red wing-backed chairs next to a gas fireplace. She headed toward the floor-to-ceiling windows that surrounded the entire main floor and looked out at the breathtaking view, the lights of boats twinkling on the water 25 stories below. Out of nowhere, she heard the sound of paws hitting the hardwood floors. Spinning around, she saw a familiar dog come barreling down a long hallway. "Runner!" she exclaimed. The dog nearly knocked her over, showering her with his affection.
"Can I interest you in a glass of wine, Miss Adler?"
Alexander asked, his tone sensual. The timbre of his voice made Olivia gulp. She released Runner and shook her head, staring into his deep green eyes.
"Good, because I have other plans for you."
"What did you have in mind, Mr. Burnham?" she asked innocently.
"You'll see."
He grabbed her hand and led her up the stairs to the master bedroom suite, leaving Runner behind.
"Are you on contraception?"
he asked, pulling her toward an oversized 4-poster mahogany bed. She blinked, unsure she heard him correctly. That was not what she expected to hear come out of his mouth.
"Answer me,"
he demanded, staring down at her. "Yes, I'm on the pill."
"And you're good at taking it?"
Olivia became irritated. "Yes, of course I am. I'm not a child." A smile crept across Alexander's face.
"Good. Men need to know these things, love. I hate condoms. I'm clean, but I understand if you'd feel better using them."
She looked at him, butterflies dancing in her stomach, excited about what they were about to do. "No, I believe you. I've only ever had sex using condoms, but my last results were clear."
"Good,"
he said before changing his expression, the atmosphere in the room becoming heated.
"I want to see you naked, Olivia."
His voice was deep and carnal. "Yes," she croaked out. His proximity made her hair follicles stand on end, a heavenly chill washing over her.
"Sit down,"
he growled. Olivia hesitated, in a complete trance.
"I said sit down."
His eyes were aflame with thirst and tenderness. It was an intoxicating combination. Olivia immediately sat down on his soft bed. Winking, he picked up her left foot. He removed her heel and kissed her instep, slowly dragging his tongue across her arch, forcing her stomach to clench in anticipation. He did the same to her right foot. "Stand back up." She obeyed, their bodies practically touching. She could feel his erection growing. Electricity coursed through her veins, and her body heated from his stare, his eyes remaining locked on hers. She couldn't look away even if she tried. "Lift your arms, Olivia." She did as he commanded, remaining completely speechless in his presence. He lifted her tank top over her head, trailing kisses from one side of her neck to the other. "I like this bra," he murmured, tasting her silky skin as his mouth made its way down to her black lace bra. "I'd like to see you in this more often." His fingers dipped into the bra, and, as he found her nipple, Olivia let out a low moan. He instantly fell to his knees and planted kisses down her stomach, dragging his tongue across her torso, holding on to her hips. "Do you have any idea what you do to me, Olivia?" he asked, his eyes still never leaving hers. Sensation overwhelmed her entire body from the simple act of his lips on her stomach, and she could barely form a coherent thought in response, her breathing increasing dramatically. "Answer me, Olivia," he said sternly. "Yes," she exhaled. "I do." She was about to come unhinged as he continued tracing circles with his tongue around her belly button. She wanted that tongue on other parts of her body. "And why is that, Olivia? Do I still have the same effect on you?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. He removed his hands from her hips and slowly unbuttoned her jeans. He raised his eyebrows as if asking for her permission. She nodded quickly, biting on her lower lip as her heart raced. "Well, do I?" Olivia nodded again. She didn't know how much more she could take. Yes, Alexander." She met his eyes as he kneeled before her, and watched him slowly lower her skinny jeans down her legs, helping her step out of them. He raised himself up and stepped back to admire her bra with matching black lace panties. "God, Olivia, do you have any idea how amazing you are?" He ran his hand through his hair, unable to control his burning need for the woman standing in front of him. He couldn't remember ever being as aroused as he was at that moment. She lowered her head, blushing, before returning her eyes to his. He rushed to her and claimed her mouth, wrapping his arms around her body. His kiss was needy. It was hungry. It was passionate. It was hot. He deftly unhooked her bra, and it fell to the ground. One of his hands went to her head, fisting in her hair and pulling her head back, while the other tightly held onto the small of her back, pressing her to him. Their tongues did a delicate dance, communicating to each other exactly how desperately they wanted and needed each other. He removed his hand from her back, sliding it down her side, and gently felt between her legs. She moaned, letting him know it was okay to go further. "You're so wet." He stroked her through her panties. "I know," she said breathlessly. "What do you want me to do, Olivia?" His eyes bore into her. "I want you." Her thoughts were a complete haze. They were all over the place. She would do anything to just keep that man touching her. She needed his touch. She craved his touch. She would die without it. "You want me to what, Olivia?" Frustration taking over, she grabbed his hand and shoved it in her panties, hoping he would get the hint about what she wanted. "I want you to say it," he whispered in her ear as he started to tease her clit.
"Say it, Olivia."
Her breathing grew heavier as he continued to torture her. She felt as if she was about to explode.
"Come on, love,"
he begged, planting gentle kisses across her collarbone, his lips igniting her body.
"Say it."
He needed to hear it. He needed her to beg for him. It was what he craved. It was how he could remain in control. He slowly removed his hand from her panties, and Olivia was left panting, ready to burst without his touch. "Fine!" she screamed in exasperation. "I want you to fuck me." She couldn't take it anymore. "God damn it, don't make me beg."
"I like it when you beg,"
he said, crushing his mouth to hers as he quickly pushed her panties down. Before she knew what was happening, Alexander thrust 2 fingers inside her. "Holy shit!" she moaned, feeling like she was going to explode from his torturous hand. Panting, he removed his fingers and rid himself of his clothes. Wrapping his arms around Olivia's naked body, he pressed his lips against hers again. He didn't think he would ever tire of kissing her. She gasped when she felt his arousal rubbing against her clit. He led her to the bed, his lips not moving from hers. Pulling back the duvet, he lowered her down and stared at her, overwhelmed with a feeling he was scared to label.
"Olivia, darling, you are one beautiful woman," he said, licking his lips. "I'm going to show you how much of a treasure you truly are."
"Stop staring. You're making me self-conscious." She attempted to cover her naked body with the duvet.
"Oh, don't you dare."
He crawled on top of her. Tilting her head toward him, their mouths met. He pushed his knee between her legs, opening them. She wrapped her legs around his waist, feeling his erection against her. Alexander growled, pulling back as he hovered over her, admiring the beautiful woman lying sprawled out beneath him. He leaned down on his elbows and slowly entered her, stretching her to match his size. "Oh, God," Olivia moaned as he filled her. It was such an amazing feeling. He hadn't even moved yet, but the simple act of him being inside her made her want to explode. He slowly withdrew. "No!" Olivia cried out, on the brink of becoming unhinged.
"I want this to last, love. I felt that, you know."
He smirked.
"You're ready to come already, aren't you?"
She threw her arm across her eyes, wanting to hide from him. She was embarrassed that he could make her fall apart so quickly. Circling her nipple with his tongue, he slowly entered her again, causing her to convulse around him, screaming out his name, her orgasm catching her by surprise. "Fuck!" he exhaled, smiling, his mouth covering hers as he continued thrusting into her.
"Don't worry, I'll make sure you come again," he said breathlessly.
He couldn't believe how good she felt. He had never felt so much pleasure with any of the other women he had slept with over the years. Olivia wrapped her legs around his waist again, not wanting any distance between them. Legs and arms were entwined, hands caressing, nipping, pinching.
"You feel so good, Olivia,"
Alexander said as he moved inside her, filling her to the brim.
"Do I make you feel good?"
he asked. "Yes, Alexander. Yes." Her soft voice sent shivers through his body as her hands clutched onto his back, nails digging in. He pressed his lips against hers, forcing them open with his tongue. There was something about kissing Olivia as he moved inside her that overwhelmed his entire being, igniting feelings he had repressed his entire life. He picked up speed, a tingling sensation coursing through his body, and he knew he was close. Burying his head against her neck, he gently nibbled, loving the taste of her sweaty skin. Her breathing grew erratic, and he felt her body begin to tighten around him. "Again?" he asked, pulling back, his eyes searing down into hers. She simply nodded, her voice nowhere to be found. Alexander pulled out. "No, not again!" she screamed, panting. "I need to hear you say it, love. Tell me you're going to come again," he said, ready to explode at any moment, his breathing labored. "Say I drive you wild when I'm inside you. Tell me I'm the only one who's ever made you feel this good." Olivia tried to catch her breath. She had never come like that before, and she was about to come again. She didn't know what to make of it. "Damn it, Olivia! Just say it!" He needed to hear it. He needed to know that he, alone, could make her feel that good. "Yes, you're the only one, Alexander," she replied, her heart racing. "I've never had an orgasm like that in my life. Now please, I want another one." He leaned down and feathered kisses across her neck. "Ask me." Olivia flashed back to the night they met. She knew exactly what he wanted. Smiling, she ran her fingers up and down his back. She felt him harden against her. "Please, Mr. Burnham," she murmured, "let me come again." "Fuck!" Alexander exclaimed, slamming into her, her sweet voice uttering those words, sending him over the edge in just a few thrusts. Olivia felt him release inside her and came undone around him, her orgasm never seeming to end while the after-effects ravaged her body for several long minutes. "Holy shit!" she exhaled, finally able to find her voice as she listened to Alexander's heavy breathing. "You are fucking incredible, Olivia." He nuzzled her neck. Of all the women he had ever slept with, he never felt as full and complete as he did in that moment. And he hoped Olivia felt the same way. He rolled onto his side and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her against his body. They lay there, their bodies covered with sweat, not wanting to put any distance between each other. Olivia had a dreamless sleep for once. She woke up in the middle of the night when she felt something poking her. Or someone. She turned her body to face the man lying next to her. "Sorry, love. Sometimes that thing has a mind of its own." She giggled. Alexander pulled her mouth to his, kissing her deeply. "I love that sound." She kissed him with more fervor and felt his erection harden. "Olivia, get on top of me," he ordered. Obeying his demand, she coaxed him onto his back and straddled his midsection. She leaned into his neck, her hips circling his arousal, and whispered in his ear, "What should we do about this, Mr. Burnham?" She pulled back, looking deep into his eyes as she continued her relentless teasing. He grabbed the back of her neck, pulling her lips back down to his mouth. Kissing Olivia was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his 30 years. Pulling out of the kiss, she raised herself over him and slowly took his erection inside her. The sensation was even more intense than it was before as he filled her to the brim. She wasn't going to last long, already starting to feel that tingling all the way down to her feet. He began to guide her up and down, over and over. Olivia's eyes were locked with his, and she knew that he had total control of her body. For the first time she could remember, she was okay with that. Alexander gazed at the woman on top of him, her ample chest moving with the motion of her body. He was so deep in her. When he felt her body clench around him, he couldn't hold back any longer. He pumped harder, growling her name as he came undone. Olivia's body shuddered around him. Leaning down, she bit his neck to muffle her screams of pleasure. "I had no idea sex could be like that," she confessed once her breathing steadied. He brought his arms around her, pulling her off him and onto her side, and planted several kisses on her forehead gleaming with perspiration. He thought to himself, "That's because it's love." Olivia awoke the following morning, shielding her eyes from the brightness of the sun. She looked at the man lying next to her, amazed that he could sleep so well with all the sunlight in the room. She quietly got out of the bed and went in search of a t-shirt and shorts to put on. Opening a door, she walked into a closet that any woman would be jealous of. Apparently, Alexander had a thing for clothes. She found a chest of drawers against one wall of the massive closet and grabbed a pair of navy shorts and a Harvard t-shirt that were both enormous on her. After finding the bathroom and cleaning up a bit, she discreetly left the master bedroom and walked down the stairs to the main floor. Runner attacked her, wanting to play and probably go outside. She put on his collar and found a pair of oversized flip-flops that would have to do for the moment. Grabbing his leash, she left the penthouse, eager to enjoy a calm moment with the boisterous hound. An infectious grin spread across her face when she thought of the dog's owner and his salacious tongue. She got down to the street below and walked around the block toward the water, allowing Runner to sniff and mark his territory as they went. Once he had done his business, she headed back to Alexander's place before he realized she was gone. Back in the penthouse, Alexander woke up, feeling the bed next to him, reaching for Olivia, only to find her side empty. He threw on a pair of shorts and ran downstairs, searching his entire penthouse for her. He started to panic when she was nowhere to be found. What if she decided to run? Grabbing his cell phone, he frantically dialed her number, pacing the living room. A loud ringing sounded from the kitchen island. "Damn it!" he exclaimed when he saw that she had left her purse. He ran out of his apartment, fervently pressing the elevator call button, phoning Martin to help him find her. What if something had happened to her? After a painfully slow elevator ride, he arrived on the bottom floor and ran out onto the sidewalk. Glancing up and down the street, he searched for Olivia. "Oh, thank God," he muttered to himself when he saw her rounding the corner, Runner taking the lead, a stupid grin on the dog's face. He rushed to her, his eyes wide with worry, and he pulled her into a desperate kiss. "Oh, Olivia." He breathed a sigh of relief as he held her tightly. "You scared me." Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She pulled out of his embrace and looked into his eyes before he wrapped his arms around her again, stroking her hair. "I woke up and you weren't there. I panicked when I couldn't find you. I was so worried that something horrible had happened. I thought you were taken from me again." She tilted her head back and looked at him, confused, her forehead wrinkled. "Again? What do you mean by that?" His eyes grew wide, and he could hear his heart thumping. He thought his chest was going to explode. "Well, I mean with last week." He floundered nervously. "I just felt that you were taken from me then." She looked at him somewhat skeptically and, after a few intense moments, said, "Okay, I'm sorry I left. I saw Runner and figured that he'd want to go out. I didn't mean to worry you." She avoided his eyes. "Hey, look at me." Alexander grabbed her chin, lightly cupping it so he could peer into her vivacious eyes. "I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't mean to overreact." The front door of the building opened, and Martin ran out, slowing down when he eyed his boss. "Everything okay then, sir?" he asked. "Yes, sorry, Martin." "Not at all." He turned and retreated into the building. "Does he live here or something?" Olivia asked. Alexander ran his hand through his disheveled hair. "Yeah, he has a condo in the building just a few floors below me. I need to make sure he's close by, just in case. Why don't we go back upstairs and have some breakfast?" Sounds good to me. She grasped his hand in hers and allowed him to lead her into a waiting elevator car. After preparing Runner's breakfast, Alexander turned to her. Hungry? She wrapped her arms around his waist. For you, she whispered in his ear, dragging her tongue across his early morning stubble. Alexander leaned down, kissing her neck as he slipped his hand under the bottom of the shirt she was wearing, placing it on the small of her back. The gesture sent tremors through her body. She yearned for his touch. You look good in my clothes, he said. But you could make a paper sack look good, love. Grasping his hair, Olivia brought her mouth to his and kissed him, the craving she had for him growing with each passing second. Fuck it, he panted. Breakfast can wait. Swooping Olivia in his arms with little effort, he carried her to the enormous sofa in the living room. He stepped out of his shorts, watching with hunger as she swiftly removed her own clothes. Sitting on the couch with his feet firmly planted on the ground, he pulled her on top of him. Do you want me inside of you? He murmured against her skin, teasing her with his erection. Yes, she exhaled. I was hoping that you'd say that. Slowly entering her, he moaned with pleasure. He placed his hands around her waist as she moved with fervor on top of him. When they met a steady rhythm, he removed one hand, bringing it to stroke her clit. As if she wasn't overwhelmed with sensation as it was, when he started to rub her, she couldn't take it anymore. It was all too much. She exploded around him, screaming out his name as the world around her became a haze. God, I'll never tire of watching that, he commented, guiding her up and down in rapid movements, grunting as he emptied inside her. He pulled her body flush with his and stroked her back as she rested her head on his shoulder, both of them attempting to regulate their hurried breathing. Stay the weekend, he whispered softly. I don't know. She quickly rid herself of his embrace and searched for her discarded clothes, noticing the dog sitting a few feet from the couch. Runner, you shouldn't have seen that boy. Alexander stood, detecting a look of concern on her face. Grabbing her, he pulled her to him once again. Why don't you want to stay? What is it? Talk to me. I don't know, She trailed off, trying to gather her thoughts. She couldn't keep her head on straight when she was around him. It's just that I think we're moving too fast. I enjoyed last night, and the middle of the night, and this morning, but I think I'm becoming too attached to you and it scares me to death. Her lower lip trembled. Alexander brushed her cheek delicately. She leaned in, basking in the feel of his hand on her skin, her heart aglow from his pleasing touch. Stop thinking too much into it, Olivia. I want to spend time with you. I want to get to know you. I want to share things with you. This is all new to me, too. Just don't shut me out. I beg you, love. Olivia peered into his deep emerald eyes, searching for the answer she so desperately needed. Okay, but I have to go back to my place to get some clothes and feed Nepenthe. He embraced her, laughing. That can be arranged. Chapter 23. Something You Feel. Come, I want to show you something, Alexander said to Olivia, after they finished eating their dinner of salmon, roasted red potatoes, and asparagus. Where are we going? She asked when he grabbed her hand, pulling her off the couch where she was snuggled with Runner, reading a book on her e-reader. You'll see. He winked. Olivia smiled at the twinkle in his eyes. He was so excited to show her whatever it was. He led her down a flight of stairs and past 2 spacious guest bedrooms before stopping outside a door. Beaming from ear to ear, he opened it, allowing her to enter before him. She couldn't believe her surroundings. In the middle of the enormous room stood a beautiful Steinway baby grand piano. Dozens of guitars hung on the walls. There were also amps, a drum kit, and various other instruments scattered throughout the room. It was a musician's dream come true. "Why do you have all this?" she asked, facing him. "Do you play?" "Yeah, you could say that," he replied, shrugging. "I started fiddling with the piano and guitar when I was a little boy. A family friend taught me." He smiled at the memory of Mrs. DeLuca teaching him how to hold a guitar and how to curve his hands around the keys of the piano. But, most of all, he remembered hearing her daughter sing those beautiful melodies. "You can feel free to come down here any time you'd like." Olivia walked over to the piano, running her fingers over the keys, the cool ivory always a comfort to her. Spotting a Martin guitar set on a stand next to the piano, she picked it up and checked its tuning, noting it was perfectly in tune. It must have been played recently. She wasn't expecting Alexander to have such a beautiful music room. "The walls are totally soundproof, so you don't have to worry about disturbing me or anything." Alexander sat down on a love seat against the wall, watching as Olivia fiddled with the guitar. "Play something for me, love." She sat down in a chair in the middle of the room, bringing the Martin guitar with her. Looking down at the beautiful guitar in her hands, she knew what song she wanted to sing. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and sang an ode to the guitar that she held against her body. Alexander was completely mesmerized as he watched her play, her voice filling the room, the acoustics perfect. As he listened to the lyrics, he thought how appropriate the song was. Almost as if she could be talking about herself, and not just the guitar she so lovingly played. Almost as if telling him how much she needed music in her life. Halfway through the song, he stood up and grabbed one of his other guitars. He observed Olivia's hands, getting the chords he needed to join her. Sitting in the chair next to her, he played with her, singing along to the chorus as she continued belting out the lyrics. Olivia opened her eyes, smiling at the sound of his soft, sultry voice next to her. She finished the song, and Alexander leaned over, placing a gentle kiss on her lips. "That was fantastic, Olivia. Did you study music in college?" He already knew the answer, but she didn't know that. "No, actually." He looked at her, feigning surprise. "I know. I was constantly involved in music groups all through middle school and high school. Everyone thought it was what I would study. I actually have a degree in exercise physiology." "Ah," Alexander said. "That explains the health club." She smiled. "Yeah, I don't know why I chose that. I guess I was worried that if I studied music, I'd start to hate it. I didn't want to hate music. Anyway, music isn't something you study. It's something you feel." Alexander flashed back, remembering Olivia's mother saying those exact words to him as he learned to play guitar and piano all those years ago. And those words had stayed with him ever since. That night, Alexander had trouble sleeping. He was thinking of the secrets he was keeping from the beautiful woman next to him, and the letter from his dad. Needing to clear his head, he quietly got out of bed and made his way downstairs to his office. Punching the code into the door, he entered the room before making sure to re-secure the door behind him. He was surrounded by family photos that spanned the first 30 years of his life, stopping at one photo in particular. It was of him and a beautiful 6-year-old Olivia. His parents stood behind them next to her mom and dad. "God, she looks just like her mother," he thought. Sitting down at his desk, he stared at the top drawer as if it held some contagious disease, knowing that the letter from his father was inside. Reaching for it, he nearly opened it before noticing a note to call his sister that he had scratched out earlier. Breathing a sigh of relief, he picked up the phone and dialed her cell. "Alex," Carol answered, sounding wide awake. "God, sis, do you ever sleep?" "I'm working the night shift tonight." "They work you too hard. You know, you'd make more money if you came to work for me full-time, right?" "Alex, I already make money off the company, and I just don't feel like taking orders from my baby brother round the clock." She laughed. "Plus, if I didn't work here, I'd never see David."
So what's up?
Well, I've been running the photos you took last week of the guys at the bar who think you were following Olivia.
Oh yeah? Get any hits?
Well, at first I just thought you were being paranoid, but earlier today I got a hit. The taller one matched with a Mark Kiddish. And here's the weird thing. I've been looking into Simon a bit. Apparently, there was a wire transfer that our guys had missed of $100,000 into Simon's bank account about 2 months ago from an offshore untraceable account. According to Olivia's timeline, it was right around the same time that he showed up to work the construction job on her gym. Now, this Mark Kiddish is the son of Jacob Kiddish. She paused for a minute. Alexander remained speechless, and his heart raced, wishing his sister had said any other name. Jacob Kiddish was a professional fixer, or cleaner, working mostly for politicians and other government officials. He had been suspected of a variety of crimes over the years, but he was so good at what he did that nothing ever led back to him or the people that hired him. Apparently, Mark took over the family business after his dad disappeared all those years ago, Carol explained. Just like his dad, they've never been able to link him to any crimes. Well, I cross-referenced who posted Simon's bail, and the photo on the ID used matched Kiddish. But now he's going by a Donovan O'Loughlin.
That's what Kira said his name was.
Well, we still can't connect him with any crime, but the money transfer worries me. Look, I don't want to go on about this, but you may want to think about finally reading that letter. Obviously, Dad was protecting Olivia and her identity. Maybe this has something to do with that. Maybe someone has realized it's her. If you were able to figure it out, I'm sure other people have too. Alexander sighed heavily.
I know, sis. I'll tell her soon. I promise.
Okay. Love you, baby brother.
I'm not the baby anymore.
You'll always be the baby to me. It was the same dream again. The car crash. Her parents dying. The boy saving her. But this time, when the boy was hit with the gun handle, Olivia saw him stare back at her, and he morphed into Alexander. Alexander sat in his office, contemplating the letter, when he heard a scream.
Olivia!
He ran out of his study. After the conversation he just had with his sister, he was on edge. He leapt up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, before sprinting down the hallway and crashing through the bedroom door. Turning on the lights, he saw Olivia's shaking form sitting up and clutching a pillow to her chest, as if her life depended on it. Tears streamed down her face. He ran to her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her close.
Olivia, what's wrong? Was it the dream again?
He caressed her back, trying to soothe the sobs that rolled through her body. She looked up at him, at those green eyes she had just seen in her dream.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asked softly. I don't think I can.
Come on, love. It'll make you feel better.
He placed a gentle kiss on her head, savoring the vanilla scent of her hair. She took a deep breath, finally getting her crying under control. Something about being surrounded by the warmth of Alexander's arms had a cathartic effect on her. It made everything seem okay, as if he alone could chase away her demons. Well, the dream was like normal, but when the guy smashed the boy's head with the gun and he stared back at me, the boy turned into you. His heart dropped to his stomach, and his expression turned grave. What is it? He quickly snapped out of it and pulled her body down so that she lay next to him, her head leaning on his shoulder.
It's nothing, love. It was just a dream.
Olivia relaxed into him, but couldn't help thinking that he was keeping something from her. Something important. Chapter 24. Total Control.
Cheryl, what the fuck is going on?
Donovan shouted into the phone.
I thought for sure that we'd have spooked her by now. It's October, for crying out loud. We need to do something. so that Burnham puts you on her protection detail. I need to get someone close to her to get more information.
I know, sir, but he's been with her almost round the clock. I've had to keep my distance so that he doesn't catch on. I'm just as frustrated as you are.
Well, get it done. I don't care what it takes. Follow her. Stalk her. Maim her. I don't care. Just get it done.
Donovan slammed down his office phone, just as a knock sounded on his door.
What?
He shouted, his anger apparent.
Sir,
A petite blonde woman said, cracking the door open a bit.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Paul Flanagan is here to see you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Send him in.
Paul Flanagan strode into Donovan's office and placed his briefcase on the desk.
Let's get down to business,
he said once the door was closed.
Nice to see you too, Paul.
This isn't a social call, Mark, he said, sitting down. I've got a deal worked out with the DA in Simon McKenzie's case. He will agree to plea out to a lower assault charge. It's a felony, so it will stay with him for a while. In exchange for not mentioning your name or anything else, he requests a few things. First, he wants a sum of $5 million to be transferred into an offshore account before he takes the plea.
That's ridiculous. He may just be jerking my chain.
I agree. So I got him to agree to a $1 million transfer as a sign of good faith, with the remainder due upon his release from prison. That brings up the next point. The only way I was able to persuade the DA to plea this down was to guarantee some jail time. It will be about a year, but, considering that he has no priors, he will probably be released early. Now, if the remainder of the money isn't transferred upon his release, he will go back to the DA and tell them about your involvement, so I suggest paying up.
Yeah, no problem. That's doable.
Donovan made a quick note to get in touch with his client to arrange payment.
One last thing, and I'll let you deal with this as you see fit,
Flanagan said, standing up and closing his briefcase.
What's that?
Donovan asked, his eyebrows raised.
He wants to pull the trigger. When the time comes, and he's sure it will, he wants to be the one to, and I quote, kill the bitch.
Donovan sat and thought about that for a minute. Could he trust Simon to do the job correctly this time? Then he realized it could actually work. Olivia knew Simon. She may be scared of him at first, but his previous incompetence could turn into an advantage. After a few long moments of contemplation, he finally spoke.
Okay, agreed.
Olivia woke up on a Tuesday morning in mid-October, snuggled next to Alexander in his bed.
Good morning, gorgeous,
Alexander said as he looked into her big, beautiful brown eyes.
Have I told you today how much I love waking up next to you?
No, you haven't, she responded sleepily.
Well, I love waking up next to you.
He flipped her onto her back and hovered over her with a look of eagerness in his eyes. Leaning down, he feathered delicate kisses down her neck as he placed his knee between her legs, pushing them open.
See, love,
sleeping naked definitely does have its advantages. Olivia reached up, grabbing the back of his head, and pulled him down to her lips, kissing him deeply and communicating her need for him with her mouth. Running her fingers up and down his back, she wrapped her legs around his waist, grinding against his erection.
Oh, Miss Adler, you do not play fair,
he moaned into her mouth. Yes, I know.
What am I going to do with you?
Alexander asked, kissing her collarbone. I have a few ideas. She threw her head back, giving him better access to her neck. He dragged his tongue across her skin, nibbling her ear, feeling Olivia relax her legs around his waist. With his body freed, he slowly moved down her chest, worshipping every inch of her. He took one nipple in his mouth, tugging gently as she arched her back, squirming under his expert tongue. She reached down and ran her hands through his messy hair. He looked up, and their eyes met.
Your skin tastes divine, love.
Olivia moaned at his words.
I have an idea.
Alexander got up from the bed, leaving her wanting. What is it?
Close your eyes, he responded. She glared at him in mild annoyance, waiting for an explanation. I said, close your eyes.
Alexander's voice changed from sweet to stern. Her heart thumping in her chest, she couldn't help but obey his seductive demand.
That's better.
Her eyes firmly closed. She heard some rustling from the closet and wondered what he was doing, the anticipation making her become unhinged. A few brief moments later, she felt him sit back down on the bed, and she instinctively opened her eyes.
What did I just say?
Alexander asked forcefully. Oops, sorry. She closed her eyes again.
Sorry what?
He growled, lightly pinching her nipple. Mr. Burnham. Sorry, Mr. Burnham. Olivia smirked, loving the little game they were playing. Are you laughing at me, Olivia? He leaned down, his breath hot on her neck, making her body tremble. I would never laugh at you, Mr. Burnham, she replied, the smirk gone from her face.
Raise your arms over your head, he demanded.
Olivia complied with his command and felt a soft fabric being wrapped around her wrists before he fastened whatever he was using to restrain her to the headboard of the bed. Alexander checked her restraints and was pleased with their security. He grabbed a blindfold and placed it over her eyes.
You can open your eyes now.
Olivia obeyed, seeing that her world was dark. But I can't see anything, she protested.
That's the point.
She could hear the humor in his voice as she felt his breath lower from her neck down her body. His mouth hovered over one of her breasts, and she whimpered, trying to move her arms to touch him. Fuck, she said. This isn't fair.
I know. I can be such a tease, can't I?
He gently blew on her nipple, causing it to harden. She wiggled beneath him, the darkness heightening the rest of her senses.
Hold still, Olivia,
he said fervently. She immediately obeyed. Alexander returned his attention to her breast, pulling her nipple into his mouth and sucking ever so gently. She raised her hips, desperately wanting him inside of her.
What did I just say, Olivia?
Alexander demanded. Sorry, she replied meekly, lowering her hips back to the bed.
Sorry what?
Sorry, Mr. Burnham, she choked out.
One more move and I won't let you come. Do you understand, Olivia?
Yes, I understand, she said quietly. She loved when he was in total control of her body. It was as if he knew what she needed more than she did. He continued trailing kisses down her stomach, gently circling her belly button with his tongue. He placed his hand between her legs and pushed them wide apart as he lowered his mouth.
You smell amazing, Olivia.
She could feel his breath on her clit. It drove her crazy. I can see how wet you are for me. Olivia moaned at the first stroke of his tongue, the surprise of his touch causing her to buck her hips.
What did I say?
Didn't I warn you about what would happen if you didn't lie still? Alexander scolded, his breath still hot on her. Yes, you did. He drove his fingers deep inside of her as he continued to tease her with his tongue. Fuck! She screamed, the sensation overwhelming her. She didn't know how long she would last. And what did I say your punishment would be, Olivia? She licked her lips. That I couldn't come.
Yes, Olivia,
Alexander said, his fingers still teasing her insides. This must be torture, then. She nodded her head fervently, scowling when he removed his fingers. This is for me, not for you, he whispered into her ear. He immediately pushed into her. Olivia let out a loud gasp, surprised at the sudden invasion. He thrust mercilessly into her again and again, pulling out when he felt her tighten around him.
What did I say, Olivia? No coming for you,
he panted, looking down at her, her desire apparent from her heavy breathing. He thrust into her again, and she moaned loudly, setting him off. He came inside her after only a few more thrusts.
Holy shit,
he grunted, collapsing on top of her. He quickly unfastened Olivia's restraints and took off her eye mask.
I like you all tied up,
he joked, kissing her fully on the mouth. And don't worry, love. I plan on giving you more orgasms later on than your little body can handle. He got out of bed and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Olivia rolled over, feeling remarkably satisfied for some reason. She drifted off, warm and comfortable in Alexander's bed. Olivia, love, she heard a short while later, waking her up. She opened her eyes and saw him standing over her dressed in his suit, apparently ready for the office. She wondered for how long she had fallen back asleep. Hey, she said sleepily.
Hey,
Alexander said, sitting down on the bed next to her and brushing her hair away with his hand.
I need to get to the office. Stay as long as you need to. Runner has already been out this morning.
He leaned down and planted a kiss on her mouth.
I'll miss you.
Come to my place tonight? Stay over? Olivia lifted her eyebrows, giving him a sweet smile.
I have a meeting, and then I promised my brother that I'd go for a drink.
After that?
Okay. I can't say no to you.
He kissed her one more time before he headed out of the bedroom. When he reached the doorway, he turned back around.
Oh, and Olivia?
She glanced up to see a devilish grin on his face.
Don't you dare touch yourself today. I want your orgasm, and I plan on getting it later.
He spun around, leaving her completely speechless. Chapter 25. Paranoia. After her morning appointment with Dr. Greenstein, Olivia returned to her house and made a quick lunch before heading to the gym for her workout. She made a salad and sat in the little reading nook by her big bay windows as she ate. Her eyes focused on a black sedan parked down the street from her house, the occupant clearly watching her. She thought it was strange, but she shrugged it off, not wanting her paranoia to get the best of her. She finished her lunch, grabbed her gym bag, and headed out the door. It was a sunny autumn day in Boston, so she decided to walk and enjoy the brisk fall weather, the smell of burning leaves permeating the air. On her way to the gym, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her. But every time she turned around, all she saw were hordes of locals and tourists shopping and going about their errands. Within 20 minutes, she arrived at her building, thankful to get off the street. She wondered why, all of a sudden, she felt like she was being followed. After she swiped her keycard and walked through the turnstiles, she turned around and looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows out onto State Street. She noticed a short man stop on the street and peer inside, searching until his expression settled on Olivia. His eyes locked on her, a snide smile creeping across his face. She was unable to break her own gaze from his, even though her brain told her to turn and run.
"Libby, dear, are you okay?"
she heard a voice say. She spun around and saw Jerry sitting at the security desk, a look of concern on his face. "Oh, yeah. Sorry," she replied quietly. "I just spaced out for a second." She started to walk toward the bank of elevators, turning her head every few seconds to see if the man was still there. The elevator car dinged, announcing its arrival. "Saved by the bell," she muttered under her breath. She entered and, with shaky hands, pressed the button for her floor, ascending the 20 stories to the wellness center. Jerry turned around as soon as the doors to the elevator closed and picked up the phone, hating that he didn't wait for Olivia to mention anything. He'd rather be safe than sorry, though. Over a month ago, he had been instructed to report any suspicious activities regarding her, and he was pretty sure that what had happened qualified as suspicious.
"Mr. Burnham," he spoke when he answered on the third ring. "It's Jerry at the front desk. I'm sorry to bother you, but you should probably know. It's about Olivia." It's quite all right, Jerry. If it involves Olivia, it's top priority. Yes, sir. She just went to her floor.
There was a strange man on the street just staring at her.
Can you send me the camera feed immediately? Alexander asked, trying to settle his nerves. I'll have the video sent to you, sir. And alert me if you see anything else that appears out of the ordinary. Yes, sir. Thank you, Jerry. You're welcome, sir.
Alexander hung up the phone, his mind racing.
Martin, I need you,
he barked into his office intercom. Within a few seconds, Martin appeared in his doorway.
Yes, sir. Jerry from the security desk is sending up a video file. Get it to my sister and have her run facial recognition on it.
He stood up to leave.
Yes, sir. Anything we should be worried about?
I'm not sure yet, but we may need to add some security for Miss Adler's safety. I have a bad feeling, especially after talking to Carol earlier today. Alexander dismissed Martin and strode out of his office, making a beeline for the elevators. Weeks ago, he had made Olivia promise that she would let him know immediately if she noticed any suspicious activity. She failed to do so. He was fuming. An elevator car arrived and he punched the button for the 20th floor repeatedly, willing the doors to close quickly. He had been on high alert all day after receiving a phone call from his sister about Simon taking a plea deal. He didn't know if Olivia was aware of it yet, but he was certain that the DA had been trying to reach her to let her know the details.
Mr. Burnham,
Melanie said, jumping from the reception desk of the wellness center as he walked through the front doors.
Libby is here. She just arrived a few minutes ago. I think she's still in her office.
Thank you, Melanie. He continued to walk down the hallway he had grown so accustomed to in the last few months. He usually only visited her on the days she worked, stopping by to surprise her with lunch or just to see her smiling face, but he was on another mission altogether that day. Approaching Olivia's office, he saw her sitting at her desk, checking her messages.
Olivia,
he said firmly. She glanced up to see an intimidating figure standing in her doorway. Alexander, she gulped.
What did I tell you weeks ago?
He took a few steps into her office and closed the door. I have no idea what you're talking about, Alexander, she replied, returning her eyes to her missed messages, not really reading anything as she was too nervous with Alexander towering over her.
Oh, Miss Adler, I think you do.
He moved toward her desk and stood next to her, her eyes still avoiding his. He grabbed her chair and spun it around, forcing her to face him. His eyes bored down into her, wide with fury. She shot daggers at him, willing him to back down. So what? She finally spat, standing up and pushing him out of the way before walking over to the windows. He quickly followed, grabbing her and making her face him again. Some guy stared at me when I entered the building earlier. No big deal. She paused for a moment as those green eyes stared down at her. He was probably just checking out my ass or something, she joked, hoping to lighten the mood.
I don't think you're telling me the whole story, love.
There's not much to tell. And don't go all Navy SEAL on me, Alex, she said with a hint of sarcasm.
His gaze softened. Darling, I just want to make sure that you're safe, and if I'm slightly overprotective, I'm sorry. I just can't fathom losing you. He pulled her in close, placing a gentle, affectionate kiss on her forehead. Now, tell me what really happened. You're damn good at what you do, you know that? Olivia whimpered into his chest, his warmth surrounding her and making her feel safe. I know. She pulled away and walked over to her love seat, Alexander close on her heels. Well, all day I felt as if someone was following me. I just thought your paranoia was contagious or something. He raised his eyebrows.
You think I'm paranoid?
Yes, no, I don't know, she responded, irritated. Maybe a little.
Well, love, it's my job to be paranoid where your safety is concerned. Now, tell me what else happened. Taking a deep breath, she continued. After I got back to my house from my appointment, I made some lunch and sat at my reading nook by the bay window in the living room as I ate it. I noticed a black sedan on the other side of the street, a block or so down, and thought that was odd, The driver's window was open and the guy was just staring at my house. A few minutes later, I got my stuff together and headed over here. Since it's such a beautiful day, I decided that it would be nice to walk."
"You what?"
Alexander roared, standing up quickly.
"You walked here? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you have any idea what could have happened to you?"
He strode over to the windows and peered down at the street, trying to control his temper, taking several deep breaths as he ran his hands through his hair. "What's the big deal, Alex?" she shouted, walking over to the windows and glaring at him. "So what? I walked. It's not like it's the first time I've done that." Taking a deep breath, he calmed his temper. He smiled and grabbed her hands in his. "I'm being absurd. I'm sorry. Please, go on." She eyed him suspiciously, wondering why he was overreacting. "On the walk over here, I had that feeling again, like someone was following me. When I got here and went through the security gate, I decided to turn around to see if I was just being paranoid. Outside on the street, there was a short man standing next to the building, scanning the lobby. His eyes met mine and he smiled. It was this creepy kind of smile, and he just kept staring at me. I didn't know what to do. It was like he was looking for me, but why would he be looking for me? It doesn't make any sense." Alexander caressed her small hand in his. "I know, it doesn't. Have you heard from the DA about Simon's case?" "I have a message from her. She wanted to talk to me about a plea bargain that I guess Simon struck." She looked up at him. "Why? What do you know?" "Just what my sister told me. That he pled down to a lesser assault charge and will be released in a year. Maybe sooner. He did get some jail time, so that's good. Apparently he got such a good deal because he had absolutely no criminal record." "The DA warned me that would probably happen," Olivia said, noticing that Alexander appeared to be deep in thought. "What? What is it? Do you know something?" "What? Oh, no. It's nothing. Don't worry. But humor me. Let me assign a protection detail. Please." She sighed. "I don't know, Alex. I think that's a bit of overkill, don't you?" "There's no such thing when it comes to you. At least have someone with you when I'm not around. That's all. Maybe this will be motivation for you to spend some more time with me." "Can I think about it?" She looked at him, pleading with her eyes. "Well, it's better than you flat out refusing," he conceded. "Okay, good. I'll think about it." "Fine. But under no circumstances are you to walk home. Come up to my office when you are done working out and I'll have Carter escort you home. Do you understand?" Olivia glared at him for several long seconds before softening her gaze. It wasn't worth fighting over. "Yes, I understand." "Good." Alexander embraced her and looked into her deep brown eyes, pressing his mouth to hers. "I'll see you soon, love." Olivia went through her regular workout, taking it somewhat easy. She had a race that weekend and hoped to qualify for the Boston Marathon. As she was on the stationary bike, she decided that Alexander was overreacting. She had called the DA immediately after he left and was told the same thing that Alexander told her. Simon was now in prison. There was no danger to her. She hated the idea that Alexander thought she needed him to protect her. She could protect herself. After finishing her workout, she took a quick shower. Once she was ready, she grabbed her bag and headed up to the 29th floor of the building, swiping her keycard for access. "Miss Adler," the cheery red-headed receptionist said when she stepped out of the elevator. "Mr. Burnham is expecting you. Please, go on in." She punched a security code into the door leading to Alexander's office. She walked down the long hallway, pausing when she heard a voice from within his office that didn't belong to Alexander. A female voice. The door was open just a crack, and Olivia could make out the conversation.
"Oh, Alex, dear. I know you have no interest in going to Newport this weekend with that girl. Mommy and Daddy are throwing a charity auction. I know you'd much rather spend time with me than Olivia. You know she's not your Olivia, so stop wasting your time. I'll make it worth your while."
Olivia held her breath, desperate to hear Alexander's response. "Adele, I have plans.
I can't go with you this weekend. Maybe some other time.
Olivia's heart dropped. Why didn't he just tell her off? Why was he being so nice to her? She pushed open the door, anxious for Alexander to see that she had overheard. Tears formed in her eyes when she saw Adele in his embrace, planting a kiss on his neck, ignoring the obvious cringe on his face from the contact. Alexander pushed Adele away. His eyes grew wide in terror when he noticed Olivia standing in the doorway, his heart breaking from the look on her face. Adele turned toward Olivia.
"Hello, dear. You must be Alexander's friend Olivia. Just so you know, I'm perfectly okay with him slumming around with you for the time being. I don't mind sharing my man with anyone. I know eventually he'll get it all out of his system and come crawling back to me."
She pushed by Olivia and walked out of the office. Alexander rushed to Olivia.
Darling, please, don't listen to a word she says. She's crazy. I don't know what to do about her.
Olivia put her hand up, willing him to stop speaking. She knew what her eyes saw. The image of his arms around another woman were burned there.
"I'm going to leave now, Alex. And I don't want you to follow me."
She turned and made her way down the hallway.
"Goodbye, Miss Adler,"
the receptionist called out to her as she ran through the security door and into a waiting elevator car. Alexander appeared in the reception area just as the doors closed, and Olivia exhaled loudly.
"I guess he's upset about something,"
she heard, realizing that she wasn't alone in the elevator.
"What do you want, Adele?"
she hissed, turning to face her.
"You seem to be hell-bent on breaking us up. Well, congratulations. You did it again."
A lump formed in her throat as she struggled not to cry. She refused to let Adele see any weakness. The elevator descended to the lobby in complete silence. When the doors opened, Olivia scrambled out, desperately wanting to get away from Adele.
"Well, just so you know, I'm not really sleeping with him or anything,"
she shouted, causing Olivia to turn back to the bank of elevators.
"I just want you to think I am."
"Why the fuck would you want that?"
she spat, glaring at the fake blonde.
"If you think that I'm fucking him, then you'll leave him. I mean, he is a good lay, so I could understand why you'd stay just for that. But I have more long-term plans with him."
"What are your plans? Take over his bank account?"
"I'm sure that's yours, dear. It's like the pot calling the kettle black."
"I'm not discussing this with you, Adele. Just so you know, I'm not interested in Alexander's money. I'm interested in him as a person. A loving, caring individual who worships the ground I walk on."
Olivia took a step closer.
"He's affectionate and kind. Something you only wish you could be. And he deserves someone who treasures who he is, not just the figures in his bank account."
"Oh, honey, he only worships the ground you walk on because your name is Olivia. He wishes that you were his friend from all those years ago. That's all this is. It's just his childhood obsession with Olivia continuing into his adulthood. Soon he'll realize that you're not his Olivia and leave you."
Olivia couldn't stand it anymore.
Before she knew it, her clenched fist met Adele's face. She watched with amusement as Adele fell to the ground screaming, and she was unable to control her hysterical laughter. The elevator dinged, and Alexander ran out.
"Holy crap," he said, rushing to Olivia and looking into her eyes.
"Are you okay?"
"What about me?"
Adele whined on the floor, clutching her cheek.
"Adele, I don't give a fuck about you. You should know that by now."
He turned to Jerry, sitting at the security desk, who had an amused look on his face.
"Jerry, Adele Peters is no longer allowed anywhere in this building. Alert my security team that, should she try to make contact with Miss Adler in any way, she should be dealt with as they deem necessary." "Yes, sir." Jerry smiled. "About time, sir, with all due respect."
Alexander nodded.
"I agree."
He examined Olivia, observing that she still appeared to be rather shaken up.
"That was incredible. I've been wanting someone to punch that little bitch for years now. I'm so glad it was you."
He planted a kiss on her forehead, leading her out of the building. Once outside, he turned to face her, a worried look on his face.
"Are we okay?"
Olivia sighed, running her fingers through his hair. Of course we are. He beamed.
Good.
A black SUV pulled up instantly, Carter at the wheel. Alexander opened the back passenger side door, helping Olivia into the car.
I wish I could come with you, but I have some work to do. Carter will see you home safe. If you need anything, let me know.
I will.
I'll see you later, beautiful.
Alexander kissed her briefly, before closing the door to the car. He watched Carter drive off, before returning to his office. The image of Olivia standing over Adele with her fist clenched, making his heart flutter. Chapter 26. Olivia. Olivia had a relatively uneventful remainder of her day. Carter dropped her off and did a quick sweep of the house to make sure it was safe. She made a delicious salmon dinner and settled onto her couch to snuggle with Nepenthe for a little bit. Her phone beeped at around 8. She looked at the text from Alexander, letting her know that he probably wouldn't get there until after midnight. She replied, giving him the code to the door as well as the alarm. She received a response immediately.
Alexander, you really shouldn't be giving that to anyone. That defeats the purpose.
Olivia, you're not just anyone. You're my boyfriend. Smile.
Alexander, say it again, love.
Olivia, later. XOXO. Olivia fell asleep quickly that night. After midnight, she felt Alexander crawl in next to her. She could smell the alcohol on his breath.
Olivia, you smell great,
he slurred, snuggling her, intertwining his legs with hers. She felt his bare chest on her back, savoring the warmth of his body. His breathing became even, a perfect lullaby to fall back asleep to. When she was in that place between being asleep and being awake, she heard him whisper, "I'm going to protect you always, Olivia." Her eyes flung open, her heart racing. She must have been dreaming about the crash again. The only person that had ever called her Olivia was the boy with the green eyes. The boy who haunted her dreams. She brushed it off and closed her eyes, dreaming of beautiful green eyes and the man sleeping next to her. Olivia's alarm went off early the following morning before the sun was up. She turned it off, hitting the snooze button. Alexander pulled her back to him. "Don't go, Angel," he begged, his voice raspy from sleep. "I don't want to, but I have to teach a class at 6 this morning." She nuzzled up to him, placing several kisses on his chest. He flipped her on her back and held her arms above her head with one hand, caressing the side of her body with the other. "Well, I just need to give you something to think about the rest of the day, then." He grinned, planting a deep kiss on her lips, lifting her tank top over her head. "Olivia," he growled, gawking at her bare chest. It didn't matter how many times he had seen her with her shirt off. Each time still excited him as if it was the first. "It's almost like you were plucked from heaven just for me." He kissed her neck, savoring the taste of her soft skin as he moved down to her chest. His breath was warm on her breast, making her nipple become alert. He teased it, tugging and licking. Olivia was about to become unhinged as his tongue circled her chest. She wanted that tongue on other parts of her body. She was on edge after not having an orgasm the day before, and felt like she could fall apart in a matter of seconds. He slowly made his way down her stomach, lifting her hips so he could slip off her shorts. He lowered himself between her legs, Olivia's breathing heavy with anticipation. She moaned when he gave her clit a quick lick. "You like that, Olivia?" She nodded her head, not able to make a sound. "I said, do you like that, Olivia?" he asked sternly. "Yes," she replied, having trouble breathing through all the overwhelming sensations coursing through her body. "Well, what should I do about that, Olivia? What do you want?" "I want your tongue on me, on my clit," she directed him. He started gliding his tongue slowly over her, sucking and licking gently. Is that all, Olivia? His breath on her made her moan.
I want your fingers inside me.
Your wish is my command. He gently pressed a finger inside of her, making circular motions as he licked. Her body was on fire from the electricity flowing through her core. God, you taste sweet, he said, taking a break before diving back in. One of these days I'm going to make you fuck my face. His words were her undoing, and she screamed out his name as waves of pleasure overtook her body. He crawled back up to her and stared at the beautiful woman panting on the bed. Propping himself on his elbow, he kissed her. She deepened the kiss, invading his mouth with her tongue as she threw him on his back and straddled him, grinding against him, her breathing still uneven from her last mind-blowing orgasm. Say it, Olivia.
No,
she whispered into his ear, knowing exactly what he wanted her to say.
You say it.
So it's a game then, is it? She could feel his arousal getting harder. Well, I must tell you, Angel, I am very competitive. I'll do almost anything to win, including playing dirty. Oh, really? She asked, her eyebrow raised. I like the sound of that. How dirty are you talking? Oh, wouldn't you like to find out? He flipped her onto her back and, stripping off his clothes, knelt between her legs, teasing her with his erection. What do you want, Olivia? I know what I want, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Oh, we're on the same page, Alexander.
Well, I wouldn't want to be presumptuous, he replied, continuing to tease her. She was still a bundle of sensation. Just the feeling of his arousal against her was turning her on. Okay, she screamed, her breathing uneven as she stared at the devilish smile on his face. You win. I want you to fuck me. He slammed into her, groaning. I love it when you say that, Olivia. She wrapped her legs around his waist and moved with the pace he set. God, Olivia, there is nothing like being inside of you, he said, leaning down, softly licking and sucking on her neck. She moaned out, the sensation of him being inside of her and licking her skin making her nerves stand on end. She still hadn't come down from her previous orgasm and felt like she was on the verge of exploding. Do you like me inside of you? He asked, thrusting harder.
Yes, Alexander. Yes,
she breathed out, climbing higher and higher toward the peak from which she had just come down. Say I'm the only one that's filled you like this, he commanded, his breathing becoming more and more erratic as he leaned back and stared deep into her eyes, his pace increasing. She could tell he was close, so she gave him what he wanted to hear, and she wasn't lying.
You're the only one, Alex,
she replied, moving with his rhythm, a familiar clenching sensation building through her core. He felt it and nuzzled back into her neck, inhaling her delicious scent. Come with me, Olivia. He emptied inside of her, the warm feeling pushing her over the edge. She shuddered around him, screaming out his name in ecstasy. His eyes met hers as they came down from their orgasms, their breathing slowly returning to normal. I will never tire of being naked with you, love, he said sweetly before feathering his lips against hers. She pulled his head toward hers, running her hands through his sexy morning hair, and deepened the kiss. He slowly withdrew from her and picked her up, tossing her off the bed. Shower now, he ordered, slapping her ass. She jumped. God, you can be so bossy. Oh, Miss Adler, you haven't seen bossy yet. She laughed as she hopped in the shower, knowing that she would probably be late for her first class that morning. When she came out, Alexander was sitting in her bed with his laptop, typing an email and drinking coffee. He left a coffee for her on her nightstand. It all seemed so domesticated. and it didn't scare Olivia at all. Chapter 27. In Deep.
"Libby!"
Kira shouted when Olivia walked into the empty Pilates studio a few minutes before 6 that morning.
"Hey, Kira. What's going on?" "Not much. We need to catch up. I feel like I haven't seen you much lately, except for Friday nights. Do I have to start booking my time through Alexander? He's hogging you."
"I know. I'm sorry. I'm free around 9 if you want to grab coffee."
"I can do that."
"Great. It's a date." Olivia turned to boot up the audio system for the class. Her morning flew by, and before she knew it, she was heading out to meet Kira.
"Hey, Libby,"
Jerry called when he saw her run from the elevator into the building's lobby.
"Heading out?"
"Yeah, I'm meeting Kira for coffee. I'll be back soon."
"Okay, just let Mr. Burnham know. Please, he'll have my ass on a platter if I don't tell him."
Olivia rolled her eyes as she continued past the security desk. "Okay, Jerry. I'll send him a text right now." She grabbed her cell phone out of her purse and shot off a quick text to Alexander. "Olivia. Heading out for coffee with Kira. Back soon. XOXO." She felt her phone buzz as she turned the block, making her way through a crowd of people strolling the busy Boston streets on that sunny fall day. Reaching the Starbucks, she read the text. Alexander.
"Okay, be safe. Carter will be on watch."
Olivia groaned. He was so frustrating sometimes. Olivia. I haven't agreed to accept your bodyguard services yet, Mr. Burnham. Wink. Alexander.
Humor me, love.
There was that word again. Olivia didn't think she would ever tire of hearing that word fall out of his mouth. Even via text, she could just hear his lips caressing the word as he whispered in her ear. She began breathing heavily as she stood in line for coffee. The barista asked for her order, and she immediately snapped back to reality, returning his text. Olivia. Fine. Me. She dropped her phone in her purse and ordered 2 coffees while she waited for her friend. A few minutes later, Kira walked into the shop, making her way toward Olivia's table. Hey, Livs, she said, sitting down, grabbing the extra cup of coffee. Thank God. I don't think there's enough caffeine in the world to get me through this day. She took a sip of her drink. That bad, huh? Yeah, well, I had a late night last night, so I need it. Oh, really? What were you doing? Olivia raised her eyebrows. None of your business, slut. So what's going on with you and Alexander? Not a whole lot, except he's still wonderful. She blushed, looking at her friend, unable to hide her enthusiasm whenever she thought of him. Okay, spill it. Olivia hesitated briefly before telling her all about her run-in with Adele the previous day. God, it felt so good to just punch that bitch. I was proud of myself for not running. If the same thing happened a year ago, I would have run as far as I could to avoid dealing with it. But yesterday, I just don't know what came over me. I knew she was talking shit and, well, she deserved it. Kira laughed, her green eyes wild with amusement. That's fantastic. Maybe you finally stopped trying to push Alexander away. He is definitely quite the catch. She took another sip of her coffee. So he's going with you this weekend to Newport? Yep. Nervous? Yeah, a little. I mean, we're going away together for the weekend, so there's nowhere for me to run when things get bad. Oh, stop it. You're so negative. Things aren't going to get bad. He's going there to support you in your race. It's a big deal. Not everyone can run a marathon. I know, she replied, nervously tapping her nails against the black bistro table. But I've never gone away with a guy before. I am looking forward to spending some time with him away from the city. We've only done things around here, and most of the time we've just been going to his place. He feels better knowing that he's close to me. For some reason, he's still all worried about Simon. She lowered her voice. That reminds me. What is it? Kira asked, her interest piqued. I got a call from the DA yesterday. I guess Simon took a plea deal. He's pleading guilty to a lesser charge of assault and will serve about a year in jail. But with his lack of priors and overcrowding, they're saying he'll probably be out sooner. How do you feel about that? Olivia glared at her. She knew how much she hated that question. Okay. I'm sorry, Libs. I just want to make sure that you're okay with it. I am okay with it, she admitted. What Simon did was wrong, but I just don't think I handled the breakup, if you can call it that, the right way, and he snapped. I'm not making excuses for him, but he didn't seem like the violent type. I'm sure that this is the only time he'll ever be in prison, you know? He made a mistake and he's paying for it. It's all good. Well, okay, as long as you're good with that. I am. So getting back to Alexander, all worried about Simon, Kira said, winking at a man dressed in a business suit as he walked past their table to order his morning coffee. Oh yeah, he's still concerned about someone attacking me. It's sweet, but at the same time a little overbearing. I could see that. She paused for a moment. Have you ever thought that maybe he's hiding something from you? I mean, he runs a private security firm and has the ability to get any information he wants. Perhaps he found out something that has him a little on edge. I don't know what he'd possibly find out. No one has any reason to want to come after me, so... Yeah, I guess you're right. Kira looked at her watch. Crap, I need to get to the office. I have a meeting with some new client about publishing their manuscript. I barely read the damn thing, so this will be interesting. She stood up and Olivia followed, clutching her coffee. Well, you are the queen of bullshit. I'm sure you'll do just fine. She opened the door, leaving the coffee shop, waving at Carter standing on the sidewalk. So what's with the bodyguard? Kira muttered under her breath as they walked toward Olivia's office building, hers being just a few blocks past that. One word, Alexander, Olivia said. He can be very domineering sometimes. Oh, I bet he can. He looks like the type that would be into tying you up and having his way with you. Kira! She exclaimed, slapping her friend. Kira looked at Olivia, whose face was bright red. Oh my God, I knew it! He's into that shit, isn't he? The two girls stopped walking. I mean, he's not fucked up and into beating you, is he? Because that shit is so not cool. But hell, I'd go for being tied up and blindfolded. I am not having this conversation with you on the street. Olivia continued walking, a grin on her face as she thought about the previous morning. That is so fucking hot! Kira laughed as she ran to catch up with her friend. Okay, you're right. It is so fucking hot. Olivia's face was flushed from the memories of Alexander restraining her. I bet it is. And he gets turned on when I call him Mr. Burnham. That's sexy. I'd call him Mr. Burnham. Yes, Mr. Burnham. Whatever you want, Mr. Burnham, Kira said breathlessly, giggling. I need to find a man like that. I want to be dominated. It's not like that. It's almost as if he knows that I need that sometimes. And other times, he's so sweet and gentle. So, sometimes you fuck and sometimes you make love. Olivia froze. No, Kira. We don't make love. That would entail... What? She asked, interrupting her. That would mean you love him, and he loves you. And it's true. So the sooner you admit that to yourself, the sooner you can move past it. Stop freaking out. I see the way he is with you. Why do you think he feels the need to protect you? Because you're some girl he's banging? Hell no, because he loves you. I don't think so. Fine, whatever. Keep denying it. Deep down, you love him. You may not realize it just yet, but you will. You're in deep already, girlie, though I know you're scared to death to admit it. You need to realize that your fear of getting close to people is not real. It's merely a product of choice, of thoughts that your mind has created. Get the fuck over it, Olivia, and let yourself be happy for once. Because no matter what happens, you are going to get hurt in life. You can't avoid it. But it's so much better to have jumped into the ocean and gotten stung by a jellyfish than to never have felt the salt water between your toes at all. Kira turned and walked away, leaving her speechless. Olivia walked through the front doors of her building and hurried to the elevator, wanting to get back to her office in some sense of normalcy, even though nothing had been normal about her life since she had met Alexander Burnham. He entered her life in a whirlwind and had quickly implanted himself in nearly every facet of her existence. She thought about him every second of every day, and Olivia didn't know how she felt about that. Chapter 28. Something More.
Cheryl, I need some good news.
Donovan spat into his phone. I wish I had some, boss. We're getting there. He has Carter on an unofficial protection detail as of now. She noticed Matthew following her yesterday. It was good that he made it so obvious. That's got Burnham spooked.
Yes, but I was hoping he'd assign you to the protection detail.
I know, I'm working on that. As of now, there's no official detail anyway. From what I've been able to find out, she seems hesitant to agree to it, thinking it's entirely unnecessary.
Well, do something to make it necessary,
Donovan growled into the phone. Yes, sir. Cheryl hung up and threw her burner phone into the nearest trash bin. She walked to a nearby drugstore and bought a replacement. Hello, Mr. Burnham, Olivia crooned into her phone. Good afternoon, Miss Adler. Come to my place after practice tonight? Is that a question or an order? She asked as she sat at the desk in her office, looking out the window at the bustling Boston streets below. Alexander chuckled, listening to Olivia's voice, happy to break the monotony of poring over case files. Maybe a little of both. We'll order sushi and watch a few movies. Take it easy. Keep you off your feet. You'll be pounding the pavement pretty hard this weekend. That's not the only thing I want to pound hard this weekend, she said coyly. He inhaled quickly at her words, feeling a familiar twitching in his pants before regaining his composure. Be there at 7, love, and be ready to leave directly from my place tomorrow when we get up. So demanding. Don't you know it? Till then, Olivia. Bye, Mr. Burnham. Goodbye, Miss Adler. She hung up, collected her items, and headed out of her office. She sent Kira a quick text reminding her to check on Nepenthe over the next few days. Bye, Livy. Have fun this weekend and good luck, Melanie said as she walked out the front doors of the wellness center. Thanks, Mel. See you next week. Walking out of her building a few minutes later, a scowl crossed her face when a black SUV pulled up front. You've got to be kidding me, she mumbled under her breath. Miss Adler. Carter ran around to open the rear passenger door. Good afternoon, Carter, she said curtly as she stared into the passenger compartment of the SUV, hesitant about getting in. If she did, she was more or less agreeing to Alexander's ridiculous protection detail. Please, Miss Adler, it's just a ride home. Olivia looked at her watch and noticed that she was already running late. Fine, but only because I'm short on time. She wasn't in the mood to start a fight with Alexander, not when they were going away for the weekend. If he was providing her with her own personal driver for the evening, so be it. Thank you, Miss Adler. Olivia was home in record time, and, after Carter did a quick sweep of her house, she began packing for her big weekend. That evening, rehearsal with the band went by fairly quickly, and before Olivia knew it, she was on her way over to Alexander's penthouse, courtesy of her chauffeur, Carter. Olivia, Alexander said, rushing to her when he saw her walk through the foyer. She was dressed casually in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, but she still made Alexander's heart skip a beat whenever she was near. He planted a long kiss on her lips. Have I told you how much I missed you today? Maybe once or twice, but you can tell me again. Olivia stared into his green eyes, reveling in the warmth coming off his body. He must have just gotten out of the shower. His hair was wet, and he smelled of body wash and aftershave. He had changed out of his normal office attire and was wearing a white polo shirt and a pair of jeans. I missed you. I missed your eyes. His thumb ran over the corner of her eyes. I missed your lips. He brought his mouth to hers, kissing her softly. And I most certainly missed your tongue. He kissed her again, coaxing her mouth open as his tongue danced with hers before pulling back, leaving her completely breathless. Come, love. Sushi has arrived. He led her down the hallway into the den. It was a spacious and homey room with a large pool table set in the far corner. Immediately in front of her was a luxurious leather sofa and a giant flat-screen TV. It was the one room of the penthouse that didn't appear to belong in a museum. Walking over to the couch, she noticed that Alexander had set up a small feast of sushi on the large coffee table. Runner sat next to the table, begging for scraps. When he saw Olivia, he immediately ran up to her, his tail wagging. "Hey, boy, good to see you too. Give Mama kisses." She leaned down so Runner could give her a few kisses on her cheek. They sat on the oversized couch, and Alexander put on Casablanca as Runner sat back down, anxious for some food to be thrown his way. Alexander, being a total sucker for that dog, fed him the occasional piece of sushi when Olivia wasn't looking. "I love this movie," she said, her mouth full of yellowtail. "I know." "You do?" she asked, scrunching her eyebrows in confusion. "Yeah, you mentioned it once and I just kind of remembered," Alexander replied nervously. "I don't remember that. Oh well." She shrugged. After grabbing another piece of yellowtail, she leaned over, surprising him with a quick kiss on his cheek. "What was that for?" He stared at her in admiration as the sound of the opening of the movie played in the room. It reminded him of their childhood when his mother would have Casablanca on in the background as they played in the living room of his house. "Nothing. I just love this movie. I grew up watching it. I could never understand what was actually happening, but even when I was young, I always wished I could find a guy that would look at me the way that Humphrey Bogart looked at Ingrid Bergman." Their eyes met, and she stared at him, unable to break her gaze from him as the realization washed over her that she had, in fact, met someone who looked at her that way. Runner walked over and started licking her hand, making her laugh. "Silly dog," she said, returning her attention to the sushi feast sitting in front of her. They finished their dinner just as Ilsa asked Sam to play As Time Goes By. Alexander snuggled up to Olivia, lying down next to her on the couch, his front to her back, as he sang along with Sam. She giggled as he kissed her neck. There was something so familiar about what they were doing, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was as if she had been there before, had watched that movie with him before, and he had sung those words to her before. But that couldn't have happened. She had only known Alexander for a few months. She shook off the feeling just as he shifted her onto her back. He hovered over her, gazing into her deep brown eyes, not saying a word. "What?" she asked, trying to break the tension. "I just like looking at you. You're the most beautiful woman in the world." Blushing, she turned her head to stare at the television, not really paying attention to the movie. "Look at me, Olivia." She continued to stare at the television, afraid to see the tender look in his eyes. "Come on, love. Don't you realize how beautiful you are?" She faced Alexander. "More beautiful than plastic surgery Barbie?" He let out a laugh as he nuzzled against her, inhaling her scent. "Much more beautiful than her. Your beauty comes natural." He pulled back, brushing one of her curls behind her ear. "She probably shelled out millions of dollars to look the way she does." He leaned down and kissed her lips softly. "Why do you get so shy when I give you compliments?" "I don't know. I just don't take them so well, I guess. I mean, I'm not the most hideous thing on the planet, but look at you. You're fucking hot." Alexander laughed. "You think so, do you?" Yes. You could have your pick of any woman out there, who I'm sure wouldn't put you through half the drama that I put you through." "Yes, but I want to be with you, Olivia." He trailed soft kisses along her collarbone. "It's you, Olivia. It's only ever been you," he whispered. His words caused an overwhelming sensation to surge through her core. She wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled his head to hers, forcing his lips against hers. He pulled back briefly. "What made you change your ways, sweetheart?" What do you mean? Alexander rolled onto his side, and Olivia followed, facing him as he continued to caress her body from her hips to her shoulder. She loved his touch. Even a simple, innocent stroke sent heat throughout her body. When we first met, you mentioned how you always did the no-strings-attached thing. So why me? Olivia raised her hands to her face and covered it, not wanting to talk about her feelings. Her feelings petrified her. Look at me, Olivia, he demanded, pulling her hands away from her face and clutching them in his own. I'm just trying to figure out what makes you tick, that's all.
I could ask you the same question, Alexander, she whispered.
He smiled. Well, that's easy. I was waiting to find you, and once I did, I knew you were someone I wanted to get to know, and not just for a quick fuck. His words were actually true. He had been waiting to find his Olivia. Your turn, Miss Adler. I don't know if it was any one thing. We kept running into each other randomly. It was almost like someone was sending me a sign. And there was this feeling I had. After spending just a short time together, I was so comfortable with you. That's why I told you all about my parents' deaths. It normally takes me forever to open up to someone, but there was something about you. I felt as if I had known you my entire life. Alexander growled as he flipped her onto her back. Oh, darling, I felt the same way. Olivia looked into Alexander's eyes and did her best Ingrid Bergman impression, begging him to kiss her, as if it was the last time he would ever taste her lips. She reached up and grabbed his face, forcing his mouth to hers, their tongues frenzied as they entangled with each other. Her body was on fire, her passion for the man on top of her at a fevered pitch. He worshipped her body, caressing and nipping from her neck down her sternum, lifting her shirt over the top of her head. Their eyes locking, the dominating man that she was so accustomed to was nowhere to be seen. Instead, in his gaze was a look of affection, a look of adoration, a look of devotion, and, perhaps, something more. Alexander pulled her nipple into his mouth, sucking tenderly, and Olivia let out a quiet cry. Do you like that? He looked up briefly before he moved to the other nipple. She moaned again, bucking her hips, her body alert. He grinned. I'll take that as a yes. She began to pull greedily at his t-shirt in response to his teasing. Always so needy, Miss Adler. Patience, my love, he whispered as he lowered down her body, licking her stomach, kissing her waist. Let me worship you. Olivia moaned again, her senses on overload. She bucked her hips once more, telling him to take off her jeans. Grinning, he obeyed the command she gave with her body, unbuttoning her jeans and slowly unzipping them. God, Alex, you're killing me, she breathed, throwing her arm over her head. Blood coursed through her veins, lighting her body on fire from his touch. I told you already. Patience, darling. Growling, she pushed him off her into a sitting position, straddling him. I'm done being patient. She reached for his shirt and yanked it over his head, her eyes surveying his perfectly sculpted body. She could feel his erection through his jeans as she circled her hips around his waist and kissed his neck. Oh, no, you don't, he said, flipping Olivia onto her back. I'm driving. He unbuttoned his jeans and carefully stepped out of them. You like the control, don't you? She asked when he climbed on top of her. Yes, and you like it when I'm in control, don't you? She stared at him, deep in thought, as she considered his question. He grabbed both her arms and pinned them over her head with one of his hands. I know you do, Miss Adler. You love it when I tell you what to do. Olivia blushed and turned her head to see the Germans invading France in the movie. Now's not the time to turn shy on me, Olivia. Say it. Say you like it when I'm controlling you.
Yes, I do,
she replied quietly, facing him once more. It turns me on like I've never been turned on before." Her heart raced with anticipation, his brilliant eyes boring holes through her soul. "Good girl," he said. "Now, remember what I like?"
"Yes, Mr. Burnham."
"Oh, Olivia," he exclaimed, pushing into her, making her moan. But, unlike so many other times, he went slowly, his motions deliberate, filling her to the brim with pleasure, and then withdrawing before continuing with the same movement. He was in control, but it felt so different. It was as if he was trying to tell her something with the way he entered her, planting kisses all over her body. Her heart swelled with a strange emotion. She felt so fulfilled. She thought she might cry. Alexander was pushing her closer and closer to the edge with each measured movement inside her, and her body began to quiver beneath his. She knew she was falling for that man, but refused to admit it to herself or anyone else. Running her fingers through his unruly hair, she pulled his lips to hers. She drew his tongue into her mouth, the sensation of his lips on her mouth and him inside her a sensory overload. He retreated, pulling her bottom lip between his teeth, softly nipping it, sending her over the edge. She came undone, the aftershocks of her orgasm trembling around him as he found his own release, pushing gently into her until the last of her tremors ceased. He looked into Olivia's dark eyes, his breathing irregular. She pulled Alexander's mouth back to her own, kissing him deeply and passionately. "That was amazing," she said, still quivering from her orgasm. It was so much more than just sex. It was so much more than anything she had ever experienced in her entire life. She thought that she may have found someone with whom she could possibly spend the rest of her life, and the thought scared her. She immediately wanted to run as far away as she could, but Kira's words sounded in her head, telling her to just dive in. "It was pretty fucking great," Alexander responded, his breathing still rapid. He slid off Olivia and positioned her on her side, facing the television again, his front to her back. He grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch and threw it over their naked bodies. "Watch the rest of the movie, love," he whispered as he held her in his arms. Within moments, she drifted off, too exhausted to run. It was the same dream again. The crash, the green-eyed boy, the boy getting knocked out. But instead of seeing black, as Olivia normally did, she remained conscious. She saw the green-eyed boy fall to the ground, and then she stared into the eyes of a man. His eyes were blue and cold, and he sneered as he moved toward her in the SUV. Then a loud bang sounded. The blue-eyed man fell to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Olivia screamed. She heard footsteps running toward the car, and she inched away from the open rear driver's side door.
"Thomas, help me with the body. We've got to get him back in his car."
Olivia knew that voice. It was her father's voice. She tried to call out to him, but couldn't.
"Jack, let me take care of it. You're hurt. You need to get in the car. Now."
It was Uncle Charles's voice.
"I can do it. Just help me." "Get in the car and check on Olivia. Get my son in the car, too. You're losing a lot of blood, and you won't do me much good if you pass out. So move."
Olivia opened her eyes when the green-eyed boy was placed in the car next to her.
"Olivia, are you okay?"
her father asked. She simply nodded, tears streaming down her face.
"Don't worry, Livy. Stop crying," he said. "Everything will be okay."
Her father closed the rear driver's side door and climbed into the front. He reclined the seat as far as he could and closed his eyes.
"Everything will be okay. Your uncle is going to fix everything. I promise."
It sounded like he was saying that more for himself than anything else. There was a loud explosion, and her parents' car blew to pieces. Jack's eyes flung open as Thomas came running toward the SUV. The driver's side door opened.
"Where's Mary?"
Jack asked, frantically looking at the car engulfed in flames. Thomas hesitated.
"Where's Mary, Thomas?"
he asked firmly. Thomas lowered his head, shaking it.
"No!"
Jack cried out.
"No, Thomas. We need to go back for her." "No, Jack. It's useless. She's gone."
He covered his face with his hands, and his body shook. Thomas turned around and met Olivia's eyes. But it was her Uncle Charles. Why was her father calling him Thomas?
"I'll take care of you, Olivia. I promise you that,"
he said. Olivia heard her father moan, apparently from pain.
"Shit,"
Thomas said as Jack passed out.
"We better get out of here."
He turned the ignition on the car and sped down the road. Olivia cried until she slipped into unconsciousness.
"Olivia, wake up. You're crying,"
Alexander said, shaking her awake. She woke up suddenly, tears streaming down her face as she tried to catch her breath.
"Darling, are you okay? You were dreaming and muttering something about your father, I think. And then you started to cry."
Olivia sat up, completely disoriented by her dream and the inference that her father made it out of their crashed car. It couldn't be.
"Please, Olivia, talk to me. Was it the same dream again?"
Olivia stood up and walked over to her t-shirt and jeans. She pulled them back on, not wanting to feel so exposed anymore.
"Yeah,"
she said, wiping the tears from her face. "That's all it was. Just the same old stupid dream again. Every night of my fucking existence, reliving that crash over and over." Alexander sat up and stared at her, the room eerily silent.
"Bullshit,"
he finally said, breaking the silence.
"What did you say?"
she asked, glaring at him.
"You heard me. I'm calling bullshit, Olivia."
She stared at him wide-eyed, her mouth agape.
"If you think I'm believing that lie, you obviously think very poorly of my abilities."
She started to walk out of the den, not wanting to have that conversation. Jumping off the couch, he blocked her exit, distracting her with his very naked, very aroused body. "You're using your body as a weapon, Alex," she whimpered.
"I don't mean to. If you don't want to talk about it now, that's fine. I understand. But you need to trust me. Trust that I'm not going anywhere and that no matter what you say to me, I'm staying next to your side."
He pulled her close.
"It's where I'm meant to be."
She relaxed into his embrace, cherishing the closeness of his arms.
"Bed?"
he asked after several moments passed. She looked up at him and nodded. He bent down and swept her into his arms.
"Alexander Burnham! You're naked!"
she screeched as he carried her out of the den, making his way through his penthouse and up to his bedroom.
"I know. That's why I love living alone."
He kissed her fully, the dream now a distant memory. Chapter 29. The Olivia.
"Wake up, Olivia. Time to get moving,"
Alexander said, nudging her awake the following morning. She rolled over onto her stomach, trying to block out the sunlight, and groaned. "I don't want to. I want to stay in this nice, soft bed and never get out of it."
"Well, that's a nice thought."
He leaned down and nuzzled her neck.
"I could think of a few things that we could do."
"Maybe I'll just tie you to the bed and never let you out." "That would be great," she retorted sleepily, still not wanting to open her eyes.
"I agree, but you've got a marathon to run on Sunday. Now, get your ass up so we can have breakfast before we hit the road."
"Make me," she said, a hint of snarkiness in her voice. Alexander looked down at Olivia sprawled out on his bed, grinning. Pulling back the thin sheet, he exposed her naked body. She turned her head to look at him as he stood over her wearing a pair of boxer briefs. "You're going to have to do a lot better than that to get me out of this bed, Mr. Burnham." She closed her eyes, returning her head to the pillow.
"Oh, really?
Is that a challenge, Miss Adler? She giggled. You bet it is. Give it your best shot. He crawled on the bed and hovered over her, shivers running through her from the closeness of his body to hers. She glanced at him once more, wondering what he was doing. Face forward, Olivia. His voice was stern and demanding. It turned her on. Yes, sir, she mocked, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I love how snarky you are in the morning. He stared at Olivia's ass and slapped it hard. She jumped and yelped. It hurt a little bit, but it caused her heart to race even faster. He plunged a finger inside her. God, you're so wet, love. Does spanking turn you on? She turned her head again, glancing over her shoulder at him. What did I tell you, Olivia? Sorry. She gulped, facing forward. Sorry what? Sorry, Mr. Burnham. Good girl, he said, sliding another finger inside of her. Now, tell me, do you like getting spanked? Yes, she replied breathlessly. He slapped her ass again, harder. Yes, what? He growled. Yes, Mr. Burnham. She raised her ass off the bed, squirming with pleasure. Do you have any idea how beautiful you look from this view? God, love, your ass was made for me. He exhaled, caressing her bottom. He removed his fingers from inside her before getting off the bed. He walked over to the writing desk in the far corner of the bedroom. Olivia, come here, he commanded sternly. She turned her head and slowly got off the bed, making her way over to where Alexander stood. I want you to lean over the desk here and hold on to the sides. Do you understand? Yes, she replied, bending her body over so her stomach was lying on the desk. He slapped her ass again. Yes, what? He barked. Yes, Mr. Burnham, she whimpered, looking back at him, relishing the severe look on his face. What did I tell you? Keep your eyes forward. Olivia snapped her head forward and felt Alexander lower his shorts. He plunged into her from behind, a sudden invasion. Fuck! She screamed out as he thrust into her, setting a punishing rhythm. I'm not going to last long this morning, Olivia, he said, reaching around to touch her clit. If you keep doing that, neither will I, she breathed out. Good, love. Good. His breathing became heavy and labored. Olivia was happy that the sweet, caring side of Alexander was nowhere to be found that morning. She needed him like this, not affectionate. The affectionate side scared her. She needed his dominant side, the one that told her what to do, the one that stayed in control, because she felt as though she was losing control of the very thing she said she would guard with her life. Her heart. Come with me, Olivia, he said when he felt her begin to tense around him. She closed her eyes and immediately spiraled down, her orgasm coursing through her entire being. He thrust a few more times and then emptied into her. He stood holding Olivia's hips as their breathing regulated. Once they both caught their breath, he withdrew from her, leaving her exposed on the writing desk. Told you I could get you out of that bed, love. He winked. You jerk, she joked, running to attack him. They fought playfully until Alexander caught her around the waist and drew her to him. I love waking up next to you, he said, kissing her full on the mouth. Her heart raced at his words. You're not so bad yourself, she replied. Okay, shower now. He slapped her ass one last time, making her jump. After they showered, Olivia quickly got ready and headed downstairs where Alexander sat at the kitchen island, reading the newspaper. Runner sat by his side, anxiously waiting for table scraps, even though there was no food being eaten. Runner, nobody likes a beggar. Just because I'm sitting at the breakfast bar doesn't mean that I'm eating. The dog cocked his head at Alexander. Oh, come here, boy, Olivia said, walking over to the kitchen counter. She opened a cookie jar and took out a treat. "Here you go." Runner sat, wagging his tail, waiting. He gently took it in his mouth and ran off to enjoy his doggy biscuit. "What would you like for breakfast?" she asked as she made herself a cup of coffee.
"Please, allow me,"
Alexander replied, standing up and ushering her out of the kitchen.
"You go relax, and I'll take care of breakfast."
He placed a kiss on her cheek and walked her into the living room.
"Stay off those feet. You've got quite a few miles to run this weekend."
She gazed at him as he made his way through the kitchen, pulling a few pans out. Over the past few months, he had become accustomed to her tastes in food. She ate relatively healthy, liking to splurge on something decadent once in a while. It was a big weekend for her, so he made her one of her favorite breakfasts: egg white omelet with tofu, broccoli, mushrooms, spinach, and feta cheese. "This is fantastic," she complimented a few minutes later as she sat at the breakfast bar next to Alexander, savoring the taste of her meal.
"I'm glad you like it," he replied. "Are you looking forward to getting out of town for the weekend?"
She took another bite. "Actually, I am. I've never been to Newport before." He stared at her, wide-eyed. She really had no idea about her past.
"Oh, really?"
he asked after a long pause, trying to gather his thoughts. "Yeah, weird, I know. I've lived in Boston off and on for almost the last decade, and I've never been to Newport, so it will be nice to have the extra time there to walk around a bit. You've been before, I'm assuming?"
Yeah, I have."
Alexander remembered when Olivia mentioned she would be going to Newport that coming weekend. He didn't know what to think about that. She still had some family in Newport, mainly on her mother's side. What if someone recognized her? He knew it was nearly impossible that someone would recognize this beautiful 27-year-old woman as that same 6-year-old little girl who died in a car crash, but that still didn't settle his nerves. Regardless, he was worried that being back in Newport could trigger some memories, and he wanted to be there to do damage control if it did. He felt guilty for keeping the truth from her, but maybe that was what had been keeping her alive. "Holy crap! This is a great car!" Olivia exclaimed, getting into the passenger side of Alexander's Maserati Gran Turismo convertible.
"Well, it's supposed to be a great weekend, so I figure we might as well take the convertible."
"I think the valet guys are going to cream themselves when you pull up with this bad boy."
"I love how sometimes you speak like a trucker. Glad all that private school education and those etiquette classes paid off."
"Yeah, sure. I hated all that shit in high school. It was ridiculous. Imagine if my headmistress could see me now, slumming it on Comm Avenue in Boston. Oh, the horror," Olivia joked, knowing that she lived in one of the most upscale areas of Boston. Alexander pulled onto I-93 heading south, and they drove most of the way to Newport in relative silence, the wind making it difficult to hold a conversation without shouting. Crossing the bridge to the harbor town, he gradually made his way down America's Cup Boulevard before pulling into a marina. "Where are we?" Olivia asked.
"We're at the marina," he replied, smirking.
"Well, I figured that much, smartass, but what are we doing here?"
"You'll see."
He had a huge grin on his face as he drove up to an awning attached to a building that read, Newport Yacht Club. He threw the keys to the valet and instructed him to hold the car there for someone to come for the bags. "What are you up to, Alex?" He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his body.
"Patience, love,"
he whispered. He led her down a dock as she gazed over the beautiful crystal water and all the boats. Stunning yachts lined the docks, the size of each one mesmerizing. She couldn't even fathom how much one of them would cost to buy and then maintain. Stopping at the very end of the dock next to a yacht, Alexander turned to Olivia, beaming. "What is this?" she asked skeptically.
"I don't want you to freak out, so just let me explain."
He glanced to the enormous vessel behind him.
"This is my boat."
She raised her eyebrows. "I don't know if you could call that thing a boat. It's more like a floating kingdom. It's got to be over 100 feet. She marveled.
"Yeah, "It is,"
he answered excitedly.
"and I named her after my childhood best friend, who, you recall, shared your name. I didn't want you to overreact, but I really wanted to share this with you."
Olivia's heart raced as she looked into his brilliant eyes. There was an excitement in them she had never seen before. She returned his smile and planted a soft kiss on his lips. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Alex." He grinned as he clutched her hand in his, leading her toward the gangway. Martin appeared on the main deck, and Alexander dragged Olivia up the ramp to where he stood.
"How was your drive, sir?"
"Great, thanks. Please go get our things out of the car. The valet is holding it for now."
"Yes, sir."
Martin walked briskly off the yacht and onto the dock. "After you, darling." Alexander led Olivia into the main cabin, his hand on the small of her back, and gave her a brief tour of his yacht. To the left sat the living room, which he referred to as the salon. It was rather large, with gorgeous wood flooring throughout. Just past that was an exquisite dining room, complete with a state-of-the-art kitchen. To the right led to a small hallway with a rather large master bedroom. There was another small bedroom across the hall, as well as a study. Downstairs, there were 3 guest rooms and the crew quarters. The upper deck housed another lounge area in addition to an outdoor dining area. The entire yacht was rather spacious, and Olivia was floored at the enormity of it all. As they stood admiring the view off the main deck, she turned to him, overwhelmed by his wealth. "So, business must be good." He laughed.
"Yes, you could say that. Lots of people need my trained mercenaries."
He winked.
"But don't call them mercenaries. The UN doesn't really like that word."
She clung onto his arm as he led her toward the master bedroom suite. "Don't worry, love. Your secret's safe with me," she said, poking fun at his term of endearment.
"Are you mocking me, darling?"
"I would never," she replied in faux shock.
"You better run, Olivia. I have plans for you."
She squealed and ran down the hallway into the suite, tripping over Martin as he was dropping off their bags.
"Oh, Miss Adler, I apologize."
"Don't worry about it. Blame your boss." She laughed.
"I'd rather keep my job,"
he responded, slightly smiling. Alexander appeared in the doorway. "Thank you, Martin. Please coordinate with Carter. I have additional security arriving later in the day."
"Yes, sir."
Martin turned to Olivia.
"Enjoy your day, Miss Adler."
He walked out of the master suite and down the hall into the study. Olivia looked at Alexander when she was sure they were alone. "Additional security?" She raised an eyebrow at him.
"Yes, sometimes it's an occupational hazard."
He shrugged. "Why? What's going on?"
"I can't really talk about it, Olivia."
He turned to his suitcase and began unpacking his things.
"It's nothing important, and you shouldn't worry about it at all. It's more of a precaution than anything."
He hated misleading her. The additional security had nothing to do with him and everything to do with her. He always made it seem as though someone could come after him for a job-related issue, but the chances of that were slim to none. However, Carter had seen a black sedan tailing Olivia several times now. He wanted additional security in Newport, just to be on the safe side.
"Come on, love. Get that worried look off your face,"
he said, coming up behind her as she put some of her toiletries in the bathroom. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, he could see that her eyes were red and puffy.
"Have you been crying?"
He spun her around, making her face him.
"No, don't be stupid,"
she stated, wiping her eyes.
"Just let me finish unpacking."
She tried to push Alexander out of the way. He stood in place, not letting her pass, staring down at her.
"What if something happens to you, Alex?"
she cried, her chin quivering.
"That scares me to death. I've lost too many people I was close to. I finally let myself get close to someone again, and now I'm frightened that I'll lose you too."
As he pulled her into his chest, she struggled to suppress the urge to grab her bags and run as far away as possible. A voice in her head was telling her to push Alexander away, and she was starting to think that she needed to listen. Hey, it's okay. You have nothing to worry about with me. I'm not going anywhere. Someone will have to drive a stake through my heart to ever take me away from you. I mean that. I promise that I will always be here to look out for you. He continued, soothing her tears. Olivia took a few deep breaths and pulled away from his chest, meeting his compassionate eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know why that set me off. I'm just overly emotional for some reason. I think that nerves about this weekend are getting to me a little. She lied, not wanting to admit that she felt everything had started to spin out of control. She hated the feeling, and could only think of one way to regain control, the only way that had worked in the past. She wanted to run, but she kept hearing Kira's words in her head, telling her to take a risk for once. She wanted to, but at what cost? That's understandable, sweetheart. He grabbed a tissue and wiped her eyes. Come, let's go to lunch and then do something fun. Are you ready? Yes. Alexander took her hand in his and pulled her out of the master suite and off the yacht. I have to say, Miss Adler, that I'm looking forward to christening my yacht with you this weekend, Alexander said, after the waiter dropped off a dozen oysters as they sat at an outdoor cafe right on the water. You've never had sex on it? Olivia glanced at him, wide-eyed. No, I haven't, he replied very matter-of-factly. What is it? I don't know. I just figured you would have taken some girl on it at some time and, well, rocked the boat. She grabbed an oyster and slid it down her throat. Alexander chuckled in obvious amusement. Cute. He exhaled loudly. No, Olivia. Sadly, she is still a virgin ship. Well, let's see what we can do about that. She raised her eyebrows in a playful manner. Alexander felt his phone buzz again. He reached into his pocket and took it out, seeing that it was Martin. I'm sorry, love, I should take this. It's the 5th call within the hour. That's okay, I understand. Thank you. He pressed the answer button on his cell phone. Yes, Martin. What is it? What? When did this happen? Okay. Yes. Handle it for the time being and we'll discuss how to proceed. He hung up, fuming. I won't ask if everything is okay because it does not appear that it is, Olivia remarked, taking a drink from her wine glass. Well, something has happened. He eyed her and took a deep breath. I don't mean to frighten you, but the alarm on your system went off about an hour ago. She glanced down at her watch. It wouldn't have been Kira. She's at work. She's not supposed to feed. Oh my God! Her eyes grew wide in terror. Is Nepenthe all right? Yes, he's fine. A window triggered the alarm. Martin had another agent go over and check the house. They took Nepenthe to my place for the time being until we can sort everything out. I'll let my pet sitter know to keep an eye on him, too. He grabbed another oyster and tipped it back into his mouth. Olivia stared off into the distance, breathing deep, trying to resist the urge to leave the table and run. With every passing moment, things were spiraling downward. Olivia, darling, are you okay? Talk to me. What is going on? She hissed. I mean, really going on. I just feel like you're keeping information from me. I would really appreciate it if you were straightforward and honest with me. If you don't think that I've noticed your little protection details lately, you must think very little of my intelligence. I know you've been having one of your guys watching me whenever we're not together. So why? What is it? I'm just trying to keep you safe. She glared at him. If you really wanted to keep me safe, you would tell me what the fuck is going on. Alexander exhaled loudly, throwing his napkin onto the table in front of him. I know. I should have told you this earlier. I wish I had, but I was hoping it was nothing. Her heart began to race. Remember that guy from the bar all those weeks ago? She nodded. Well, he's the same person that bailed Simon out of jail and probably paid for his attorney as well. He's using a fake name, but his real name is Mark Kiddish. He's a very bad, very powerful man. He is a professional cleaner.
Do you know what that is?
She shook her head as she attempted to process everything Alexander told her.
A professional cleaner is someone who ties up loose ends, mainly for politicians and other high-ranking government officials. Why he's interested in you, I am not sure, but he is not a good guy. So, yes, I am absolutely guilty of having some of my protection teams watching you, but I need to know that you are safe, okay? This guy is a very real danger. I understand that no one has tried anything yet, but I don't want to take any chances with you.
He felt guilty for not telling her everything, but he just couldn't. Not yet, anyway. I appreciate that, Alex. I really do, she said after processing his words. But you should have told me. You can't keep trying to protect me by withholding information from me. If you don't tell me these things, how can I trust you? I need to be able to trust you. You've never given me a reason not to, but you can't just make decisions based on what you think is best without asking me. She still couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't telling her the whole story. Why would anyone want to harm her? She had money, yes, but that's no reason for someone to target her.
So you approve of the additional security?
Alexander looked at her, hopeful. She thought about that for a minute before sighing loudly. If it makes you happy, yes, fine. Alexander swooped her hand from the table and held it to his lips. That would make me extremely happy. He placed a kiss on her hand. Olivia avoided his eyes and gazed out over the ocean, needing to do something to silence the voice in her head that was growing louder with each passing moment. She knew that her time was running out.
Donovan, it's Cheryl. It worked. She's out of town this weekend with Burnham, but upon her return I have been assigned to her security team. That's wonderful news. We need to continue to give him a reason to think she needs that security, so don't back off. I won't. Now that we can get you close to her, I need you to start getting information from her. The old man hid her identity and faked her death. I need to tie up these loose ends. That box containing all those documents is still out there somewhere. We need to get our hands on it. You'll need to help her try to remember where it is.
And you're certain she'll know?
I'd bet my life on it.
Chapter 30. Memories. The sun filtered through the master suite, waking Olivia on Saturday morning. She rolled over and looked at Alexander as he slept, a peaceful look across his face. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night screaming or crying like she did. She wondered how much longer he would want to be woken up every night with her cries. The little voice in her head was back, telling her to run before she fell too far. She needed to quiet that voice, so she did the only thing that she could think of that would help. She swung a leg over Alexander, sitting on top of him, realizing that she may already be in too deep. His eyes flung open, a look of surprise crawling across his face before turning into a mischievous smile. This is a nice way to wake up, he said sleepily. Leaning down and planting kisses down his jaw, she ground against his hips and could feel his erection grow. Don't start anything you have no intention of finishing, he groaned. She looked at him, his eyes hooded as he moved his hips beneath her, the voice in her head finally silent. Oh, Mr. Burnham. She batted her eyes. I have every intention of finishing. She lowered herself and pulled on his earlobe. Again, and again, and again. Alexander growled and flipped Olivia onto her back. She looked at him, a smile on her face. I've been quite enjoying myself as we've christened your boat this weekend, Mr. Burnham. As have I, Miss Adler, he replied, positioning himself between her legs. He leaned down, kissing her neck. As have I, he whispered as he slid into her. She gasped in response to the sudden invasion. I'm glad to know that I can still surprise you after all these weeks, he grunted, filling her to the brim. Fire coursed through her body as he moved gently inside of her. His movements were slow and deliberate as he took his time. Olivia didn't want him gentle. She wanted him to be rough with her. The voice was back and became louder with each affectionate thrust. He nipped at her neck, tracing a line down her jaw and tugging at her earlobe, savoring every moment. "You are one incredible woman," he said. "God, I love being inside of you, Olivia." She ran her fingers up and down his back, her touch sending shivers through his body. "Just one touch and I'm ready to lose my mind." "Faster, Alex. Please," she begged as she wrapped her legs around his waist, desperately bucking him with her hips. "No, love. I want you to feel me. Do you feel this?" he asked as he continued his slow movements, the closeness almost unbearable. "Yes, Alexander. I feel it." And she knew that he wasn't just talking about his erection inside her. He was talking about something else entirely. The voice grew louder. Alexander's breathing became labored as he picked up his pace, maintaining a quick but gentle rhythm. Leaning down, he delicately pulled on Olivia's nipple with his mouth, sending her over the edge, her orgasm taking her by surprise. She moaned his name as she trembled around him. The feeling of Olivia pulsating around him in absolute ecstasy caught him off guard, and he soon found himself coming down from his own orgasm, collapsing on top of her. She held his head to her chest, stroking his hair and forehead beaded with sweat. "That was a fantastic way to wake up," he stated once his breathing slowed down. "I'm glad I could be of assistance." "Come on, beautiful. Up and at 'em." He pulled Olivia up with him, leading her into the shower. "Big day today. Let's go get all your race stuff." He turned on the water, testing the temperature. She groaned, leaning against the bathroom wall. "Can't I just spend one entire day in bed with you? It's the only way I can try to dull this voice telling me to run," she wanted to say to him. "That sounds like heaven, but it will have to wait, at least until next week sometime," he replied, winking. He held out his hand and helped her step into the shower. The entire time, Olivia was thinking that she may not make it to next week. "Nervous, love?" Alexander asked as they left the race expo, Olivia clutching her race packet. "A little bit, I guess." "Let's take a drive. It's a beautiful day, and you still haven't really done much exploring around this town." He opened the car door for her, helping her in. "Well, that's because someone kidnapped me and used me as his sex slave over the past few days." She giggled. "Kinky bastard." Alexander laughed, turning the ignition on his convertible. "That I am." He maneuvered his car out of the parking lot and drove through the streets of Newport, heading to the other side of the town. "I like it when you take control in bed," Olivia said out of nowhere, hoping that he would take the hint and stop with the slow, emotional sex. She needed it rough. It was the only way. He glanced across the car at her, wondering what had brought that up. "I used to never let anyone be like that with me," she continued. "I always needed to maintain complete control in bed. That way it was easier to kick out whoever it was. I guess I always wanted to remain a cold-hearted, detached bitch. It's less painful." Alexander was floored by her admission. He knew she had attachment issues for obvious reasons. She had her family ripped from her when she was so young and had very few memories on which to fall back. "That's what I go to therapy for. You've been so good about not asking questions, and I am thankful for that. I've been trying to get over my issues, and my dreadfully overpriced therapist has been helping me get close to people again." "I'm going to have to thank him or her, then." He grabbed her hand and kissed it. "You're my first boyfriend, you know. I would never date people before you." She stared out the window as the landscape changed from small houses to larger estates, wishing that talking about things would silence the increasingly loud voice in her head. "Well, I'm glad you changed your outlook on the whole boyfriend thing," he remarked. "I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to get to know you." He pulled the car into a parking lot.
"We're here."
"Where?"
"Are you up for a little walk?"
he asked, opening the door for her. "Of course. It'll be a nice little warm-up for tomorrow." Alexander led her out of the parking lot and down a few blocks onto a rocky path.
"This is the cliff walk. It follows the beach and all the old mansions on it."
As they walked, the ocean rolled in far below them. Olivia relaxed as she basked in the warm sunshine and ocean breeze, inhaling the salty sea air. High on the cliffs, gorgeous, sprawling mansions sat overlooking the coast, forcing memories to flash through her mind. They walked for a while, Alexander pointing out the various estates.
"This is the Breakers," he said after a while. "Probably one of the most famous of the Newport mansions."
Olivia turned her attention to the enormous estate. "It looks so familiar."
"Well, probably because of how famous it is," he replied nervously.
Why did he bring her there? Her mother was part of wealthy Newport society. "Yeah, you're probably right," she responded, deep in thought. Everything seemed so familiar to her, as if she had been there before. It wasn't just that mansion. It was all of it. The roads, the trees, the houses, the ocean, the cliffs, everything. As they made their way down the walk, her mind raced with various scenarios of how she could know that area of Newport so well when she never recalled visiting there. The voice was back, and Olivia had a strange feeling that her entire world was about to come crumbling down on top of her. "Hey, do me a favor. Take a ride up here onto Webster," Olivia ordered as they drove on Bellevue a half-hour later, heading back to the marina. Alexander looked at her with a questioning look. "Just humor me, please." He hesitated before sighing loudly.
"Your wish is my command, Princess."
She smiled weakly as he put on his blinker and turned his car onto Webster. "Here, slow down a little, please." She gazed out of the car at the large estates on her right. "Okay, stop. Pull over," she ordered. He obeyed, albeit reluctantly, and parked the car on the side of the road. She got out and started walking up the street.
"Where are you going, Olivia?"
Alexander asked as he jumped out of the car, following her on foot. He cringed when he realized where they were. "Alex, I know this house," she replied quietly, looking at a large home behind a wrought iron fence. "Why do I know this house?"
"I don't know, love," he lied.
He knew the house well. The first few years of her life, Olivia had spent a great deal of time there. Her grandparents' home.
"Please, get back in the car before someone hits you."
She continued to stare, pressing her hand against the brick of the pillars holding the entry gate and running her fingers against the nameplate bearing the name Harrison House. She stood there for several long minutes, trying to force a memory that just wouldn't come. Finally, she shook her head and turned to go back to the car. The voice grew louder. The car was eerily quiet on the way back to the marina. Alexander knew that his time was running out. Olivia had started to remember certain things. It would probably only be a matter of time until she put two and two together and realized who he was. She already had a dream where the younger Alex morphed into the older one. He needed to read that letter, if he could only build up enough nerve to do so. The remainder of the afternoon passed with relative unease between the two, neither one wanting to address the elephant in the room. Olivia not wanting to talk about why she knew that house, fearful it would bring up shadows of the past, and Alexander worrying that she was starting to remember. Olivia decided to lie down and take a nap before dinner. Alexander left her to sleep while he attended to some business. She curled up in the comfortable king-sized bed and pulled the covers tight around her. She dozed off within minutes, her brain exhausted. "Olivia, darling, come get ready. Our guests will be here shortly," her mother yelled across the massive lawn. Olivia looked to her right, where the green-eyed boy stood covered in dirt.
I'll race you.
She giggled.
Loser has to worship the ground the winner walks on for all eternity. That's not fair. Ready? Set?
Olivia ran through the large front yard of her family's enormous estate as she shouted,
Go! Olivia's a cheater,
the little boy complained, chasing her. Olivia reached the front steps first, jumping up and down, cheering for herself as she turned to watch her friend take the last few steps toward her.
She cheated, Aunt Marilyn,
the boy complained. Olivia, darling, you need to play fair.
I'm sorry, Mama.
You know better than that. That's no way to play with your best friend, is it?
He cheats sometimes, too,
Olivia said, winking at her friend. It still doesn't make it right. Now, upstairs with you. You're both filthy. Everyone will be here soon.
Where's Daddy?
Olivia asked. Oh, sweetheart, you know how it is. Your daddy has a very important job, and he can't just leave it to be with us whenever we want him to.
Okay. When can we go to the beach, Mama?
We're going to the beach house next week for the entire summer, love. Now, I mean it. Go clean up. Your grandparents are expecting you both to look like civilized human beings for once. She winked. The two children stumbled up the stairs into the large playroom. Her mother entered the room a few minutes later to help them clean up and change. Soon they were dressed in their springtime best. Olivia's mother grabbed the two kids by the hand and walked them down the hall to the music room. One song before our guests arrive?
Yes, Mama! Play us a song!
Olivia squealed with delight. Instead of sitting down at the grand piano, she picked up an acoustic guitar and checked its tuning. This one is for you, my two favorite babies. She looked toward where the green-eyed boy and Olivia sat, both kids excited about her performance. She began playing the opening measures of the Beatles' I Will.
Dance with me, Olivia?
The green-eyed boy asked, holding his hand out to her.
Okay,
she replied, grabbing his hand. They danced awkwardly across the room as the green-eyed boy sang along with Olivia's mother, never taking his eyes off her. When the song ended, the green-eyed boy got down on one knee, morphing into an older Alexander. He opened a small ring box. Chapter 31. Ready to Run. Olivia woke up, screaming and gasping for breath through the tears that flowed uncontrollably. She ran to the shower, needing to cover up her sobs in case Alexander had hurt her. Turning on the water, she stripped out of her clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the water flow over her body. Tremors coursed through her as cries consumed her entire being. It was that house. It was in her dream. Was it there because she saw it earlier that day? Or did she really spend time there when she was younger? She didn't know. Then she remembered how happy she was when she danced with the green-eyed boy. Who was the green-eyed boy? What happened to him? Why did everyone she was close to disappear from her life? Why was she so incredibly alone? What did it all mean? Her heart beat rapidly as she tried to figure it all out. Alexander was there. The green-eyed boy morphed into him. He got down on one knee. There was a ring. It all made sense. Kira was right. She could see it in his eyes, not only in her dreams, but when he looked at her on a daily basis. The love Alexander had for her was apparent. And that was the one thing that scared Olivia most. Love. It chilled her to the core. Because once you loved, you could lose. She didn't know if she could deal with that pain. Her sobs overtook her again as she cried even louder. The voice was back, and it was screaming at her to run. Something about that place and everything going on with Alexander made her realize she had lost all control. She needed it back. Alexander hung up the phone in the study after getting a status update from Marshall, one of his top security agents. He thought about everything that had happened that weekend. He knew that some places could be triggers, but he hoped she wasn't remembering things. Her lack of memory could be the only thing that had protected her all those years, and was still keeping her safe. As he was deep in thought, he heard a loud cry. "Shit, Olivia!" He bolted down the hallway toward the master bedroom. Scanning the empty room, he heard more sobs and the shower running. He walked quietly toward the bathroom, drawing his sidearm and taking off the safety. He kicked the door open slowly and saw that Olivia was alone in the shower, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh my God, Olivia!" Quickly putting the safety back on his gun, he placed it on the counter, jumping into the shower fully clothed. "Olivia, please, talk to me." He pulled her into him, trying to soothe the tears that had overtaken her entire body. She cried into his chest, not caring how unattractive she looked at the moment. She remained in his arms, thinking about everything and what it all meant. After a few long moments passed, she got her breathing under control, her crying subsiding. "Your clothes are all wet," she said quietly. "Oh, love, that's the least of my concerns right now. I'm worried about you. What happened?" "It was just that stupid dream again," she replied, her eyes shifting to stare at the soap dish. "I know how hard it must be for you to relive that day every night. Sometimes you just have to let yourself have a big cry to release all the pain you're holding inside. You always try to stay strong, ignoring the past, but you can't keep it all inside, love. It will destroy you." He tilted her chin up so he could stare into her eyes, the water still cascading over her naked body. "It will destroy me too." His words chilled her to the core. What was she doing to him? She didn't want to hurt him, but at the same time she couldn't cope with all the pain she had been dealt in the past. At some point he wouldn't want to deal with all the drama anymore. No one would. He would leave her, just like everyone else in her life. It was at that instant that everything became incredibly clear. She knew what she had to do. She needed to listen to the voice. She resolved to do the one thing that she could in order to maintain control over the situation. She needed to distance herself from Alexander. She had gotten too close to him too fast, and the only one who would end up hurt would be her. She couldn't let that happen again. She would get through the weekend. Then she would push him away. It wasn't what her heart wanted, but she needed to do this for her own survival. "I'm sorry I'm such a mess," she said, a blank expression on her face, void of any emotion. "Don't apologize, Olivia," he said, brushing her hair out of her face. "You're a beautiful mess." He winked. "I feel better now." Alexander saw her face and realized the panic had passed. "Good," he said, kissing her deeply, which she only half-heartedly returned. He looked at her, pulling away. "Are you sure everything is okay?" "Yes, I'm just cold and pruning. I need to get out of this shower." He turned off the water and stepped out of the tub before grabbing a towel and wrapping Olivia in it. "Feel better?" He rubbed her arms, warming her up. She gazed into his brilliant green eyes. A tear escaped at the thought of not seeing those eyes first thing when she woke up in the morning. Alexander reached out, catching the tear. "Sorry, just a straggler," she explained, leaving the bathroom. She turned to look as he stripped out of his wet clothes. She stared for a moment, wanting to savor everything about the man in front of her. She knew that her time with him was limited. "See something you like?" he asked, placing his hands on his hips and showing off his manliness. Olivia couldn't help but laugh. "There, I knew I could put a smile on your face," he joked as he grabbed a towel to dry off, unable to shake the feeling that Olivia was slipping from his grasp. That evening, Alexander took Olivia to a quaint restaurant right on the marina, where they had a pleasant dinner, albeit relatively quiet. Olivia brushed off her silence and blamed it on nerves about the following day. That eased Alexander's fears somewhat. After their main course and before dessert arrived, Olivia excused herself to use the ladies' room. She walked through the crowded restaurant, finding the hallway where the restroom was located. As she pushed open the door, she nearly ran into an older woman who was trying to exit. "Oh, I'm sorry," she exclaimed, staring at the woman in her 70s with a gentle face, her graying hair pinned back. "Oh, it's—" The woman stopped when she saw Olivia and stood still for several long, uncomfortable moments. "Are you okay?" Olivia asked, staring into her eyes. They seemed so familiar, but she couldn't place where she could have possibly seen the woman before. Nothing that day seemed to be making any sense. The woman snapped out of her thoughts. "Yes, I'm sorry. You just remind me of someone." A smile spread across her face, touching her eyes as if thinking of a fond memory.
"Do you live around here?"
"No, I'm in town for the marathon. I live in Boston."
"I have some family members running tomorrow as well. Gosh, you just look so familiar. Are you sure that you're not from around here?"
"No, I grew up in Charleston. This is actually my first time in town."
"Well, welcome to Newport. My name is Rose. Rose Harrison."
"Olivia Adler," she replied, extending her hand. A look of surprise crossed Rose's face, her jaw dropping.
"I'm sorry. What did you say your name was, dear?"
"Olivia?" The older woman's face went pale. "Are you okay? You don't look too well. Do you need to sit down?" Olivia held her arm, walking her to a chair in the vanity area of the restroom.
"Thank you, dear."
She sat down, her hands shaking. Olivia sat next to her. "Are you sure you're okay? Do you want me to help you back to your table?"
"I'm fine, dear. I just need a minute. I was just reminded of someone I knew long ago. My little granddaughter was named Olivia."
"Was?"
"Yes. She passed away. You look just like her mother."
"Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Harrison."
"Please, child, call me Rose."
"Okay, Rose. Can I help you back to your table?"
"Would you?"
Olivia reached out, helping Rose stand up, and walked her to her table where her husband sat. After making a little small talk with both of them, she excused herself and made her way back to the ladies' room before returning to her table. "Well, that was interesting," she said dryly, taking her seat. "What was, love?" "I nearly toppled over some poor woman in the restroom, and when she heard my name, she looked as if she had seen a ghost." Olivia looked out at the harbor, the lights of the yachts twinkling on the dark ocean. "Oh, really? Why's that?" he asked, taking a drink from his wine glass. "She had a granddaughter named Olivia who, I guess, passed away, and apparently I look like the girl's mother." "What was her name?" Alexander asked. She looked at him, questioning him silently with her expression. "Reason I ask is I spend some time here, and I'm just wondering if it's someone I know." "Her name was Rose Harrison." She returned her gaze to the marina, wanting to shake the feeling that she was supposed to know that woman for some reason. Alexander remained quiet, his face showing no emotion at the fact that Olivia had just met her grandmother. Chapter 32. The Voice. Olivia woke up at 5 the following morning so she could have enough time to get ready and walk the mile to the start of the marathon. As she went about her routine, she kept glancing at Alexander as he slept so calmly and peacefully. She wondered if she should really push him away. She had to. Ever since she made her decision, the voice had gone away. She had to regain control of the situation, and the only way to do that would be to leave him and Boston. He would move on and find someone else to make him happy. Happiness wasn't in the cards for Olivia. Looking at her watch, she saw it was time to head to the start line. She grabbed her race stuff and walked over to the large bed. Alexander stirred, looking at her. "Getting ready to leave?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "Yes, I should get a move on." He threw off the covers and stood up. Olivia gaped at his naked body. God, I'm going to miss looking at that, she thought to herself.
Good luck, darling, he said as he pulled her into his arms. You'll do great.
He gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Deepening the kiss, she kissed him as if it would be the last time she ever kissed him. She knew his kisses were numbered, and she wanted to remember every single one. She pulled away and walked out of the master bedroom, leaving him behind. She would have to get used to walking out on him, thankful that she had already worked out an escape route, of which the additional security she had agreed to would not be aware. The weather was a bit chilly on her walk to the start line, but the crowds of people congregating on Newport made her excited. There was something about the buzz of adrenaline at the start line of a marathon that Olivia had become addicted to over the years. She loved the feeling in the crowd of participants right before the starting gun went off. There were people who were running their first marathon, and there were people who were running their 100th. She got to the starting line and encountered thousands of runners already milling about in the darkness of the early morning. She found a spot to sit down and ate her bagel as she waited for the race to start. She relaxed and mentally prepared herself for what she was about to do. Before long, they were calling everyone to line up in the starting corrals. It was a sea of people, and Olivia loved it. "This is it," she said just before the starting gun went off. Once it sounded, she made her way to the starting line and began running at a conservative pace, not wanting to go out too quickly and burn out halfway through. She had a lot to think about on her run. Many times she tried to talk herself out of leaving Alexander, but every scenario she came up with only ended with him leaving her in the end. The voice grew louder every time she began to reconsider fleeing. She had gotten too close to Alexander, and her feelings petrified her. She needed to leave before she could no longer silence the voice. The miles zoomed by as she thought about leaving Boston and where she would go. A beach in Florida sounded like a nice place to go this time of year. She hit mile 25 and looked at her GPS watch. She was right on pace for a sub-3:30 finish. She still had some juice left in her legs, so she went for the final push, picking up her speed. She neared the finish line and spotted Alexander in the crowd cheering her on. It warmed her heart to see him there and supporting her, even if it was only fleeting. She pushed harder and crossed the finish line with a final time of 3 hours and 28 minutes, which meant that she qualified for the Boston Marathon. It was the moment she had worked and trained for, and she knew that she should have felt happy, but she didn't. She didn't feel anything. She felt empty. She knew that it was because, after tomorrow, she would no longer see Alexander. It made her heart ache. But there was no other way. Like he said, she would only destroy him too. As she made her way through the finish line chute, she grabbed her finisher's medal and found Alexander just outside of the runner's area. He ran over to her, picked her up, and swung her around. "You did it!" he exclaimed. "I'm so proud of you, Olivia." He put her down and kissed her on the mouth. She pushed him away. "Gross, I'm all sweaty and salty." "I like you salty," he said, grabbing her hand and leading her out of the crowd. His enthusiasm was infectious, and she couldn't help but weakly smile. She wanted to cherish that moment. She knew that it would be one of her last moments of joy. "Feel better now, love?" Alexander asked from the bed when Olivia emerged from the shower. He gazed over her beautiful silhouette as she walked through the master bedroom in only a towel, her long hair dripping with water. "Yes, thank you," she responded dryly. There was something off. He had noticed it the day before. She seemed like an empty shell, completely void of emotion. He didn't know what to make of it. The previous day, she had blamed it on nerves about her upcoming marathon. He thought she would return to her normal self after the race, but even at the finish line, when he thought she would be thrilled for achieving her goal, she was distant, aloof, empty. He could see it in her eyes. The spark was gone. He needed it back. Olivia made her way through the bedroom and sat at a small reading table. She could feel Alexander's eyes glued to her. She turned her head to look out the expansive windows, not wanting to look into his vibrant green eyes. Everything still seemed so familiar as she watched sailboats float by. In the distance, she could faintly make out a military fort. She knew she had been there before. It was Fort Adams. How did she know that? A lump formed in her throat as she thought about what it could all mean. The house yesterday, the dream, the green-eyed boy. She was losing her grasp on things. Her life was fine before Alexander walked into it that night back in August. Since then, she slowly began to lose control of her own feelings. She had started to let him in, and she regretted it. Life was better when she kept everyone away. That's what she needed to do again. Keep everyone away. And get her heart back from Alexander. She finished brushing her hair and walked back into the bathroom, throwing her long locks into a ponytail before slipping into a pair of yoga pants and tank top. She met Alexander's eyes in the mirror, her heart stopping. He kept his gaze trained on hers, even when she tried to hide her eyes. He saw it. The emptiness was there. He hadn't seen that look since the first night he met her. At that instant, he knew she was slipping from him. There was only one way for him to regain the control that he so desperately needed. "Olivia," he said sternly, waking her from her thoughts as she finished getting ready in the bathroom. "Get out here." His voice was powerful. She couldn't help but obey. With a blank expression on her face, she walked out of the bathroom, staring into Alexander's brilliant eyes that were hooded with an emotion she had never seen before. She could almost see the struggle within those eyes. "Come here, Olivia," he said forcefully. She followed his command, walking over to the edge of the bed where he sat, waiting for her. He couldn't bear to look into her cold, distant eyes. Getting up from the bed, he strode over to the chest of drawers. She turned around to see what he was doing. "Face forward, Olivia," he barked. She obeyed again, thousands of different sensations running through her core. She liked it when he told her what to do. That she could deal with. She could turn everything off and just submit to Alexander. What she couldn't deal with was the slow, emotional sex that seemed to occur more and more lately. As Alexander strode back behind her, she felt his body heat, the proximity overwhelming her senses. She would do whatever he said, then leave him. She would play the part that he needed her to play. She would make him think that he had control of the situation. But, no matter what, she had to leave him. She would only destroy him if she stayed. Alexander placed a blindfold over Olivia's eyes. The room was silent, except for their breathing. "Lift your arms, Olivia." She obeyed, and Alexander raised her tank top over her head. "Place them at your side," he commanded. She did as she was told, her heart racing and her breathing becoming heavy. He grabbed one hand and brought it behind her back, joining the other hand. Wrapping a silk tie around her wrists, he bound them together. "Good, I like you tied up," he whispered against her neck, causing her hair follicles to stand on end. Her body tingled in anticipation. She heard the rustling of clothes around her and could only assume that Alexander had stripped out of his t-shirt and jeans. Seconds later, she felt 2 strong hands on her waist. Instantly, a tongue was on her stomach, circling, sending tremors through her core. He swiftly lowered her yoga pants, helping her out of them, holding her steady at her hips. He pressed against her, and she could feel his erection. "Kneel, Olivia," he ordered. Alexander helped her maintain her balance as she lowered herself onto the ground, kneeling on the hardwood floor. "Don't sit back on your heels," he commanded. "That won't work for what I need from you right now." Her heart raced. She raised herself onto her knees. "Open your mouth," he said quietly. She could feel him right in front of her, and immediately obeyed. He slowly slipped his arousal into her wet mouth, pushing in and out in a slow rhythm, the sensation of Olivia's tongue on his most sensitive part overwhelming his entire being. Pressing his hand against the back of her neck, he held her head in place. She met his motion, licking and dragging her tongue across his length, moaning every so often because she knew he liked that. This was all about convincing him that she wasn't going to leave, so she gave him exactly what he wanted. She felt him harden, and knew it was only a matter of time before he lost it. She gently bared her teeth.
"Fuck, Olivia,"
he exhaled, pumping into her mouth with more vigor, before pulling out. She frowned from the loss of contact. She was actually enjoying being able to please him like that.
"Ask me, Olivia,"
he demanded, his breathing labored. The room remained silent as she tried to gather her thoughts. Alexander reached down and grabbed her ponytail, tilting her head back roughly.
"I said, ask me, Olivia," he growled. "Beg me, Olivia. Beg me to come in your mouth."
Fuck, she thought. She loved it when he told her what to do. How could she possibly even think of leaving him when he was like this? His words set her entire body on fire. "Please, Mr. Burnham," she said sweetly. "Please come in my mouth." Alexander moaned at her soft voice, begging him. It was what he needed at that moment. It was what he always needed. That way, he felt in control of a situation he knew he was losing all control over. He rubbed his erection against her lips, commanding her to open her mouth wider. She did, and he pumped mercilessly, finding his release in seconds and exploding into her. There was nothing like coming inside her, but coming in her mouth was a close second. When the last of the aftershocks ceased, he withdrew from her mouth and helped her to her feet, crushing his lips against hers. His tongue explored the place his arousal had just been, tasting himself in her mouth. It made him harden again. He led Olivia, blindfolded and bound, over to the bed. As Alexander readjusted her restraints over her head and helped her lie down, her breathing grew erratic. Her body was on fire with excitement. She could feel his eyes searing down into her body. She felt like she was going to come from the anticipation alone. Her mind raced, desperately needing some sort of release. She sensed Alexander hovering over her body. He planted rough kisses against her neck, his tongue trailing down her chest. He bit down on her nipple, causing her to scream out from a combination of pleasure and pain. "Do you like that, Olivia?" he asked with a hint of amusement in his voice. She simply nodded, unable to form a sentence from the unique sensations running through her. "Tell me you like it, Olivia. Say the words. Tell me I'm the only one who can set your body on fire like this." He continued torturing her with his tongue, tracing circles around her nipple, sucking and biting gently. Her body shook in absolute ecstasy. His words rang through her brain, and she realized that this was his way of reminding her how much she needed him. It was true that he was the only one who could make her feel like this, but it didn't change anything. Still, she said the words he so desperately needed to hear. "Yes, Mr. Burnham. It's you. You're the only one who makes me feel this way," she exhaled. He could tell Olivia was on edge and about to go over. It was working. He was regaining his control. He could feel it. He pressed his lips against hers, softly at first, before deepening the kiss into an impassioned exchange. She moaned, Alexander's tongue invading her mouth, sending sparks throughout her entire being. Wrapping her legs around his waist, she began thrusting her hips against him, hoping he would get the hint. She needed some sort of release. "Oh no, Olivia. I don't think so.
I'll fuck you when I'm good and ready, and not a moment sooner.
He looked down at the girl lying on his bed, ready to fall apart at any minute. He had her right where he wanted her, where he needed her. He lowered his mouth to her neck, nipping gently as he made his way down the rest of her body, sucking and biting as he went. He positioned his mouth between her legs, and Olivia could feel his hot breath on her.
You're so wet for me, he said.
Fuck! She didn't know how much more she could take. She was ready to agree to anything if he would just make her come.
Ask me, Olivia, he said.
Shivers ran through her body in response to his primal tone. For a moment, all thoughts of running disappeared. She was living in the moment of complete and utter ecstasy. Nothing mattered at that point. Not her past, not her dreams, not the memories threatening to come forward at any minute. No, the only thing that mattered was Alexander and making him happy.
Please, Mr. Burnham, lick me.
Her breathing became heavy, her flesh on fire from the proximity of Alexander's mouth to the most sensitive part of her body.
Lick you where, Olivia? He asked. I need you to tell me where.
You know where, she responded, a grin on her face. His heart warmed. For the first time since the previous day, she looked like her old self. There was a smile on her face. He wanted that smile to stay. He slowly lowered his mouth back between her legs and softly licked her clit. Olivia moaned, the simple act of his tongue on her about to make her shatter into millions of pieces. Her nerves stood on end, and she knew that she was on the brink of falling over the edge with Alexander. And the thought didn't scare her at that moment because she knew that he was the type of person to catch her, no matter what.
Come on, Olivia. Don't fight this, he breathed between licks. You know you need this. Now give me your pleasure.
He returned his tongue to her and slid 2 fingers inside her. She shuddered around him, her orgasm consuming her entire core as the aftershocks coursed through her body, knowing that no one else could ever make her feel as full and complete as Alexander. He raised himself up to her mouth and crushed his lips to hers, forcing his tongue in her mouth. Taking the blindfold off, he gazed into her eyes. He smiled at the beautiful woman lying beneath him. It worked. The spark was back. But so was that voice. Chapter 33. Time to go. The following morning, Olivia woke up early, thinking about what the day would bring. Throughout the previous day, the voice grew louder and she knew that she couldn't stay. She went through the motions, giving Alexander what he needed so that he didn't become suspicious. She smiled during the extravagant celebration dinner he had arranged on the veranda of the yacht. She giggled at his affectionate words as they shared a bottle of champagne. She was playful during the multiple times they had sex throughout the course of the evening. She played the part that she had to play, so that she could run. Her survival depended on it. During the night, while Alexander was fast asleep, she wrote him a letter, explaining everything. She planned to slip it into his suitcase after they were done packing. She didn't want to leave him with no explanation, but she just couldn't do it face to face. If she didn't do it this way, he would convince her to stay, only to leave her broken-hearted later. She knew it was cowardly, but she didn't care. Looking over at Alexander as he slept peacefully, she ran her fingers up and down his chest, playing with the little tufts of hair. It was the last morning she would be waking up next to him, and the thought broke her heart. He groaned sleepily. Shh, she whispered, placing a finger over his mouth. Don't talk. She climbed on top of him. I'm in charge this time. She wanted one last time with him, but she needed to be in control. It was the only way she could distance herself from her feelings. She cared deeply for him, and that made leaving him even more difficult. But she had to. She would only destroy him too, and she could not have that on her conscience. Her hips circled Alexander's waist, and she felt his erection grow. She slowly eased herself onto him, taking him inside of her, relishing the feeling of completeness. She began to move against him, trailing kisses down his chest and grabbing his hand in hers, holding on as she said goodbye to him the only way she knew how. She took her time with him, wanting to cherish and remember every spark, every tremor, every feeling. Alexander noticed there was something different about her. She was slow and deliberate in her motions. There was a closeness that had never been there before. But when he looked into her eyes, they seemed distant and empty again. He held on for as long as he could. But once he felt Olivia shatter around him, he joined her. There was no screaming or moaning of names as there usually was when they had sex. This time it was quiet. The only sound in the room was their heavy breathing. He knew there was something wrong, but he didn't want to bring it up. He just wanted to get Olivia back to Boston.
"Come back over later, love?" Alexander asked, helping Olivia bring her luggage up to her house. "I've had Nepenthe brought back, so he'd be here when you got home."
Thanks. Maybe I'll just stay the night here if you don't mind. I'd like to spend some time with Kira. I feel like I've been a bad friend lately.
Alexander pulled her into him, kissing her forehead. "Of course, I understand. Thompson is out front, keeping an eye on things. I'll miss you terribly, but you deserve some time to yourself."
"I'll miss you too," she whispered, trying to hide her emotions. This was the final goodbye, and she couldn't even say everything she wanted to. Punching her code into the keypad, she opened the front door, quickly disarming the alarm system. "I'll see you in my dreams," she said, turning to Alexander as he was getting into his car. He blew her a kiss just as she closed her front door. She leaned against the wall, and all of her emotions over the past few months came flooding forward as tears began to flow. She cried for all the missed kisses, all the nights she decided to stay at her house instead of going over Alexander's place, all the times she could have gone up to his office to see him, but instead stayed in her own office. All those missed opportunities to be close to him. She cried for herself. But mostly she cried for Alexander. Her beautiful Alexander. She wasn't in love with him, but even if she was, she didn't know what love felt like. If it felt the way she was feeling at that moment, she was okay with running from it. She had never been in so much pain in her life. She needed to leave before the pain became so unbearable that she couldn't survive. Nepenthe came up to her, purring as he rubbed against her. "Ready for a new adventure?" she asked, drying her eyes with her sleeve. Nepenthe continued to rub against her, purring even louder. "I'll take that as a yes." She ran up to her room and grabbed some clothes and her running sneakers. She packed up her acoustic guitar and left everything else as it was. Looking out the front window, she saw a black SUV sitting watch. She didn't recognize the person behind the wheel. Carrying her bags, she walked down to her basement and out the back door to her Audi sitting in the back alley, loading the few items she chose to take into the car. She went back inside and put Nepenthe in his large cat carrier, packing his food and some toys. Placing her cell phone on the kitchen counter, she left behind the only life she knew. Her heart beating wildly, she drove her car down the back alley, fearful that her protection detail would notice. When she finally merged onto the Mass Pike and determined that no one had followed her, she let out a breath that she didn't realize she had been holding. Looking in the rearview mirror at the city she had grown to love, she knew that she had made such a mess of everything. It was time to go. Again. Chapter 34. The Right Thing. Alexander went to the office on his way home to brief the security team that would be protecting Olivia. There were a total of 6 people assigned to her, with Carter taking the lead in delegating jobs and duties.
Sir, if it's okay, I think it might be best if we have a female look after her at night. It just might make more sense, especially considering we would be staying in one of her guest rooms.
Yes, absolutely. That will only be necessary on the nights that she is not with me. You're one of my best agents, so you'll be on this full time. I don't want anything to happen to her.
Of course not, sir,
Marshall replied, the other agents nodding their heads in agreement. Okay, then. I think we're all set here. Carter, you'll take the first shift tomorrow. Thompson is over there now, but since she's comfortable with you, I'd like for you to arrange a time for her to meet the rest of the team. Yes, sir, he replied, as Alexander walked out of the conference room. A few minutes later, he was on his way to his penthouse, looking forward to seeing Runner. He was nearly knocked over when he opened the door to his home. Hey, buddy, happy to see me? Runner kept jumping up, trying to lick Alexander's face, his tail wagging. Easy, buddy. Let me unpack and then we'll go for a walk, okay? Runner heard the word walk and started running around with even more excitement. Silly dog, he commented, bringing his suitcase upstairs into the master bedroom. He threw it on the bed and slowly started to unpack. When he was almost done, an envelope caught his eye. It had his name written on it in Olivia's handwriting. He looked at it, confused. His heart sank as he read the letter contained in the envelope. Alexander, I hate that I'm writing this letter, but I now know that it needs to be written. First, let me say that the few months I've known you have been the best in my life. You have opened my eyes to new things and my heart to new feelings, and I treasure every moment that I was able to spend time with you. My only regret is not spending more time with you. I realized something over the weekend, something I wish I hadn't come to terms with. But the truth is, I will never be able to make you happy, and I wish that wasn't the case. I have so much baggage, and I know I will only hold you back in the end. I want you to be happy, but you will never have that with me. I will always be pulling away from you, scared that you'll leave me. It's hard enough for me to write this letter knowing that my heart is aching. But this heartache is nothing compared to what it will be when you have to move past me. When I look at you, I see this beautiful, normal human being. And then there's me with all my craziness. And I know at some point that you won't be able to handle all the crazy anymore. I'm just preventing you from wasting your time, waiting for me to sort out my issues, because I don't think I'll ever be able to. I just have one wish, and that's for you to move on. Forget about me. I know it will be hard. It will be painful for me. I may not be able to forget about you, but one day, eventually, the sun will shine a little brighter, and someone new will walk into your life to make you happy. Someone who will fill that missing piece of your heart. This is more than just goodbye. I know I will never gaze into those eyes of yours again. Those beautiful green eyes that have haunted my dreams since we met. I need to let you go. Those eyes are no longer mine to gaze into. Your lips not mine to kiss. Your heart not mine to possess. What we had was beautiful. But then I come and make a mess of everything with all my baggage. And that's what this all is. One big, beautiful mess that I need to walk away from. Call it self-preservation. I wasn't lying when I said I would see you in my dreams. It's where I can always hold you close and dear and never let go. And from now on, I will cherish those dreams. Olivia. Alexander sank onto the bed. This wasn't her decision to make. How could she try to control his happiness? He didn't care how many times she closed up or tried to push him away. He would never leave her. Why couldn't she believe that? He ran downstairs and grabbed his cell phone off the kitchen island. He pressed Olivia's contact, his heart beating rapidly as the phone rang. After several rings, her voicemail picked up. "Shit!" he yelled. He grabbed Runner's leash and called for the dog to follow him. After descending down to the garage, he ran to his car, Runner close behind. He knew it was a desperate move, but maybe if Olivia saw Runner, she would reconsider. Alexander sped through the rush-hour downtown Boston traffic and slammed on the brakes outside of Olivia's house, grabbing Runner. Thompson ran out of the black SUV, catching up with his boss.
"Everything okay, sir?"
the ex-Marine asked. Alexander had a grim look on his face.
"I'm not sure, but you're free to go. I'll take over for now."
He took the steps up to the front door, banging on it.
"Olivia!"
he yelled.
"Open up! We need to talk!"
He listened. Nothing. He knocked again. Still nothing. He punched the numbers into the keypad on the door and then disarmed the security system.
"Olivia, are you home?"
He scanned the house, letting Runner loose. He ran up to the master bedroom. It looked as though someone left in a hurry, clothes scattered all over the place and hangers thrown on the ground. He ran back downstairs before throwing open the door to the basement. He had never been down there. Dashing down the stairs, he saw how she had gotten away unnoticed by the protection detail sitting out front. Opening the back door, he looked into a small back alley that ran behind the entire block. "Fuck!" he screamed as he ran back upstairs and looked for Nepenthe. She wouldn't abandon an animal, no matter how desperately she wanted to disappear. His heart sank when he saw that the cat's food and bowls were missing. He walked into the kitchen and let out a loud sob when he saw her cell phone sitting on the counter. He fell to the floor, leaning against the kitchen cabinets. Runner came up, nuzzling into him.
"She's gone, boy. The only woman I've ever loved is gone."
He pulled the dog close to him and sat there, processing everything that happened for what could have been seconds or hours.
"Olivia? Are you in there?"
A female voice sounded, bringing Alexander back to the present.
"Libby?"
He stood up and saw Kira walking into the kitchen.
"Oh, Alex. I'm sorry. Where's Libby?"
He simply stared at her, his eyes swollen and red from crying.
"What happened? Is something wrong?"
Kira asked.
"You could say that,"
he replied, his voice an empty shell.
"She left Kira. She ran. I don't know where she is."
He sounded so lost as he stared out the windows in a complete daze.
"What do you mean she left?"
Her voice was panicked.
"When will she be back?"
"I don't think she will."
He looked back at the clock in the kitchen and saw that it was past 9 at night. Almost instantly, he snapped out of his stupor.
"I need to go, Kira. I need to find her."
He had been sitting there for nearly 4 hours. 4 hours he could have been looking for her. He started to do the math in his head. She probably had about an 8-hour head start on him. That was such a long time. She could be anywhere.
"Alex, wait. She's done this before, and, well, she just doesn't want to be found. Give her time. I went through this with her right after she graduated from college. She will come back. But if you try to find her, you might just push her even further away."
"How do you know that she'll come back?"
he asked, his eyes filling with tears once more.
"She told me to move on, and I just don't think I can do that, Kira."
"I know, Alex, I know. But she always comes back. It may not be tomorrow or next week or next month or next year, but eventually she will."
"Why? I don't understand."
He swallowed hard, trying to subdue the knot in his throat.
"Running away is the only thing she knows how to do when she's scared. When she was growing up, everyone who said they would always be there for her left. So she pushes everyone away."
"But I love her. I'll never leave her. I need to find her."
Around 3 o'clock the following afternoon, Olivia pulled her Audi in front of a beach house. She found the rental in a newspaper when she stopped for gas the previous night, and immediately agreed to pay for 6 months up front, sight unseen.
"It's perfect," she said,
grabbing Nepenthe out of the back seat, thankful that he didn't mind car rides.
"You must be Miss Adler,"
an older gentleman said, walking down the front deck to meet her. "Yes, Mr. Robinson?"
"That's me."
Olivia found the envelope with the cash and handed it over to Mr. Robinson. He gave her the keys and left her to take in her surroundings. Amelia Island, Florida. It was perfect. Small and quaint. Not overrun with tourist traps that plague most Florida beaches. And she found a great 3-bedroom house on the north end of the island right on the water. It was exactly what she needed to help clear her mind and move on. A little sun and sand could do wonders for the soul. Then why was Alexander the only thing on her mind? She wondered how he reacted when he got her letter, if he even found it. She felt guilty for leaving town without telling Kira and Mo, but it was necessary. It had to be done. She unpacked the few things that she brought with her, setting up Nepenthe's bowls and pouring him some fresh food and water. He ran over and began to eat, purring in appreciation. She collapsed on the couch in the large, open living room, exhausted from her long drive. She hadn't eaten since breakfast the day before, but she had no appetite. If this is what a broken heart feels like, I did the right thing. Didn't I, Nepenthe? The cat looked up from his bowl, a scowl across his face from his meal being interrupted. She grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch, thankful that she found a fully furnished rental, and pulled it over her. She fell asleep, listening to the crash of the waves from the Atlantic Ocean, thinking how it was her worst birthday yet. This concludes A Beautiful Mess by T.K. Leigh, narrated by Annadelle Waters. Copyright 2013 by T.K. Leigh. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with T.K. Leigh, care of Distal and Godrich Literary Management, and was produced in the year 2014 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.